Yo, Atlas speaking and welcome to part 4 of What If Ichigo Lost His Humanity During Karakura Town War and Became a Vasto Lorde Hollow. Let the tale begin. Chapter 46, Fear Like They'd Never Known. The atmosphere above the spirit world was unlike anything experienced before. Dense, with the promise of battle. Thick, with the promise of vengeance. In that moment, the atmosphere explained more than anyone could voice. War was finally here. Spatial distortion. Was that not the Keto that once gifted you with a life sentence in the maggot's nest? Aizen asked, as the glowing light that brought the Shinigami before him waned, glancing at Tessai. Times have changed, Aizen. Was the captain's immediate responded. Correct, the former captain nodded as he took a step forward. Times have changed. They must, if Soul Society requires the aid of outcast Shinigami. Hiyori's eyes narrowed. Easy Hiyori, he's trying to goad us, Lisa whispered, noticing the edginess in her fellow visitor's movements. Shinji locked eyes with him, after so long? And you speak with such a hostile tone? Have you lost respect for your captain? Hirako Shinji, to hide out in the human world for over 100 years, waiting for the moment to strike back at me. Where is your pride as a pseudo-Arrancar? To join with Soul Society. Kinsei sneered, save your words, Snake. You won't unnerve us so easily. Breaking up any outside alliances we knew would obviously be your first move. Your tricks and illusions are meaningless here. Aizen smirked, tricks and illusions? Do you honestly believe I have to resort to such tactics here? He shook his head, no, I intend to crush you all with power. Nothing more, nothing less. Yamamoto's eyes flashed with rage and quickly withdrew Ryujin Jaka from its sheath. What is the meaning of this, Aizen? I would think that obvious. With the upper class of Shinigami gone, I'll have no opposition. Don't think we've done nothing these past months. I can see that. Aizen replied, glancing at the visitors and the new additions to the captains and vice-captains. You were foolish to come here, Aizen, very foolish. To march upon the Siriidii with naught but a handful of hollow. The former captain smirked, a handful? My dear captain, how sorrowfully misguided you are. Lillinette? The green-haired Arrancar stepped forward, yes. Time froze as, within the next few seconds, the unthinkable occurred. The second she snapped her fingers, the sound of countless ripping filled the skies of the spirit world. The Shinigami looked down as they stood high above the Siriidii, and for a majority, their hearts dropped and a sense of doom filled them. 30 massive garganta opened up, each positioned evenly around the great wall that protected the Siriidii. Those that defended the great city could do nothing but watch in disbelief as countless Arrancar began pouring out of the dimensional rifts. North side of the Siriidii. Among the garganta opening up, 3 in particular opened up above the rest. Have we come early? Dondo Chaka asked, glancing to his right as Pesh emerged from his own garganta. The barrier surrounding the Siriidii hasn't been brought down yet. Of course not, the Arrancar replied, staring down as hundreds of Calaveras-ranked Arrancar poured out of the massive gargantas. This just means we arrived before those 3. Get ready. This is war, Rutabone began, joining them. If you haven't been ready since the beginning, you'll fall. South side of the Siriidii. About damn time. Apache snapped as she stepped out of her own garganta, followed by Sunday through Sunday and Mila Rose. Stop complaining, you heard Harribel-sama. We're the only ones with the ability to destroy this barrier. Let's go, hurry up. Mila Rosa shouted, releasing all of her Ryatsu as once. Don't order me around, I know what we have to do. Sunday through Sunday snapped, releasing all of her Ryatsu as well. Apache followed suit. I sure hope he listens. Sunday through Sunday shouted. We were trained by Harribel-sama. We're way stronger than last time. We can't fail, if we do then the barrier stays up, and we fall. After a few moments charging their Ryatsu, the 3 numeros each released a wave of energy that meet in their center. The connected beams released echoing bursts of energy and from the resulting blast. The raging beast that nearly brought an end to the Shinigami lieutenants in the War of Fake Karakura Town emerged from the energy wave and released a bestial roar of dominance that echoed for all to hear. Unlike before though, Alon was 3 times the size he was previously, dwarfing the Great Wall easily. The Arrancar pouring out made sure to avoid the mighty beast as it began to march away. It froze, moments later, when Apache called out to it. "Alon!" The 3 were surprised when the great beast looked over its shoulder at its summoners. It obeyed!" Mila Rosa exclaimed. The beast growled, waiting for orders. Sunday through Sunday pointed at the barrier protecting Soul Society, "Bring the barrier down." Alon roared once more before raising its massive fists and bringing it crashing down. East side of the Siriidii. "The barrier is still up," Dordonii noted, glancing down as the Calaveras Arrancar continued to pour out of the Garganta. "I still don't understand how the barrier can be brought down," Suruchi whispered, noting that despite the outpour of Arrancar, they were all forced to wait before the Great Wall. For despite the roar of countless soldiers, without the barrier down they could do nothing more. Gantenbane shrugged while Sale, who now stood upriver on Espada, fixed the glasses upon face. The knowledge to infiltrate the Siriidii is something that Aizen studied almost as thoroughly as the King's Key. The knowledge is kept safe in one of the most well-defended places within the Siriidii. The Darishikaro. The Great Spirit Library. It is here that Aizen discovered a way to bring down the barrier. Sale grinned evilly, unable to hide his pleasure of the upcoming carnage. "It is 2 parts you see. One part cannot survive without the other. The walls surrounding the Siriidii have 4 focal points, the gates. If one is raised, the barrier as a whole is weakened, if only slightly. Kurosaki's fraction and Wonderwise have opened all 4, this has never happened in Soul Society's history. It is a forbidden act and taken very seriously according to Aizen-sama. With the barrier at its weakest form right now, it loses all over its protective properties. All that's left is..." Before their eyes the barrier began to glow bright blue for several seconds before it shattered into a massive wave of spiritual particles. Sale raised his hands dramatically, was the necessary physical force. West side of Siriidii. The sound of Sonito filled the air as Pao, Finder, and Geo appeared before the shattering barrier. "They did it!" Geo shouted. Pao watched as their mighty army shouted as they flooded the wall akin to an unstoppable force of nature. For the first time in its existence, the Siriidii's great walls were breached. 300 meters above the Siriidii. "No way!" Renji whispered as thousands upon thousands of Calaveras climbed, jumped, and Sonitoed past Soul Society's protective walls. So many!" Hisagi exclaimed, staring at them from high above the ground. 10,000, Aizen revealed. "As you can see, I have more than a handful." Yamamoto's eyes flashed with fury as he released a massive wave of Ryatsu that engulfed him in a might inferno of flames, causing the other Shinigami to move away from him. "Never before has Soul Society's barrier fallen," the captain commander began in a tone that promised death. "You have been allowed to live for far too long, Aizen." The ex-captain smirked. "It appears I hit a nerve." The intensity of the fire around Yamamoto instantly increased, burning the very air they breathed. He looked over his shoulder. "Lieutenants of the Godii 13. Heed my orders. Go! Lead your divisions. Defend the Siriidii. Do you duty as Shinigami." Rukia, who made to speak up, was silenced by Chad. "We can do nothing against these Arrancar. You can sense their power just as well as I. The best way we can help Ichigo now is by defending the Siriidii. Let's go." Rukia looked around. True to Chad's words, the lieutenants looked fearful. As if they were unsure they even had a part to play against such powerful Arrancar. "You go too, Yuryu." Ryukin began. "But..." Ryukin's eyes narrowed. "We can take it for here. These Shinigami will be completely overrun without higher-level fighters. Go." With a single nod from Rose, the remaining wizards, minus Shinji, knew that they would go too. As one, lieutenants, Chad, Yuryu, and the remaining 6 wizards vanished, racing down towards the Suriidii as fast as they could to assist the 3,000 Shinigami that were second away from being overrun by over 3 times that number. Aizen smirked. Like before, you send your weakest out first. How amusing. Yamamoto stepped forward, grabbing the hilt of his Zanpakuto. It would be foolish to use the same tactic and trap you once again. It would not work a second time. But you will not underestimate the power of the 13. You've made a grave error in coming here today. Renji, Hisagi, and Ikki knew that as captains, they now had to live up to that title. They grabbed the hilt of their Zanpakutos as well. Please, Captain. Unohana began, stepping in front of the commander, halting his advance towards Aizen and the Espada. The sound of Sonido filled the air as Wonder Weiss appeared beside Stark. Aizen smirked, ignoring the Quattro Espada, his eyes locked on the captain of the 4th Division. I see, so even you will enter the front lines this time? Do I have a choice? She asked, calmly. Her expression as calm as ever. You cannot be allowed to leave. Yukitake eyed her in surprise. Unohana. Grimmjow grinned. Aizen-sama, allow me to silence this talkative bitch. The Shinigami eyed him. You would not last a second, Grimmjow. The Espada's eyes burned with fury as he swiftly unsheathed his blade. His Ryatsu began rising almost instantly. I highly doubt that. He shouted. Unohana merely eyed him for a second before turning back to Aizen. Her blatantly ignoring him only causing the weakest of the Espada to growl. Grind! Pantera! He roared, as he was engulfed by an explosion of Ryatsu. Grimmjow! Lillinette snapped warningly. Listen to Aizen. Leave him, Lillinette. Beasts like him, they never learn. Neliel whispered emotionlessly. Before the smoke could even settle, Grimmjow shot forward in a burst of speed, making to blitz Unohana and laughing manically as he did so. In his resurrected form, every Shinigami present knew that with his Ryatsu he was a prominent threat. Every captain, minus the Elder Four, reached for their Zanpakutos, an action they each found unnecessary a few moments later. Within feet of reaching the female Shinigami, the Noveno Espada froze. Stark's and Harribel's eyes narrowed. Is there something wrong? Unohana asked softly. Grimmjow's pupils dilated. Unohana no longer stood before him, but behind him, her eyes locked on Aizen. To her, Grimmjow was so physically not a threat that she had no need to even meet his gaze as she cut him down. When did she move? The panther-like Arrancar thought to himself seconds before a fountain of blood sprayed from a diagonal slash mark upon his chest. Stark closed his eyes in disappointment. Damn it. Grimmjow. Impossible. The words left the Noveno weakly as his vision began fading, his body already descending out of the sky. I suggest you teach your subordinate respect, they seem to be lacking. The 4th Division captain explained simply. As are your tactics. The last time you waged battle with us, you were wise enough to separate us captains, even when we were lacking in number. Now you standing before 13 of us. Has your previous loss addled your mind? Loss? My dear captain, don't be mistaken. If you measured our last battle as either winning or losing, let me correct you. The fact that you won is a lie you will continue to tell yourself. As Aizen spoke, explosions began ringing off in the distance. Far below, the two armies had begun to clash. The true winner, as he continued, his eyes darkened, is he who looks into the future. North end of the Suriidii. Vice Captain Sasakaibe. Vice Captain Tetsuzeman. Vice Captain Izuru. Thank goodness you've come. A Shinigami from the 1st Division shouted as the 3 lieutenants appeared before him. Behind his sunglasses, Iba's eyes widened at the violently shaking earth. What? Kira looked over his shoulder. The entire 1st Division was spread out behind them, countless Shinigami. They all stared past him, their eyes wide with fear. What's this shaking? Chojiro shook his head slowly. I can't believe this. Kira looked back around. 100 yards away, countless Arrancar were pouring into the Suriidii, their battle cries promising death to every single Shinigami within the White City. East end of the Siriidii. There are too many. Momo whispered, doing the best she could not to show fear. The army of Arrancar was closing in fast, yet still they poured into the city like a never-ending swarm, the trembling of the earth growing more violent as they shot towards them. Nimue slowly walked past her. They'll pay, all of them. I feel the same, Nimue. Matsumoto replied, unsheathing her Zanpakuto. Her eyes grew hard. She was truly unafraid of the oncoming wave that was now rushing towards them. Only one thought was on her mind, Jin. Haven't you learned anything from Captain Zaraki? Yumachika asked carelessly. Numbers do not win a battle. Every second that passed, the battle cries grew louder. The three lieutenants stood before the Shinigami of their division, each brandishing their Zanpakuto. West end of the Siriidii. How did Aizen amass so many Arrancar? Yuryu asked, standing before the Shinigami of the 13th Division. Who knows, Chad whispered, rubbing his shoulder, and frankly, I don't care. All I care about is making sure Ichigo and Orihime are safe. Well, you better be prepared for the worst. 10,000 Arrancar stand between us and them. The Quincy replied. Then there will be 10,000 less Arrancar after today, right, Chad? Rukia asked, her Zanpakuto out before her. He nodded, right. Ichigo, Orihime. We'll save you, no matter what. Rukia, who was now charged with leading her entire division to battle, looked over her shoulder. For Ichigo. For Orihime. For Urahara. For the Siriidii. For our pride as Shinigami. Charge! As one, the entire squad let out a roar of understanding before charging the countless Arrancar. South end of the Siriidii. Hold this line. Rose shouted as he and the other visitors appeared before the 300-plus Shinigami that had been assigned to guard the southern entrance to the Siriidii. Kinsei readied himself. Don't let a single one of these ants get farther into the Siriidii than they already have. Rose nodded, but unlike the others, who had their eyes locked on the incoming army, he stared past them. What the hell is that? A monstrous creature, no less than 50 feet tall, was bringing up the rear of the army. It possessed a white deer skull at the center of his head. A long, dark brown mane that flowed to his lower back with a lighter brown fur covering his arms and legs. From below the mane, it extends a long, greenish-white snake tail. This was in the reports. Rose explained softly. This is a creature created for the Tercera Espada, but something's not right. It's much larger than the reports indicated. We would do well to kill it before it causes serious casualties. Mashiro, Lisa, Hiyori, help the Shinigami here. Love began. Something tells me that thing won't go down easily. Rose, Kinsei, let's go. Hiyori's eyes narrowed as the three captain-level visitors shot past them. Idiots, leaving us in charge of all these guys. Lisa smiled. They'll never change. Mashiro shrugged before turning back to the oncoming army. They are getting close. Lisa and Hiyori spun around, their eyes widening at how close the Arrancar had gotten. The latter swiftly summoned her hollow mask. 12th Division HQ. Nanao, Yururu, and Isane, along with the remaining heads of the 12th Division, stood around a virtual representation of the Siriidii, for here, they could monitor every being that possessed Ryatsu. Each wore the same grim expressions upon their face. True to Aizen's words, 10,000 Arrancar were invading the Siriidii. And they're not just entering through the 4 gates. Akon snapped angrily, clenching his fists in frustration. He began pointing on the projection. They are entering from the northeast, northwest, southeast, and southwest quadrants. As he spoke, the bright blue dots on the map were swarming the gates of the Siriidii and coming in like a flood. The numbers were unbelievable. Our forces are only guarding the gate entrances and are spread evenly amongst them. They need to be told immediately. Nanao shouted worriedly. They'll get flanked before they even knew what had happened. Have each group break off evenly and defend the quadrant to their right. Who's in charge of communications? The Kido Corps have been charged with communications and reinforcing the barriers that are protecting the Siriidii. It's the reason they haven't gone to the front lines. Rin shouted, "I'll go relay the message." Rin nodded and ran out of the room as fast as he could to deliver the message to the members of the Kido Corps. Isane, who was now in command of the 4th Division, shouted after him, "Have members of the 4th Division spread out among the 8 fronts. Tell them to stay at the rear of each platoon and to avoid the front lines at all costs." Rin shouted back in acknowledgement. "What do the colors represent?" Nanao asked. Akon coughed. "It measures the power levels of anyone with Ryatsu. The Arrancar represented with bright blue are the weakest." Nanao's eyes narrowed. Amongst the bright blue, a far fewer number of dark blue dots could be seen. And at the 4-man gates, those orange. They represent high-leveled Arrancar. Akon continued. "They but be leading the others. There's 12 of them." Ururu pointed to the south gate and east gate. There were 3 orange dots at each, and before them, bright red one. "And those?" Nanao asked. "Espada. 2 of them." Ururu explained, "The Wizards are leading the forces to the south, but the east, with the captains occupied with Aizen and the other Espada. No matter how you look at it, we're severely outnumbered." A sense of doom filled Nanao as she stared at the projection. Now, there was nowhere to run. "We can't do this alone." Sokaiku Hill. Standing at the very edge of the great cliff, Sabe stared off into the distance. A demonic grin was etched on her face as explosions began ring off in the distance. "And now," she whispered as she looked up to the sky, "they shall witness true destruction." Releasing a roar that echoed throughout the Siriidii, she released every single ounce of Ryuryoku she had been storing for countless years, engulfing not only her, but everything within 200 meters of her in a massive explosion. "Death." A deep, seductive voice echoed from the colossal column of smoke that shot up from the source of the explosion. "Nothing is more beautiful." The ground began to shake as Sabe moved, emerging from the debris in a truly monstrous form. Standing in unbelievable and titanic, 100 meters tall. Scales as black as midnight, claws that were sharper than steel, spikes that started at the base of her skull trailed down the length of her colossal body, each as thick as a 1,000-year tree trunk, her mouth full of jagged, razor fangs. A dragon that promised unspeakable destruction, her true form. What a fitting end for Shinigami. Chapter 47, Clash, Espada vs Captains. "There!" Akon exclaimed, pointing the massive scale virtual image of the Siriidii that represented both the Arrancar army and Shinigami army. Rin must have gotten the message through to the Kido Corps. The 4 main battalions are breaking off into the remaining 4 quadrants. Ururu stared at the image closely. North, northwest, northeast, east, west, south, southeast, southwest. All 8 quadrants will be guarded, but our numbers can't be spread too thin. We can only hope that the lieutenants and others leading the battalions can hold them off long enough for the captains to intervene." Nanao frowned, "But the captains are dealing with the Espada, and I don't know. I have a bad feeling about this. We're vastly outnumbered. And Aizen. He's not foolish enough to attack us head-on without something up his sleeve. Can you highlight the 4th Division?" Isane asked Akon, who nodded and began pressing several buttons beside the virtual image. Bright green dots slowly littered the map, but the numbers were severely scarce. So few, the vice-captain of the 4th Squad whispered to herself, "The casualties are going to be cataclysmic. We can only place our faith in." Akon's words died on his lips as the earth began shaking violently. The 4 began looking around wildly, looking for the source. "What's going on?" Nanao shouted over the roar of the quaking earth. The ground beneath them began cracking within moments. This is Ryatsu," Isane shouted, covering her ears to block out the crashing all around them. Ururu struggled to take several steps towards the virtual image of Siriidii, and grabbed a hold of the edge of the platform to remain standing. Her eyes widened. "There. Akon, Isane, and Nanao focused on it as well. Sokaiku Hill. The very center of the Siriidii. It's an espada! Nanao cried. An almost blindingly red light surged to life on the projection, but that wasn't it. The red light that represented the espada was growing darker and larger by the second. And, no way! Akon shouted. What is that? The vice-captain of the 8th Division shouted worriedly. Yururu felt a sense of dread fill her as the red light turned black. Whatever was releasing so much Ryatsu, it was unprecedented. Unable to record the sheer amount of Ryatsu that the Arrancar was releasing, the projection erupted into a violent explosion that engulfed the room they were in. 300 meters above the Siriidii. Renji's eyes widened in disbelief as he, Hisagi, and Ikaku stared down at the beast that had emerged from the colossal column of smoke that had erupted far below in the center of the Siriidii several moments ago. Is that a dragon? Hisagi shouted in disbelief. Ikaku shook his head. That's impossible. It's Ryatsu. It's colossal. Well beyond captain level. Still your nerves. Ryukin snapped in frustration, stepping forward. TCH, you Shinigami. Startled by every new revelation that makes itself known. And you three are supposed to be captains? Don't make me laugh. It's obvious that Aizen has a handful of aces up his sleeve, otherwise he would have never been able to come this far. His first, bringing an entire army into the spiritual world. Obviously you were shaken by this. His second, bringing down the barrier protecting the Siriidii. An unprecedented event. You were shaken further. And this. An Arrancar of this magnitude. All very dangerous, but calm yourselves. His army, that Arrancar down there, are nothing to fear. There is a reason you Shinigami have never even become close to extinction before. Aizen knows this. The Quincy locked eyes with Aizen. Besides, he's made it quite clear. This isn't extermination. He's trying to kill the top brass, a feat he knows can't be accomplished unless your resolve is crushed. Aizen eyed him arrogantly. Ishida Ryukin. He finished speaking just as quickly as an arrow shot an inch from his head, compliments of the Quincy. He merely smirked. I would warn against speaking with or about me. I rather like my privacy, and knowing you. You know all about me and have calculated me into your invasion plan. He looked over his shoulder. Now before things get further, that dragon down there. I suggest dealing with it, before it makes too big of mess. Renji swallowed, his eyes hardening a second later. It's my duty as captain to defend the Siriidii. He's right. I can't let my resolve weaken. Algi. A hand clasped his shoulder, causing him to look over his shoulder. Hisagi was staring at him, determination visible in his eyes. Ikaku smirked. We'll go. Without another word, the three newest captain vanished via Shuimpa, heading towards Sabe before the great dragon could rampage through the Siriidii. Even 3 captains won't be enough to stop Sabe. Stark explained emotionlessly. Aizen turned to Ulquiorra. You know what to do. The Quinto Espada nodded. Yes. Ulquiorra stunned several of the captains. He rocketed out of the sky, shooting towards the Siriidii so fast that a sonic boom and velocity rings echoed through the sky. Byakuya's eyes followed the Espada's quickly retreating form. From the Espada's trajectory, any captain would know exactly where he was headed. The captain commander had foreseen this very thing occurring. Kenpachi grinned demonically. That one has some Ryatsu. He's mine. A barbarian such as yourself will never reach him in time. This task is more suited for one such as myself. Byakuya retorted emotionlessly before vanishing in a burst of speed. The 11th Division captain sneered, that bastard. Leaving before I've had my say. He spun around towards Tessai. I skimmed the reports. That's the Espada that killed Kurosaki when he resurrected. He's mine. You know where he's going. Tessai slammed his hands together without a second thought. That Espada. He's stronger than he let on. It may very require Kenpachi's brute strength to defeat an espada that matched Urahara to a standstill. Kenpachi smirked as he was engulfed in green Ryatsu and vanished. So you foresaw my first target? Aizen asked without worry. It was obvious. An invading army's first priority is always toppling the opposing enemy's highest authority. Yukitake replied. Regardless, I have faith Ulquiorra will have little trouble dealing with those TW. Yamamoto's eyes flashed darkly as he released a colossal wave of Ryatsu that engulfed the area around him and his Zanpakuto in an inferno of flames. The remaining espadas suddenly withdrew their Zanpakuto and the Captain Commander's violent display of rage, a move that proved useless when Yamamoto swung his blade, dividing both sides by a massive wall of flames. Knowing the wall was all but useless, Yamamoto used the several seconds of separation to give the captains the slight advantage by making the first move. Get them! He roared over the violent flames before them. They have already spat on our pride. And that is all they will have today. Do not let a single one of them escape. Crush them into dust. Let not a single molecule of them remain. We must not let them win here. Aizen and the remaining espada stared at the wall of flames for several seconds before it suddenly shot towards them. Yoruichi burst forth from the flames, spinning wildly toward the ex-captain. Before she could even get close enough, Wonder Weiss intercepted, grabbing her outstretched fist and stunning her. Oh! Wonder Weiss cried, raising his fist instantly and bringing it crashing down. Yoruichi stunned the espada in turn by vanishing in a flurry of fabric strips as he hit and appearing behind him, slamming her fist into the back of his head before he could react, sending him plummeting out of the sky. That one's mine! She shouted, following his path out of the sky. The second she finished speaking. Roar! Tenjin! Kamamura exclaimed, swinging his blade in a downward motion, creating a massive disembodied blade that fell down on the espada. Zero! Neliel shouted, releasing a bright purple zero from her mouth that engulfed Kamamura's shuriken and the captain both in an explosion. Without giving the captain time to counter, Neliel shot into the cloud of smoke. It's starting, Isshin. Ryukin whispered. Isshin nodded, yeah. I hope there is no hesitation in your heart. If what you think is true. No need to tell me that, worry about yourself, eh? Ryukin nodded before he shot forward next. He only got halfway before raising his hand and intercepting Lilinette's fast, that appeared almost instantly. She's fast, the Quincy thought to himself as the two locked eyes. Lilinette smirked, this guy, he'll be my fifth real opponent. Ichigo. I won't let you down. I won't go easy on you because you're a girl. Ryukin explained, holding back is not something I do. I don't expect you to, idiot. The espada replied carelessly. Heido number 89, Gaki Reko. Tessai shouted, breaking off the focus on those two. Instantly a circle of green energy appeared before the captain before firing blasts of green light from its center in a cage-like formation towards Aizen. In turn, the heavily cloaked espada that had been silent through the entire confrontation stood between Aizen and the incoming Kido spell and raised his right palm. Tessai's eyes widened as a huge wall of energy materialized and took his Kido head on with sustaining any injury. That was... Danku! How did a hollow learn that? He wondered in disbelief. Stark glanced at Harribel as she pushed away from him. Have you regained your strength? Some. It will be enough. Stop worrying. I'm not your concern. He will kill me if anything happens to you. Harribel glared as their conversation was cut short. I was surprised you survived our last encounter. Standing before Aizen's top espada. Yukitake and Shunsui. It will take a lot more than that to stop me. The white-haired captain retorted. She eyed him darkly. Something seems different about you. It's just something you'll have to see for yourself. Stark scratched his head carelessly. I guess I can't start off easy like I did last time, besides. His eyes grew dead serious, this time. I want to see your real Bankai. Shunsui eyed him in surprise. Oh, so you saw through it? Did Aizen tell you? Stark remained silent. I see. You too, you're far stronger than you were last time. I can sense it. It's why we are confronting you too. This time, we won't play nicely. The Primera Espada. The Tercera Espada. Stark raised an eyebrow. Primera? Sorry, not this time. Shuansue's and Yukate's eyes widened in shock as he removed the glove of his right hand, displaying his new rank amongst the Espada. Second? Yukatake exclaimed, so there's an Espada stronger than him. What does this mean? Shunsui whispered in disbelief. We tied the last time we fought. It's left a bad taste in my mouth, despite not liking battle to begin with. It would be foolish to say I'm not curious about which of us is the stronger of the two. Stark explained calmly, unsheathing his Zanpakuto. And even if you do defeat me, there is still one stronger than I, and he's in a whole other league than the two of us. Shunsui unsheathed both his Zanpakuto, Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer, Kaiten Kaikatsu. With the second he finished speaking, both Zanpakuto becoming a pair of huge, heavily curved, black Chinese scimitars with silver edges. All waves, rise now and become my shield, lightning, strike now and become my blade. Sojio no Kodawari. Yukatake shouted, grasping the hilt of his Zanpakuto with both hands before it suddenly he transformed by splitting into two blades with a large red rope-like chain at the base of the hilt lengthened and silver metal square charms attached to the chain began to fall until all five presented themselves. Stark and Harribel merely stared at the two, the latter being the last to withdraw her Zanpakuto. Central 46 Compound. The sound of sonido echoed throughout the area as Ulquiorra appeared directly at the end of a narrow bridge. Before him, like Aizen had explained, at the far end of the bridge, the circular building that led directly into Central 46 main quarters. Soul Society's highest authority. Ulquiorra thought to himself as he glanced left and right. The inner compound was surrounded by a body of water within a circular wall. This was the only pathway in and out. Far off in the distance, the faint sounds of explosions and roaring reached his ears as he began slowly making his way to main building. Everything is falling into place. He began thoughtfully, his eyes locked on the door before him. It would be foolish to believe that we Arrancar could have succeeded in invading Soul Society without Aizen. He was able to successfully pull this together. But we can take it from here, nevertheless. Kurosaki Ichigo ability to turn or manipulate every single Arrancar against him pales in comparison to Aizen's manipulative prowess. The very second he traversed 3/4 of the narrow, a spike of Ryatsu surged above him, causing him to somersault backwards and narrowly missing the wave of countless pink petals that crashed down on the spot he was just standing on, destroying a large section of bridge. Heido number 33 Sokatsui. The Espada watched emotionlessly as, from behind the wave of petals, a massive torrent of bright blue spiritual energy engulfed him and the entire area several thousand feet behind him. The blast roared and destroyed everything in its path for a full half-minute before slowly dying down. From within the massive cloud of debris, Ulquiorra's eyes narrowed. What the hell do you think you're doing? Eh? A voice shouted as the smoke slowly began to die down. He's mine! Get out of here! What nonsense, a second voice replied calmly, I was merely the first to arrive. As the dust finally settled, Ulquiorra's eyes landed on Zaraki Kenpachi and Byakuya Kachiki, both blocking his path towards the Central 46. Zaraki sneered, carelessly placing his Zanpakuto over his shoulder. Well, like I said before, don't blame me if you get sliced to pieces along with this guy. Chapter 48, All-Out War. Chaos. It was the only word that could express the severity of the situation he found himself in at this moment. That single word that described so much through his eyes. Battle cries from both armies filled the once peaceful skies. The clash of steel nearly deafened him. Explosions, both near and far, made his heart jump. For all the countless years he served as a Shinigami, he had never experienced such chaos. Yet here he was, leading a small battalion of Shinigami to the front lines of battle. Such chaos, he thought to himself as he ran his blade into his 10th kill, the dying cry of the hollow filling his ears. The Arrancar that were flooding in did not let up for a second, and he was forced to watch helplessly as his comrades were struck down by such monsters. "We're outnumbered," Iba whispered, as he looked past the Arrancar he had just skewered at his fellow vice-captain. Chojiro was several yards ahead of him, and after having just slashed 2 Arrancar, spun around. "Vice-Captain Iba. Our left flank is failing. Too many casualties. Alert the 4th Division to." The words died on his lips as 3 Arrancar shot forward and locked blades with him. "I'm coming!" Iba shouted, making his way towards his outnumbered comrade. He only took several steps before being hit by a Zero that had blindsided him and engulfed him in an explosion. Kira, who had been guarding the far right side of the Shinigami battalion, saw the explosion from a distance. "That Ryatsu. Tetsuzeman. Shinigami scum." Without even turning around, Kira cut down yet another foot soldier. His eyes narrowed. "Arrancar of this level. They don't stand a chance against us vice-captains." The ground began rumbling, causing him to look up. Waves of steady increasing Arrancar were still pouring into the Siriidii. "But we're severely outnumbered." "Kira!" Iba instantly appeared before Kira, his Shihakusho smoldering from the explosion he had escaped. He fell to one knee. All around them, Arrancar shot past them. The Shinigami's black robes and Arrancar white hakamas mixed together amongst the vice-captains. "Vice-Captain Tetsuzeman. Are you okay?" "Iba. Use my first name. There's no need for formalities at a time like this, and yes. But their numbers, we can't hold them off, just the 3 of us." The blonde nodded as the two looked into the air. 3 Arrancar, far more powerful than these foot soldiers, watched the battle from above. Watching. Waiting. Not making a single move. Each had the power of a vice-captain. The second this battle started, the 3 vice-captains knew who they had to take down first. The only thing keeping them from reaching the 3 Arrancar were the sheer number of underlings that would easily devour this Shinigami battalion without their strength. "But they're not moving. What are they waiting for?" Iba asked curiously. The answer remained unanswered as a group of 4 Arrancar targeted them. Kira tightened his grip on his Zanpakuto's hilt, fully prepared to take them on himself until, out of nowhere, 2 Arrancar whose Ryatsu was clearly vice-captain class, appeared in front of the group of 4. The one on the right moved faster than expected, shooting right past Kira and slamming his fist into Iba's face and sending the Shinigami crashing into a nearby building. Without giving the blonde a moment to worry, the second Arrancar locked blades with him. The Shinigami's eyes widened at the difference in power between this Arrancar and the foot soldiers around them. Unlike the Arrancar they had been fighting up till now, who wore full human skull-shaped hollow masks, these 2 Arrancar only had half of their faces covered. "What's the matter, Shinigami-chan? Does our strength scare you?" The second he finished speaking, the second Arrancar that had punched Iba was sent soaring past the 2 and crashed into the ground. Kira smirked. "It's only the initial surprise of your Ryatsu that got us off guard. You may have vice-captain class Ryatsu, that doesn't mean you know how to use it." The Arrancar grinned as his Ryatsu began to rise. Behind him, his partner was doing the same. All Shinigami with vice-captain class Ryatsu and above have been marked for death. Now, witness our true power. Release. Kira and Iba's eyes widened in disbelief as both Arrancars were covered in a dense wave of black Ryatsu before it dispersed. Jillian. Iba whispered in disbelief. Kira looked into the distance. Choji had just been confronted by 3 of the same type of Arrancar. How? Kira shouted in frustration. How did Aizen amass such an army? Standing before 3 Shinigami. Human-sized Jillian. And all were charging Crimson Zeros. Eastern Siriidii. Shall I explain it to you, Shinigami? An half-masked Arrancar asked carelessly, standing before Hinamori, who had finally fallen to her knees after taking out her 30th Arrancar. Why? She thought to herself, why are they so much stronger? Explosions rang out all around her as countless battles surrounded them. She frowned as her comrades cried for help due to the sheer number of Arrancar that were pushing them, slowly, back. The Arrancar snapped his fingers and immediately 3 of the fully masked Arrancar appeared before him. As you can very well see, these fully masked Arrancar are the weakest in Lord Aizen-sama's army. Calaveras. The weakest and lowest in rank. Above them is us. Half-masks. We are the next rank up. Sin numeros. We without numbers. Above us are the numeros. And above them, the Privaron Espada. And as you very well know, the Espada are above them. And the supreme authority. Lord Aizen. Unfortunately for this battalion, you drew the short straw. He pointed up where the leaders of this battalion of Arrancar were watching. For powerful Arrancar, the Privaron Espada are leading this battle. Hinamori's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. The Sin Numeros closed his eyes slowly and began raising his Ryatsu. Release! Hinamori took several uneasy steps back as she locked eyes with a human-sized Jillian. Now die, he whispered demonically, and make this easier on yourself. Growl Heiniko. A huge wave of ash abruptly slammed into the Arrancar while Momo backtracked several feet and looked up. Ranjaku-san. The vice-captain appeared via Shuimpa, right beside the small Shinigami. Hinamori, so you found one of them. Momo nodded as the ash covering the Arrancar began to circle around him wildly. I've taken out 4, but they're mixed amongst those one they called it Calaveras, Ranjaku explained, her eyes narrowing as the Sin Numeros released a Zero into the sky to disperse her attack. It was in vain as the ash quickly reformed around him. They are weaker than you think. The amount of Ryatsu they show is misleading. We vice-captain should have no problem with them. With a single flick of her hilt, the ash detonated engulfing him in a huge explosion. Snap! Tobium! Momo shouted, releasing a blazing orb of fire from the tip of her released blade that instantly killed 3 Calaveras that had tried to get the drop on Ranjaku. Thanks Momo, but... Both slowly lowered their Zanpakuto as the clearing they were in was suddenly surrounded by Calaveras. Both Shinigami moved so that they were pushed up against each other's backs, covering each other's backsides. What's going on? Ranjaku asked after a moment. Not a single Arrancar was moving. You're right. Momo's and Ranjaku's eyes widened as the sound of Sonido filled the air. Standing before both of them. Sin Numeros are too weak to fight against Shinigami of your level. They are merely here to tire you out, since killing Calaveras won't even cause you vice-captain to break a sweat. And if the Sin Numeros fail, we step in. From this moment forward, forget helping your lower-ranked underlings. Your full attention will remain on us. I am Dordonii Alessandro del Saccacho. Privaron Espada. The former Espada introduced. The female of the group smirked at Ranjaku. Suruchi Sanderwichi, it will be my pleasure to end your life now. As the 2 Privaron Espada reached for their Zanpakuto, an explosion rang out from just outside the clearing they stood in. Momo gasped as Nimue Kuratsuchi came flying out of the cloud of debris, landing right before them. It was clear that she was suffering from severe injuries. Ranjaku helped Nimue up carefully as the purple-haired Shinigami wiped away the blood that trailed down the corner of her mouth. What, you two haven't started yet? Gantenbane Musqueta asked, slowly entering the clearing. TCH, you're one to talk, don't act like this is your work. Suruchi snapped, pointing to Nimue. Where is Sail? He couldn't finish the girl off, so he has you picking up after him? Gantenbane shrugged. He said he had something to do. Went towards the center of the Siriidii. Dordonii sighed. Aizen will deal with him later for leading the battlefront. Where's the other vice-captain? We sensed 4 of them. He took off after Sail. Let him. We can't do all the work. Gantenbane replied emotionlessly. Ranjaku interrupted them by suddenly increasing her Ryatsu drastically. Momo. Nimue. We have to take these 3 out as fast as possible. We are simply too few in number to leave our underlings without our strength. We are what's keeping those Calaveras from pushing us back too much. We can't let them distract us. As one, the Privaron Espada closed in on them. Ranjiku took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. This is it. Her eyes snapped open. Bankai! South! You! Bitch! Mila Rose groaned as she fell to her knees. The ground before her erupted as the girl, who had just brought her crashing down, slammed down onto the ground. I can't even touch her. The Arrancar thought angrily. She tightened her closed fists in frustration. She had tried everything. Her Zanpakuto couldn't pierce the Shinigami's flesh, and even a point-blank Zero was tanked without a blink of an eye. For the past 20 minutes the only useful thing Mila Rose was able to accomplish was being a battering ram. What? What the hell? How can she be this powerful? What's the matter, Arrancar bitch? A voice whispered demonically from within the cloud of debris. I haven't even released my Zanpakuto yet. Mila Rose's eyes narrowed. Screw you, wannabe Arrancar. Hiyori emerged from the cloud, upon her face a hollow mask. Her demonic eyes narrowed. You have a mouth on you, she whispered as the mouth of her mask quickly opened up, and she began charging a bright crimson Zero. Mila Rose smirked. The second before Hiyori released her fully charged Zero, Apache, in her Resurrection form, appeared to her right and uppercut the wizard. As a result, the Zero was sent spiraling upward and Hiyori flying into a column of rubble. Why haven't you used Resurrection yet? These are those wannabe Arrancar Aizen warned us about. They're tough. Don't tell me what to do, bitch. Mila Rose growled as she began to increase her Ryatsu output. Devour, Leona. Mashiro. Kick! The second Mila Rose finished resurrecting, she watched, unable to move fast enough, as Apache was crushed under the might of a second wizard with so much force that a huge crater formed under her feet. Not this one. The dark-skinned Arrancar shouted, jumping away from the point of impact. Did I say I needed your help, Mashiro? Hiyori asked, removing her hollow mask as the dust settled, revealing Mashiro, in her hollow mask as well, standing atop of a defeated Apache. Sorry, Hiyori-kun. Mashiro shouted happily, not sounding sorry at all. The tiny blonde glared. Whatever. You! Both wizards turned. Mila Rose was furious. You're the reason we numeros had to move in as fast as we did. Mashiro frowned as she pointed to herself. Me? If we hadn't, our entire battalion would have suffered heavy casualties. In all likelihood we would have lost. You're strong. Aizen told us you were, but I never thought he meant this strong. Even with all of Harribel-sama's training. You three already wiped out half of our forces on this side. Die! When she finished speaking she charged a bright orange Zero and released it instantly. Mashiro sighed, you Arrancar are crazy. Without the slightest bit of effort, the green-haired wizard redirected the Zero into the sky with a simple kick. Hiyori laughed at the stunned expression on Mila Rose's face. Face it, Arrancar, you've already lost this battle. To drive the point further home, the ground before them erupted in a massive explosion, causing Mila Rose to cover her face from debris. Mashiro and Hiyori watched calmly as the smoke dispersed. The dark-skinned Arrancar's eyes widened in shock, and, no way! Lisa was kneeling before Sunday through Sunday in the crater that the former had created from the viciousness of the attack. The Arrancar, while in her Resurrection form, coughed up blood wildly as she tried desperately to remove the cause. The wizards released Zanpakuto, a 10-foot-long polearm fitted with an elegant spade at the end, was jammed, spade first, into the Arrancar's abdomen. Lisa emotionlessly looked up and locked eyes with Mila Rose, swiping her face before her and summoning her hollow mask. One to go. West Siriidii. Push forward. We can't keep letting them push us back. Rukia Kachiki, vice captain of the 13th Division, shouted as she rapidly sliced through 4 more calaveras. Roars of agreement surged behind her as over 50 Shinigami shot past her towards the incoming army. We can do this. We can't let up. She thought to herself tiredly, slamming her pure white Zanpakuto into the ground. Juhaku. A huge trail of ice shot forth from the ground before her and intercepted a group of 10 calaveras that were making their way to her. As they froze, 20 more shot past them. The vice-captain's eyes widened as she readied her blade. Rukia! She turned just in time to see Chad shoot past her. As he ran, his right arm became covered in a liquid that quickly solidified into his, black and magenta, hollow-like armor shield. El Directo! He shouted, releasing a massive beam of spiritual energy. Rukia watched, very impressed with Chad's growth, as the attack hit and engulfed the large group of calaveras. I was surprised that he's been defeating these Arrancar up to this point with nothing but his bare hands, but his brazo derecha de gigante. It's improved this much. He looked over his shoulder. Let's go, Rukia, we're still losing ground. Ya Satora-sama. A lower-ranked Shinigami shouted, running up to Chad. Please help us. The left flank. We're losing ground. They keep pushing us back. Chad nodded. Rukia, are you good here? She nodded. Hurry. Remember, you've been charged with leading the left flank of this battalion. We're counting on you. He turned to the Shinigami. Let's go. As Rukia watched Chad leave, Urias slowly walked up to her. Ishida! Where have you? Rukia, he interrupted, there's far too many for us to hold them off. He looked above the battlefield. And those three? Rukia looked up into the sky. Like the other sectors around the Siriidii, the three leaders of the Arrancar battalion watched from a distance. They're confident in their battalion can hold us off. I just killed another one of those, Arrancar called. Sin numeros before I ended him, he said. Those three won't make a move until they feel like we are showing signs of pushing the Arrancar back. Rukia, you know what we have to do. She nodded. We have to defeat those three first. But if we do manage to get past these calaveras and engage those three, then the Shinigami here will most definitely be pushed back further towards the center of the Siriidii. I know. They're here. A demonic voice snarled. Rukia and Yuryu spun around as four Sin numeros, in their released forms, boxed the two of them in. As the leaders of this section were going to make tough decisions. I've already made mine. I'm going to engage those three. He explained, ignoring the human-sized Jillians, signal the Shinigami to fall back or they will be caught in the crossfire. The second he finished speaking, he shot straight into the sky. Yuryu! Rukia shouted, wondering what he was going to do. She didn't have time to think on it much before the four Sin numeros charged her. Damn it, Yuryu! Tsugi no mai! Hakurin! High above the Siriidii 15 minutes later. Yuryu, able to get a much better vantage point from so high above the battlefield, watched as Rukia was able to get the message off to signal a temporary retreat further into the Siriidii. Good, he held out his hand and summoned his spiritual bow, Jinrei Kojaku. This should definitely get those three's attention, and put at least a dent in their forces. As he spoke, he began gathering a huge amount of Ryoryoku at his left shoulder. Licked Reagan. Equivalent to an erupting volcano, an unbelievable surge of blue hellfire rained down upon the Siriidii and the invading army in the form of the Quincy's arrows. 3,000, Yuria thought, his eyes focused on the destruction he was causing below. The new amount I can shoot at a single time, nearly triple the amount I could use before. I guess I owe that old man something after all. Down below, both Rukia and Chad watched the brilliant display as Yuryu's attack created a wall that separated both armies, allowing them a moment's reprieve. Nice, Yuryu. Chad whispered while behind him the Shinigami roared happily. Rukia frowned. So this is what he was planning. This will definitely get their attention. The attack continued on for a full minute before Yuryu's eyes narrowed and he canceled a volley of arrows faster than he would have liked. The sound of Arrancar using Sonido filled the air. Amazing, to be able to unleash such an attack. Am I correct in guess that you simply used that attack to draw us numeros out? Yuryu eyed the Arrancar emotionlessly. Hiding behind an army just proves your cowardice. I never expected you to show your ugly face. He lied. To be honest, I knew what you three were up to from the very start. Trying to tire the leaders of this battalion out and attack when we are too weak to defend ourselves. Finder grinned. Exacta. He slowly unsheathed his Zanpakuto. You're a sharp one. It was obvious. Nothing more. It was obvious, you say? I guess it was. Just as obvious as the fact that you will die her, by my blade. For the sake of Lord Primera-sama. I will kill you. The second he finished speaking, 90% of his hollow mask shattered and almost instantly Yuryu was hit by a massive wave of Ryatsu, enough to stun him. I won't play around like I did with that Shinigami. From the very start, you get my full strength. Down below. Which one do you want, Pow? Gio asked as both numeros walked towards Rukia and Chad, both of who had been blindsided and sent crashing into a nearby building. Judging by both their Ryatsu, both are equal in strength. Who my opponent is means little to me. They will all meet the same end, the huge Arrancar replied, staring down at the Shinigami Gio had slain. You shouldn't have killed them. You know Aizen's command. This invasion isn't extermination. The only Shinigami that are too obliterated are those of Vice Captain Ryatsu and above. TCH, stop caring about. Pow, despite his strength, spun around. The ground and air cracked with a resonating wave of air pressure as Pow and Chad fists connected. The large Arrancar locked eyes with the human. Now that was a true punch. Chad glared. You shall be my opponent. Very well. Pow agreed, but know that you have already lost. Out all the numeros in this army, you have locked fists with the strongest one. It is you who have already lost. You made the mistake of taking two of my best friends. Chad countered. Rukia, who had locked blades with Gio while the two spoke, nodded. I got this one. Gio glared at her. Got this one? Don't get so cocky. He raised his free hand an inch from her face and began charging a rose-colored Ciro. Get out of my sight, bitch. Rukia's eyes widened and a second later both were engulfed in a huge explosion. Southern Gate ID the Siri. You okay? Rose asked as Kensei appeared beside him via Shuinpa. The gray-haired wizard fell to his knees, slightly exhausted. Before he could even remove his hollow mask, it shattered, stunning both of them. That thing. What kind of creature is it? No matter how much we attack it, it just keeps coming back for more. We haven't even heard it yet. Rose exclaimed. I just went at him with both my Bankai and hollow mask activated. It wasn't even phased. Kensei whispered. Both watched as Love, who was wielding his massive Shurikai, slammed the massive spike club against Alon's head and sending the monster crashing into the ground. You just won't stay down, will you? Love snapped angrily as Alon started to get up. Frustration was immediately replaced by surprise as the Chimera vanished in a burst of speed and reappeared before the wizard, its fist already coming crashing down. How fast? He thought, raising Tengamaru before him to guard himself from the incoming blow. I don't think so. A golden whip shot out of nowhere and tightened itself around Alon's raised fist. Rose! Love shouted, surprised at his partner's quick interception. Rose stood behind the beast, gripping his Shurikai tightly. It's obvious what he's after. He hasn't paid the slightest bit of attention to us since the beginning of this fight. I have a hold of him, now is our chance. He shouted, summoning his hollow mask and pulling on his Shurikai's hilt. With the augmented strength his hollow powers gave him, bringing the beast soaring into the air. Love shot into the sky directly behind him, gathering a huge amount of Ryatsu into his Shurikai. Rose is right. This beast isn't trying to fight us, it's trying with all its might to enter the Siri. We can't let him set a single foot inside. Hifuki no Kaduchi. The second he finished speaking, Tengamaru burst into intense flames and he swung it upwards, releasing a massive, blazing orb of flame. Alon's remained motionless as the attack hit, engulfing him in a huge column of flames that were massive enough to engulf everything within a 1,000-foot radius. Did we get him? Kensei asked as the three wizards gathered together. A mighty roar echoed from within the column of flames, causing the wizard's eyes to narrow. The next moment they watched as the flames dispersed outwards. Alon, his body severely scorched from the attack, had changed into his true monstrous form. Its eyes, now clearly visible, locked on the wizard's. For the first time since the beginning of the battle, Alon focused on them. 12th Division HQ. What, a monster! Akon coughed up, crawling over to Isane. The bright sky above them and the wreckage all around showing that the Gotii 13th's army headquarters had been brought crashing down around them. A monster? The Arrancar standing before them asked curiously. He looked up to the sky and grinned. This is where your headquarters is, correct? Akon cried out in anguish as he regained consciousness. Both his arms, and left leg, had been viciously torn off of him and was using every bit of willpower to stay alive. The Arrancar had merely left him alone, longing to see his suffering. Akon-san. Nana whimpered, crawling over to the Shinigami who was literally drowning in a pool of his own blood. Sale laughed as he stood atop a column of rubble and stared down at the groveling Shinigami. How easy to infiltrate this place. I suppose it's too much to ask for extra guard in the one place an army needs to be successful in a war. Because your lack of planning, you have now lost communication to the various battalions around the Siriidii. See, this is a win-win for me. Aizen-sama will be pleased that I've brought this place down, but even more importantly. His eyes darkened. This is the science division of the Gotii 13, correct? I will enjoy learning your secrets. Coming to this place has long since been an unreachable dream of mine. Long before becoming an Espada. You're correct. Sale smirked as a powerful source of Ryatsu appeared behind him. And you are? The blonde Shinigami glared at the chaos the Arrancar had summoned. Ayasegawa Yamachika, and you're correct. This place isn't well guarded. For there is not a single Arrancar that can take on the Kido Corps in its entirety. The Privaron Espada laughed uproariously when he was suddenly surrounded by 100 Shinigami of the Kido Corps. Very well, I shall entertain you all for bit. Chapter 49, Clashing Blades. Siriidii Division 5 Compound/Headquarters. In the very center of the 5th Division's headquarters, where the squad members gathered for annual meetings, a large crater, smoldering from the comet-like impact against its surface. Like the outer walls defending the Siriidii, this very place was seconds away from total obliteration. Far from the outer rim, this compound was too far in the Siriidii for anyone to hear anything but the faintest whispers of only the largest explosions that the two armies created. Unlike my brethren, Kamamura began calmly, slowly emerging from the column of debris that had been the direct result of his opponent slamming him into the ground. I have never had the opportunity to take up arms against an Espada. His eyes locked on the Arrancar. Neliel's soft hazel eyes showed not the slightest bit of emotion. Correct, Sajin Kamamura, captain of Division 7. You were challenged by Choning Pao, the strongest of the numerous. She removed a strand of hair that fell over her face. As a captain, you deserve nothing but to be brought down by the blade of an Espada. That responsibility falls to me now. The huge captain walked up to her till he was 10 feet away, his massive form nearly twice her size. It appears you know much about us, as much as we captains know about you, Espada. Neliel II Oderschwank, former 3rd Espada, and no longer in your child form. We were right to assume Aizen would use Oraheim's powers of regeneration to bring back the fallen Espada. She smiled. Former 3rd? She revealed the 8 on the back of her hand. The captain's eyes narrowed. So Aizen has a few surprises. Neliel vanished and reappeared directly behind him, thrusting her Zanpakuto towards the base of his spine. The beast of a captain spun around, bringing his bracers up in the process and slamming it into the flat of her blade. Neliel's eyes widened just a fraction as her blade was redirected, and a second later when a bone-crushing punch sent her crashing into the stone walls of the courtyard's east side. Unlike last time, I am fighting an opponent that uses her brains. That strike, you were aiming for my spine to paralyze me, not kill me. Chad Yasatora's and Captain Zaraki's combined reports indicated that unlike the other Arrancar, you are less inclined to raise your blade. Neliel slowly emerged from the fallen rubble with not a single scratch. Less inclined? Yes, I guess you do know much about us, Arrancar. Fortunately for you, I will not kill you as per Aizen's orders. All of a sudden she released a massive wave of Ryatsu that slammed into Kamamura, stunning him slightly. My orders come from a higher authority. Her eyes hardened while Kamamura's widened in shock. And those orders only require that I crush every bone in your body. Forgive me, Captain. Kamamura raised his blade instantly and began releasing a huge wave of Ryatsu, Tenjin. A gigantic disembodied arm wielding a sword appeared beside him, and as he brought his own blade crashing down, the massive arm mimicked the movement. Neliel ran forward as the mighty blade descended on her and lifted her own Zanpakuto in the process. The second the two blades met, the entire courtyard was engulfed in a massive explosion. Above West Rakamgai. I warned you, didn't I? Ryukin asked, staring into the column of smoke 20 feet before him. I said I am not the type of person to go easy on anyone. Girl, you made the mistake of taking me on as your opponent. For you see, you may have invaded the realm of Shinigami, brought its foundations crashing down upon them. Obliterated a fourth of the souls residing here and disrupting the balance of souls. You could attack their pride directly and still. My hatred for hollows far surpasses any of theirs. After a few moments, the smoke slowly dispersed. Lillinette was at the center of the cloud, breathing heavily with blood trailing down the right side of her face, but despite the state she was in, Ryukin still raised an eyebrow. Not only had she survived a barrage of his deadliest arrows, she was hold one in the palm of her hand. To be able to catch one of my holy arrows in the palm of your hands, interesting. Lillinette stunned him further by throwing the arrow right back at him, engulfing him in an explosion as well. Damn! Quincy, Lillinette whispered, trying to take control of her breathing while she looked down at her burnt hand. That hurt. She would be lying if she said she wasn't surprised by the intensity of Ryukin's attacks. Overconfident in her newfound abilities, and overly eager to try them out, she realized she had never once been in a fight when her life was on the line. While in the cloud of smoke, she had belittled herself for the mistake. What would Ichigo think if I lost to this guy? I have to make him proud after all. That number on your hand. Lillinette raised her right eyebrow and stared down at the two on the back of her hand. Yeah, what about it? Espada are ranked number-wise, smaller the number, larger the threat. There's no way you're the second strongest Espada in Aizen's army. Ryukin explained, once more summoning his spiritual bow. The Espada's eyes narrowed. How pitiful, are Quincy supposed to hate Shinigami? Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves. It was Ryukin's turn to glare. Foolish child, don't speak of things you know nothing about. The Espada sneered. Child? Do you see these? She asked, pointing to her rather large bust. No, forget those. Her Ryatsu began to rise. Go ahead, and call me a child. I will call you much worse when I'm crushing your skull under the heel of my boots. Energy immediately surged through her right fist before being released in a bullet of concentrated, bright green, Ryatsu. Ryukin shot one of his spiritual arrows just as fast. Both attacks collided a split second later, canceling each other out in an explosion. Lillinette used the cover of the explosion and shot forward, attempting to slam her fist into Ryukin's face. The Quincy caught her fist with little ease, and with the slightest movement, sent her spiraling over him. Damn Quincy! She spat, quickly regaining her balance and charging a neon green zero from her left eye. Before she could even fire it off, her eyes widened in disbelief as Ryukin vanished from her sight and reappeared directly behind her, an arrow aimed directly at her head. She cancelled out the zero. Damn, you're fast. She used Sonito to appear on his right side, her fist, charged with bright green lightning, cocked back to release a point-blank bala, but so am I. I may not be as strong as Stark, but I'm more than enough to take you one. Ryukin put distance between them. You see, there are several of the Espada that specialize in a certain set of skills. You see, Neliel's sensory technique, Pesquisa, is the most developed among us. Harribel's skills with Sonito are second to only the Primera. Stark is the most dangerous when Zero is involved. Me? She smiled, her fists crackling with green electricity. Out of all the espada, not a single one matches my skills using bala. She launched the bullet of compressed green energy instantly. Behold. The technique taught me. Bala obliteration. Ryuken's eye widened in surprise by not only what he heard, but also as the bala, which was already moving fast enough to create velocity rings around it, suddenly multiplied into over 300 clones of the original. Did I hear her correctly? He asked himself, swiftly raising his bow. Clavier. Countless arrows shot towards the balas, and the two techniques hit a second later, filling the skies with countless explosions that reached a quarter of a mile long. Barren wasteland that was once West Rakamgai. Why won't you stay down? Yoruchi shouted, slamming her fist into her opponent for what felt like the 1000th time. A crashing boom, reminiscent of thunder, echoed through the entire area where West Rakamgai had been. Now, naught but a barren wasteland of debris and destruction, the noise fell on deaf ear. Wonderweiss, who had shown that he possessed the most resilient hero out of all Arrancar to date, tanked each and every one of her blows. The simple fact that each of her attacks was strong enough to turn skyscrapers into a large pile of rubble showed her more than enough to explain the real strength of the small Arrancar. No matter how much Her voice cut out as Wonderweiss blindly reached out to grab her throat, something he had done several times in the past. Like before, the captain clutched his wrist with her right hand and punched him with her left. No matter how much I beat this kid down. It's like he doesn't feel a thing. She whispered in her head, this type of opponent. He's not nearly what I expected when H heard the reports. Is he really the one that was able to hold off the wizards during the last war? Am I really going to have to use? All inner thought stopped, and all movement ceased, as her fist connected to solid earth. What? Wonderweiss was staring up at her with a blank expression, his head cocked slightly to the side. He dodged? She wondered in shock, at the speed I was moving? Without being able to finish her thought, a force of unbelievable power, far more powerful than any hit she had ever experienced before, impacted against her face, causing her to see black as she was sent rocketing clear across the battlefield a full 2 miles away. Wonderweiss, his fist outstretched before him, stared at his fist curiously before slowly getting up off the ground, acting as if he had merely tripped and not as if he had just suffered through a barrage of blows that could have leveled a city. Oh, he moaned softly, looking around as if he was wondering where Yoruchi had gone. He slowly twirled several times in place before facing the massive trail of dust and debris that the captain had left in her wake. Oh, hi, without a care in the world, the Quattro Espada slowly walked the path that would lead him directly to the Shinigami. 2 miles away. How? Yoruchi clutched her face as pain wrecked her entire body, feeling as if every inch of her skull had just been shattered. How? I must have been punching him for 10 minutes straight, and not a single time he dodged. She coughed, struggling to get back up from the pile of debris she had crashed into. And the moment I let my guard down, even if it was for a split second, he was able to do this to me. She slowly managed to get up on one knee, her left hand still clutching her face as she stared down the trail of dust she had created. He saw something in my eyes, something that told him it was the perfect time to counter. Could it be he was waiting for that opening that entire time? Her eyes narrowed. How stupid of me, he was the one that stopped the wizards. I guess the reports are correct. She felt blood trickling down the side of her face from her forehead. I should have used the anti-aero armor Urahara made for me right before they took him. I should have gone all out from the beginning. She shrugged her captain's Haori off, throwing it carelessly on the ground beside her. She could sense his Ryatsu slowly coming towards her and carefully began preparing. 10 minutes later. After what felt like an eternity, Wonderweiss reached where the trail of dust had settled. Without caring the slightest bit about where Yoruchi had gone, he released a softened moan before taking a single step forward. He froze again as his eyes finally landed on her, his head cocking to the side, curious as to Yoruchi's new appearance. It took you a while, kid. Yoruchi stood 30 feet away, her appearance drastically different than before. Having stripped herself of her captain's Haori and her Shinigami robes, she wore nothing but a tight, sleeveless, black leotard. Upon her limbs, a set of steel gloves and boots, armor that would pierce even an Espada's armor. It's a good thing, Yoruchi began calmly, slowly walking towards the Arrancar, that I happen to be your opponent. The others have a moral code against fighting children. You hollows don't age. You can be 1,000 years old and they still wouldn't touch you because of your appearance. Her eyes hardened. I'm not like that. I won't hold back. I won't soften the blows that come. The ground beneath her began cracking as her Ryatsu increased. It's a pity. The only thing I regret about finishing this fight is knowing that I chose to defeat the only Arrancar not capable of speech. I won't be able to interrogate you about anything. About where you took Urahara, if Inoue is even safe. If Ichigo is still alive. She stopped the second she finished speaking, her eyes narrowing further as she saw something in the Espada's eyes. W.H. For the first time in his entire history as an Arrancar, Wonderwise's eye hardened, showing sign of life. Kurosaki-ich, go-sama. Yoruchi's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Without explanation, Wonderwise shot forward, slamming his leg into her ribs. Countering just as fast, the she grabbed a hold of the attacking leg and sent him spiraling against the ground. He recovered, somersaulting backwards off one hand before charging her again. You've gotten faster all of a sudden, she shouted, slamming her steel-coated fist into the Arrancar's abdomen. Wonderwise let out a startled groan as her fist connected, throwing up a fairly large amount of blood as he was sent crashing into the ground. I drew blood, she exclaimed in the back of her mind, taking to opportunity to cause as much damage to the Arrancar as possible and shooting after him. Moving at blinding speeds, she shot past his helpless form and cocked her fist back. Wonderwise, who was still crashing down the path Yoruchi sent him on, awkwardly spun on the ground and came to an awkward halt, freezing just inches from the captain's fist. Damn it! Without pause, Wonderwise opened his mouth, releasing an instantaneous purple siro that engulfed the Shinigami instantly. The sound of Shuimpa filled the air as Yoruchi appeared directly to the left of the siro, her steel-armored hands crossed before. She sneered, her body smoking and scorched slightly from the few moments she had been within the siro's range. This one. I can't predict his movements. They're too erratic, even with my speed I can't follow. And after finally drawing blood, he was still able to recover quickly and counter with that siro. And even more disturbing, did I hear him right? Ichigo-sama? What the hell could that mean? After a few more moments, Wonderwise canceled out the siro, grinning happily as his eyes locked on her. Oh! Uoya. I guess I have no choice, Yoruchi snapped angrily, releasing a massive wave of Ryatsu that sent Wonderwise skidding back several yards. Shunko! Oh haha! The Espada shouted as Yoruchi was engulfed in pressurized Kido that took the form of blinding white lightning that was so potent that the area around her quaked violently. Sorry, but you're not going to survive another minute. Farewell, Espada. 9th Division District Courtyard. Hado number 32 Okasen. Tessai shouted in a controlled tone, raising his hand out before him. Before he could even finish speaking, he released a wide arc of yellow energy at the Arrancar, who stood in the center of the 9th Division's courtyard, his back to the captain. Before the beam even got close enough, the Espada shrugged his shoulder and Tessai watched emotionlessly as a hexagonal-shaped barrier materialized between the Kido and Arrancar. The explosion that followed engulfed the courtyard and everything within 100 yards north of the Kido's origin. When the Kido finally died down, the Kido master stared. The Arrancar stood perfectly still, having not moved an inch despite the severity of the attack. Without even looking my way, he was able to summon the Kido to protect himself. He hasn't moved a single inch since he brought us here, and even that was a feat I was not capable. An Arrancar. I have never even knew they were capable to perform the Kido arts, and to perform a spatial displacement Kido to separate me from Aizen. Can Aizen really have trained an Espada to be a Kido practitioner of such skill? Hado number 54 Heian. He continued, releasing an orb of purple energy that would disintegrate anything it touched. For the first time since the battle had started, the Arrancar moved, if only slightly. The Espada allowed the orb to get within an inch of connecting with the back of his head, before cocking his head slightly to the left, dodging the Kido so fast it was as if he hadn't even moved at all. And his reflexes are surreal. Tessai thought to himself. I have no choice though. I can't capture him alive and go easy on him at the same time. Flashback: Yamamoto talks to Tessai about capturing an Espada and interrogating them since he is the lead torture specialist in the Seriidii. Forgive me, Captain Commander. I have to come at him with pure killing intent. At least until I can perform that Kido. Thank you, Urahara. Hado number 63 Raikoho. He raised his right arm, releasing a wave of yellow energy that was so potent that everything within a 50-yard radius began shaking. Hado number 73 Sorenso Katsui. He finished, lifting his left arm and launching 2 torrents of blue spiritual fire. Despite watching the next events in disbelief, Tessai was already moving. The motionless Arrancar suddenly sprung to life when Tessai first Kido, Raikoho, got close enough. Once more, without turning around and with a simple swing of his hand, the Espada batted the massive beam like it was a fly, redirecting it and causing massive destruction to the 9th Division's eastern quadrant. When the 2 blue waves of energy came at him from both his right and left side, he held out his arms to either side, halting the power Kido blasts with nothing but his bare hands. Tessai immediately appeared before him, his palm a few inches from the Arrancar's chest. Despite not being able to see the Arrancar's full face, he could see its lower half. He was grinning, as if he was having the time of his life trying to keep Tessai's Kido at bay. Hado number 63 Seijo Sabaku. 2 things happened simultaneous. The Arrancar was suddenly bound by powerful golden chains, and the level 73 Kido he had been keeping at bay detonated, engulfing not only him but the entire courtyard in a massive explosion. Now's my chance. Tessai realized, quickly muttering under his breath, his Ryatsu rising slowly. How amusing. A demonic voice echoed over the roar of the explosion that still continued. It took Tessai a second to realize it was the Espada. The captain immediately stopped muttering under his breath and watched in shock as the explosion dispersed, revealing the cloaked Arrancar amongst the rubble. Not a single scratch on him and surrounded by a golden barrier. He was able to use a barrier Kido under such circumstances. Not a single Shinigami I know can perform such a complex Kido so fast and without an incantation. Is it possible that this Arrancar is more skilled in Kido than I? He can cast them with a simple gesture, and the speed in which casts them. Is that the best you can do, Tessai Tsukabshi? The Espada asked curiously, arms outstretched to his sides. Look around. Tessai's eyes narrowed. The destruction Tessai had caused had left the 9th Division district of the Seriidii completely destroyed. You've caused far more destruction to your city than I. Don't patronize me, Arrancar. Tessai snapped, for the first time displaying a sense of anger in his tone. I knew of your plans the second you teleported us here. You and your army planned to reduce the Seriidii to naught but dust and rubble. How naive! Hado number 4 Byakurai. The Arrancar held up his arm before him, his forearm taking the brunt of the concentrated steam of blue lightning. Don't insult me with such low-level Kido. He whispered emotionlessly after the Kido detonated. Do you and your army truly think you can destroy what has stood for countless years? Tessai continued, muttering. Kido spells under his breath, even if you reduced every inch of this city to dust. He released a stream of black fire that the Espada parried with a wave of white fire. Both Kido cancelled each other out. Even if you kill every single Shinigami within these walls. Golden chains once more restrained the Arrancar for a few moments before he shattered the chains with little ease. Even if you pollute the very air, you can never destroy the spirit and symbol of peace that the Seriidii presents. The captain firm planted both feet on the ground and raised up both his hands. We will never fall. Hado number 88 Hiryukazaku Shinten Reiho. He shouted, firing a gigantic, blue, electricity blast of spiritual energy. That Kido. I've almost finished its preparation time, just a little more. The Espada barely had time to react, lifting his right arm up and stunning the Kido master by literally diving the colossal blast in two without the slightest look of concern on his face. The Kido lasted for 30 seconds, destroying a massive section of the Shinigami district, before finally dying down. In the end, the Espada stood before Tessai, grinning mockingly at the captain. Such an amusing speech. Very distracting. And you called me naive? He slowly made his way towards the Shinigami. I have successfully countered every Kido spell you have sent my way, can use Kido without uttering a single word, and have proven that my skills match even yours. He shook his head. What makes you think I wouldn't have been able to sense the Kido you've slowly been implanting in me for the past few minutes? Tessai's eyes widened in disbelief. You knew all along? Come now, what's with the fake look of disbelief? The Espada smirked. After all, you succeeded, didn't you? I've run out of time to counter. Tessai reacted quickly, slamming his hands together. He's right. It's too late for him now. With this, I'll have plenty of time to interrogate him at my leisure. Almost instantly a massive, green, hexagonal-shaped barrier engulfed the cloaked Espada. This battle is over, Tessai whispered. The Espada reached out to touch the barrier and swiftly flinched as the barrier shocked him with a wave of compressed electricity. You will find no counter to this Kido. Urahara, the man who invented this, truly is a genius. A Kido that transcends any before it. Having studied your Hollow's negation technique, he was finally able to replicate its properties. It was originally meant for use on Aizen. The Arrancar grinned demonically. Grin all you want, but the fact will not chance. I have you isolated in a different dimension, by an impenetrable barrier. No matter how well Aizen trained you in the art of Kido, he could have never taught you how to cancel such an absolute key. I know, the Espada interrupted. Tessai frowned. I know this Kido is absolute, he continued, his voice softening, sounding less demonic with each word spoken. After all. The captain's eyes widened. That voice. The Espada raised his hand, and Tessai watched in horror as the impenetrable Kido shattered into countless pieces. Impossible. As the shards of the barrier fell all around them, the Espada reached for the hood of his cloak and pulled it back. After all, I was the one who invented it. Urahara explained, grinning demonically at his longtime friend. Tessai just stood, unable to comprehend what was going on. Kisuk? Las Noches Tower 5 Throne Room. Are you sure you don't require anything further, Master? The Sin Numeros asked, kneeling before the throne that was reserved only for Aizen's use. The Arrancar didn't dare meet her master's eyes, opting to keep her eyes directly on the floor below her. It took all of her willpower not to shake in his presence, due to the fear he instilled. His wrath was legendary amongst the Espada. Go! He whispered, his eyes closed. She nodded, of course, Master. She stood up, and made to walk away, albeit hesitantly. Is there something you want? Her master asked darkly. I was just wondering, Lord. What if things were to go south for Aizen and the other Espada? What if he were to come back and catch you? What? Her only visible eyes widened. Sorry, I didn't mean. A hand touched her shoulder, causing her to jump. Naomi-san. The Arrancar spun around fearfully. Oh, Oraheim-sama. Oraheim smiled happily at the Arrancar. Perhaps you should go, he isn't in the best mood right now. Isn't that right, Kurosaki-kun? Ichigo, who was sitting upon his throne, slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the two. Why, yes. Oraheim-sama, the Sin Numeros exclaimed, running down the long flight of steps that led up to the throne. Watching her go, Oraheim smiled softly before turning towards Ichigo. Are you okay, Kurosaki-kun? The Primera stood up from the throne, and looked over towards her. Why wouldn't I be? She frowned. Well, it's almost time. Isn't it? Ichigo smirked. We still have a while yet. Come here. She walked over to him. Huh? You don't seem the slightest bit worried. Of course not. I trust that Kurosaki-kun will make the right choice. I already told you. I'll stay with you till the end. I only wish. Please take me with you. We've gone over this, it's too dangerous. I need you far away from the battle. It's why I need you to go to the human world for a while. Away from Las Noches and the Soul Society. She frowned. I don't want to, but I guess I have no choice, do I? Ichigo nodded. It will be your last chance to say goodbye to Tatsuki, Kigo, Mizuiro, Chizuru, and anyone else you care for. If you truly wish to stay with me, you won't be able to see them again after this war. It will be too dangerous. Her eyes grew sad. When do you want me to go? Now Ichigo whispered softly. Orihime smiled sadly and her eyes fell to the floor. Okay. Without another word, she slowly turned around and poked the air before her. Ichigo watched, impressed, as a garganta ripped open right before her. So you finally learned it. She stuck her tongue out. You taught me well, Kurosaki-kun. The Primera snapped his fingers and, instantly, Orihime was greeted by 4 female sin numeros. Go with her, but don't draw attention to yourselves. You will obey her command while in the human world, is that understood? A chorus of yes, Lord Primera echoed in the throne room. Then go. Orihime waved happily as both she and her guard entered the garganta, which slammed shut after the last sin numeros entered. Alone again, Ichigo slowly walked back over to the throne and sat down, his eyes downcast. His entire life passed through his mind, memories as a human, as a Shinigami. As a hollow. After today, things would change, forever. The calm before the storm. 1 hour. I will give Aizen 1 more hour. Garganta. Orihime-sama. A sin numeros spoke up. Yes? Orihime asked softly, slowly walking down the path of concentrated spiritual energy she had created in the torrent of blackness within the garganta. When we enter the human world, where would you wish us to stay? Orihime frowned. We aren't going to the human world. All 4 of the sin numeros's eyes widened in shock, but Lord Primera-sama said. I know what he said, he wants me to be safe, but I have to see this with my own eyes. See what? Her eyes hardened. I have to see if he was telling the truth. I have to see if Soul Society really will turn their backs to Ichigo, after all he's done for them. Maybe if I spoke with the Captain Commander. Maybe if. She shook her head. We're going to the Siriidii. Chapter 50, Spit on Their Pride. Communications Division Battalion Number 1. Please repeat. This is the Commander of Communications Division. Please repeat your last message. I will broadcast it through to the other members of this division. Yuzumo, Commander of the Communications Divisions, shouted into the mouthpiece over the roar of the explosions that echoed all around him and the 20 members of his battalion. Repeat! A voice shouted in his earpiece. Yuzumo's eyes widened as explosion rang out around the voice coming through his earpiece. Whoever it is, they're clearly under attack. Judging from the strength of the signal, it towards the center of the Siriidii. Has the enemy truly advanced so far? I repeat. This is Iasegawa Yumachika, Vice Captain of Division 3. The 12th Division, who doubled as this invasion's intelligence division, is currently under attack by a former Espada. Yuzumo's eyes widened further. The members of the intelligence team have been all but wiped out. But headquarters was supposed to be guarded by the Kido Division. Another member of the communications squad shouted. I don't have time to explain. Yumachika shouted through the listening device as another explosion rang out in the distance. We've lost all communications here. The Kido Corps and I are trying to keep the former Espada at bay. And every vice captain level and above are in the midst of fighting their own battle and can no longer lead their divisions. Vice Captain Iasegawa. We can't hold him off. Ack! A voice shouted after Yumachika finished speaking. Bloom! Ruriaro! Kira shouted angrily. Unknown to Yuzumo, The Shinigami vice captain had just seen a member of the Kido Corps get decapitated by Sail. Damn it! Uzumo! You need to set up communications around the Siriidii. Vice Captain Yumachika. The commander shouted over explosion, not knowing if Kira was receiving the message. Your message has been received loud and clear. Your situation is critical, and since we will not be able to transmit messages to the captains currently in battle, we will attach transmittal blades to the battlefield so that the vice captains and battalion leaders around the Siriidii can communicate with their... He shut up as static erupted from his earpiece. Vice Captain Yumachika? His eyes narrowed and lightly tapped his earpiece. Vice Captain Yumachika. Do you copy? The static transmission cut out a few times before growing louder. Vice Captain Yumi. The static suddenly stopped. Vice! Sadistic laughter echoed through Uzumo's earpiece. You must forgive the vice captain. Sail's voice echoed into the commander's ear, causing the Shinigami to stop atop of the next building he jumped onto. He held up his hand, signaling for his battalion to do the same. No! No way! He can't be reached at the moment. And I would love to speak more, but... I'm sure you already know. I'm busy at the moment. The former Espada continued, chuckling slightly, and with him gone, your headquarters no longer has Shinigami that can count for fighting power. Go ahead and set those transmittal blades, but spread the word. Your intelligence division and 3 vice captains have been wiped off the face of the Siriidii. You have already lost. The second he finished speaking, the static returned. Uzumo's glared before tuning his earpiece so that the communications battalions throughout the Siriidii could hear him. With a heavy heart, he whispered, The Siriidii has fallen into code black. Central 46 compound. 2. Captains. Ulquiorra whispered uncaringly, staring across the small body of water at Zaraki and Byakuya. Zaraki grinned. TCH, this guy didn't even bat an eyelash at your last attack, Kuchiki. Clearly you don't have what it takes to take this guy on. Byakuya glanced at the captain, such fully. Ulquiorra moved, appearing before the captain of the 11th Division, ramming his elbow into Zaraki's abdomen faster than he could react and sending him crashing into the building around them. Talking is for the weak. The Espada whispered, and I sense I am standing in the presence of 2 fully competent captains. Do not expect me to hold back in the slightest. Byakuya, who could have easily intercepted the Espada before he had hit Zaraki, remained emotionless before the entrance to Central 46. Go easy? Such foolishness. Do not think for even a second you can toy with the likes of me. He slowly held his blade up before him. Scatter, Senbenzakura. The Espada watched as the blade shattered into countless petals and shot towards him. Coming at me with a mere shuriken? Now that is foolish. Using his speed, he avoided the incoming attack with ease and shot towards the Shinigami, unsheathing his Zanpakuto in the process. Before he got close enough, his eyes shot to the left and upwards. A massive slab of stone, the size of a small building, had been hurled towards him. Without pausing for even a second, Ulquiorra rose the index finger of his free hand and released an instantaneous zero that reduced the stone to rubble, with at the same time slashing at Byakuya, who used Shumpa to evade the slash. The Espada quickly pointed his finger at the building that led into Central 46 and released another zero. Bakuyo number 81 Danku. Byakuya shouted. A split second before Ulquiorra's zero hit, an energy barrier materialized. Despite taking a majority of the zero's power, the barrier was nowhere near strong enough and shattered into countless pieces. Before the Espada could make another attempt at attacking the entrance, Zaraki appeared from within the lifted dust of the last explosion, bringing his blade crashing down. Ulquiorra's eyes widened slightly, realizing how much power Zaraki was about to put behind his Zanpakuto. He barely had time to raise his own and intercept the attack, engulfing them both in an explosion. So you can throw a decent blow, and block a strike from me with a single hand. Zaraki grinned. Sparks rained down on them as the edges of their Zanpakuto grinded against each other. As the dust settled, Ulquiorra could see the stream of blood trailing down the captain's forehead. "If that's the best you can do, you'll never beat me." Ulquiorra made to point his finger directly into Zaraki's face, but stopped when Senbonzakura's petals abruptly appeared from behind the brutal captain. Before he could react, the Espada watched in surprise as both his arms were suddenly sliced up by Byakuya's countless petals. His blood sprang out around him. "TCH, damn you Byakuya, don't get in my way!" Zaraki shouted angrily as Ulquiorra separated blades from him and shot back, putting distance between him and the two captains. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were showing this Espada compassion. It's obvious that you aren't taking this as seriously as it should be." Zaraki raised an eyebrow. "What the hell are you talking about?" "The way you're softening your blows, toying around," Byakuya revealed. It was in that moment that Ulquiorra realized that this battle would be far harder than he had originally thought. He wasn't using his full strength? "This battle is far different than when I fought Kurosaki." While Zaraki had monstrous strength, Byakuya was a brilliant tactician and would be able to find opening in his fighting form. "And if you are being compassionate, let me be the one to tell you that these Espada are planning on mercilessly killing us captains." The 6th Division captain continued. "They are enemies who have stepped all over our pride as Shinigami of the Gotei 13. Crush him." Zaraki grinned demonically. "I guess you do have a point." From this point forward, Byakuya summoned Senbonzakura's petals back to him, reforming his blade. "We shall fight together to defend the Central 46. We will not let his step a single foot in their domain. Can you agree to this?" Both captains readied their blades. "I'll lead those," Zaraki snapped angrily. Byakuya eyed him. "Very well." Both Shinigami and the Arrancar shot towards each other. The second Zaraki and Ulquiorra crossed blades. Byakuya appeared behind the latter and thrust his blade forward. Without even looking, the Espada batted the tip of the blade away with the back of his wrist and spun around. What followed was the most brilliant display of swordsmanship that the Seriidii had ever seen. While Byakuya released a flurry of fast-paced strikes, Zaraki's brutish blows sent the Espada skidding around the clearing. All the while, Ulquiorra matched them blow for blow, using not only his Zanpakuto, but his Hierro-enhanced hand to counter their strikes. Both captains circled him with relentless abandon, displaying a form of teamwork that no one could believe the two could muster. "This guy's good," Zaraki shouted as Ulquiorra sliced his left bicep before quickly parrying Byakuya's blade. The Espada glared as the taller Shinigami clutched his throat and spun, sending him hurtling into the buildings behind him. Byakuya trailed after him, releasing Senbonzakura once more. Ulquiorra quickly recovered as he crashed into a third set of white buildings, narrowly avoiding the released shuriken that he vaulted over. The 6th Division captain looked up, watching as the Espada, mid-vault, pointed his finger towards him. To counter the zero that was to come, he lifted his hand. "Hado number 33, soak it." His eyes widened as Ulquiorra vanished and reappeared, grabbing a hold of his wrist and kneed him into the gut. In turn, the captain grabbed a hold of the Espada's wrist despite wincing in pain. Zaraki, knowing what Byakuya was giving him an opening, raised his blade, and moved, bringing his blade crashing down, engulfing the three of them in a massive explosion. Everything within a 5-block radius was brought to ruin by the attack, releasing a huge column of dust into the air. For a few moments there was dead silence until finally, Ulquiorra shouted out of the cloud of debris, falling to his right knee as he did so. "Impressive," he whispered, staring down at his arm, or lack thereof. As the dust slowly dispersed, he looked up. Both captains stood side by side. Despite the Espada losing his arm, Byakuya had received the slightest bit of damage as well, his right arm scorched from the intensity of Zaraki's attack. "That going to hold you back?" Ulquiorra eyed him darkly. "Don't think something as small as this would change anything." "I wasn't speaking to you," Zaraki replied. Byakuya eyed him. "To whom are you referring?" "Don't think so highly of yourself that you can inflict any injury that will stop me from performing anything but my utmost best." The other captain chuckled. "Exactly what I wanted to hear. We're done here. Go ahead and finish him." Byakuya eyed Ulquiorra, who slowly stood back up, emotionlessly, Are you really so foolish as to believe that this espada is anywhere near finished? He was the former Cuatro Espada, and obviously from the 5 on the back of his hand he is the Quinto now. The number changes nothing. From our records, behind Aizen's former top 3, he was the strongest. We can't let him release. Don't tell me you're worried. These words are the very words I spoke to Ichigo. There are 2 things forbidden under the Great Dome of Las Noches. Ulquiorra began. The first is an Espada's Grand Rey Zero, and the second is for any Espada of my rank or above to use Resurrección. Why would you tell us something so irrelevant to this battle? Byakuya asked curiously. Because I was under the impression that Las Noches is the equivalent to the Siriidii. As he finished speaking, the captains watched in shock as Ulquiorra's missing limbs suddenly regenerated and he held up his blade before him. If I use Resurrección, what would happen to this place? Byakuya's eyes widened and immediately shot towards the Espada, scatter, Senbenzakura. At the same time Byakuya's petals shot towards him, Zaraki was close behind, ready to slicing into the Espada's chest. Ulquiorra swiftly raised his blood-covered hand and jumped into the air, Grand Rey Zero. Both captains watched in disbelief as they were hit by a massive wave of Ryatsu, and a second later they were engulfed by a lightning-infused neon green Zero. The resulting explosion destroyed everything within a mile radius. Several minutes later, the dust settled after a few moments, revealing both captains had taken the Espada exclusive Zero dead on. Their clothes were severely torn and scorched, and blood trailed down various parts of their body. Still, they stood as if nothing had occurred. Not bad at all, Zaraki sneered, looking upward. You're definitely stronger than the former Quinto Espada that I defeated in Las Noches. Worlds apart even. Ulquiorra glared down at the 2, to take my Grand Rey Zero at so close a range. Don't underestimate us, Byakuya whispered. The Espada's eyes narrowed as his battle with Ichigo flashed in the back of his mind. Never again. Never again will I underestimate someone. In close. Zaraki's and Byakuya's eyes widened. They were too far away to reach him in time. Murcielago. Both captains watched in disbelief as Ulquiorra was engulfed by pitch-black Ryatsu, and all around them they were showered by a rain shower of bright green Raisure. Never before had they felt such raw and potent Ryatsu in their entire existence as Shinigami. Impossible. Byakuya whispered, and the ground shook violently from the strength of Ulquiorra's release. Zaraki sneered, to think Aizen had some decent Arrancar in his army. As the immense Ryatsu began to stabilize and the green rain died down, Ulquiorra emerged. Large black bat wings broke through the torrent of black Ryatsu. Ulquiorra's hair had grown longer and wilder, and the remains of his hollow mask centered atop his head, with 2 large horns extending outward to the sides towards the front. The lines on his face became black, broader, and more triangular, and his fingernails lengthened. His Arrancar attire changed as well, becoming more form-fitting and closed at the top, and more like a robe towards the bottom. Ulquiorra's eyes glared down at the 2. Behold, my Bankai! Byakuya exclaimed, dropping Senbenzakura into the ground before him while Zaraki ripped off his eye patch, both releasing their full power instantly. Zaraki released a column of bright yellow Ryatsu that reached into the very sky, taking on the shape of a demonic skull. Byakuya, releasing a truly colossal wave of countless petals. Both would have struck fear into even the strongest of foes. The Espada eyed them emotionlessly. Despite the enormity of their Ryatsu and the grandeur of its display, it still paled in comparison to his own. Your pride that you Shinigami speak so fondly of. For this point forward, I shall crush it until it is naught but dust scattered in the wind. 100 meters above the 1st Division's headquarters. In response to seeing my real Bankai, Shunsui began, standing face to face with Stark. You will not see it. Not here. The Segunda eyed him carefully. You mean you won't release it where your Ryatsu can reach out towards the Shinigami currently fighting in the Siriidii? Yukitake and Shunsui glanced at each other. He knows. So I was right in assuming that Aizen revealed the true powers of my Zanpakuto to you. The ability to transform children games into reality. Out of all the Zanpakuto within the Godai 13, yours is the most troublesome to deal with in a straight battle. But your Bankai, not even Aizen knows what it is, only that you will not release it where it could be seen by others. Stark glanced at Harribel. Before this invasion, Aizen ordered me to do two things. 1. Do not allow Unohana to assist the two of you by any means. And 2. Ensure that Yukitake Jushiro, Shunsui Kairaku, and Unohana Retsu do not initiate Bankai. When you separated us from Aizen just now, you weren't doing it so that we wouldn't be disturbed by the others. You were doing it so that we were close enough to our subordinates. Without even crossing blades with me, you have already separated me from using my Bankai. Shunsui realized, and Aizen revealed the true abilities of my Zanpakuto. That's no good. What else did he tell them? Yukitake frowned. These guys came prepared. Shunsui will never use Bankai so close to others. And my Bankai. Before he could even finish his thought, Stark vanished via Sonido. So fast. Kairaku! He shouted worriedly. Stark reappeared less than a second later, crouched before the motionless captain, his right hand outstretched before him that was fashioned in the shape of a gun. Kairaku swiftly cocked his head to the right, dodging the bright white Zero that was surprisingly the size of a quarter in diameter. Despite the surprise of seeing such a small yet powerful Zero, the captain brought both of his Zanpakuto crashing down on the Segunda. Yukitake made to use Shuinpa and assist Shunsui, but swiftly spun around, holding up his left blade in the process and absorbing the huge condensed wave of energy that Harribel had launched towards him. This attack. Not a Zero, she's used it before, but it wasn't nearly as powerful. I can still absorb. The captain's eyes widened when, the second before he finished absorbing Harribel's attack, she appeared before him, slashing to separate his right arm from his body. He moved, just in time for her blade to only pierce the first inch of his flesh. He jumped back. The second Shunsui appeared by his side. They're stronger than last time, Shunsui whispered, revealing that his small skirmish with Stark had left him with blood covering the right side of his face. Are you okay, Yukitake? The white-haired captain nodded, staring at the quarter-sized hole going through his old friend's shoulder. I was going to ask you that. I'm fine. You underestimated us, Captain, Stark whispered, walking up next to Harribel. Shunsui smiled softly. This isn't good. They have learned a few new tricks. You underestimate yourself, Captain, Stark countered, appearing to Harribel's right, his left forearm bleeding slightly. The Tercera Espada glanced at her partner's injury. Injured already, Stark? The Segunda smirked. He's one of the higher-ups. He glanced at Kaiten Kaikatsu, and that's not all. His Shurikai is troublesome. It makes our strength matter for nothing. Whoever wins the game lives. If you lose, you die. Be careful. Everything within his Shurikai's Ryatsu boundary is forced to play along. Even with our enhanced powers, victory may not be within our reach. My oh my, you truly do have a grasp on my Zanpakuto's abilities. How sharp you are, Shunsui stated, slightly surprised by how well Stark grasped his abilities. And you can absorb attacks, but while absorbing you leave yourself open to an opponent fast enough to reach you before your absorption technique ends. A devastating drawback to your Shurikai, Harribel whispered, openly revealing the weakness of Yukitake's Shurikai. The white-hair captain's eyes narrowed. We'll have to move carefully from here on out. These are not the same Espada we fought before. Yeah. Silence passed between the four, neither making the first move before. Shunsui suddenly vanished, appearing before both Espada, Takeoni. Stark swiftly unsheathed his blade and blocked Shunsui's blow. His eyes widened when the force behind the strike was nowhere near as powerful as what it should have been, sending him plummeting into the First Division's courtyard with enough force to create a huge crater. Harribel shot towards Shunsui just as fast, using the opening the captain gave her to move in for the finishing blow. Above! Harribel's eyes narrowed as a shadow passed overhead. Without even a second to look up, she felt a blindingly painful blow at the base of her neck. She followed Stark's path, slamming into the courtyard just as hard. I warned you, didn't I? Stark whispered, kneeling beside his fallen comrade. Harribel got up to one knee and rubbed the base of her neck. That strike, it felt as if he had barely tapped me. But the blow itself. I've already said, everyone within the domain of his Zanpakuto's Ryatsu is forced to play by the game. Even that other captain is forced to play by those rules. Our problem is that we won't know what the game's rules are. As Stark finished speaking, the dust of their impact finally settled, revealing the two captains on the edge of the crater, looking down at them. Isn't that right, Captain? Shunsui eyed him. Instead of answering, he replied, Takeoni, in that game, whoever is higher up wins. A simple hit from someone above you will multiply the power of the hit countless times. Just like Yukitake just revealed. These two are good. Their teamwork is impressive. Yukitake sudden swing his right blade, releasing a huge wave of white Ryatsu towards them. Harribel immediately recognized it as the attack she had launched at him before. Wasn't that Lagana? Stark shouted over the roar of the explosion, after they used Sonido to escape the energy wave's path. He absorbed it earlier. Take! Shunsui appeared before Harribel faster than she could react. His eyes widened when he realized two things. 1. She wasn't even acknowledging his presence, and 2. He felt Stark's Ryatsu appear above him. What? He spun around. Stark, his hand in the shape of a gun, was already charging a white 0 inches from his face. You won't win this game twice in a row, Captain. A shower of sparks showered the two as Harribel countered Yukitake's Zanpakuto with her own. You won't back him up this time. Shunsui vanished, dodging the 0 by less than a second. You came prepared this time. Shunsui shouted, crossing blades with the Segunda. Stark released several instantaneous 0s in a row. The captain dodged each one and locked blades with him again. Would you expect anything less? The Espada asked, parrying both blades abruptly and releasing his miniature 0 from his fingertips. This time the 0 hit, piercing Shunsui 3 inches below his heart and sending him crashing into the first division building below. Yukitake swiftly lifted his left blade, unable to assist Shunsui, as Harribel's Zanpakuto was engulfed in bright white racier. Ola Azul! The second the energy wave hit, his Zanpakuto began absorbing it. Harribel moved in instantly, using the opening she had just revealed out loud. In an uncharacteristic move, Yukitake smirked, using his right blade to violently slice Harribel's midsection, stunning the Espada as she went crashing into several buildings. Without pausing, the captain swung his right blade again, releasing her attack back at her and engulfing her in a massive explosion. Shunsui! Yukitake shouted worriedly, using Shuimpa to appear before his friend. He frowned when he saw that the captain had a small gaping hole in his chest. I'll survive, Yukitake. Shunsui whispered, wiping some blood out of his right eye and getting up on one knee. He's much faster than last time. He repeated, having already said it several times. Yukitake nodded. You can feel it, don't you? Shunsui grew deadly quiet. Yeah. He whispered sadly. All around them they were feeling the Ryatsu of countless Shinigami just fading away. They were losing. What's the matter, captains? Stark asked, appearing in the destroyed build her had sent Shunsui through. You don't seem to be yourselves. I would be worried about yourself, Espada-san. Yukitake replied calmly, putting himself between his friend and the Arrancar. Stark raised his eyebrow. Myself? I am not the one that looks as if I just has lost the will to fight. In fact, my will has never been strong. It's not my wish to take the lives of any of you Shinigami. If it were up to me, I would leave you all alone. Unfortunately for all of us, my resolve has never been stronger. The faster you captains fall, the faster this war will come to an end. And I will no longer have to see my comrades fall in battle against any of you. He shot forward, locking blades with Yukitake. The two quickly traded blows and a moment later Shunsui recovered, joining the fray. Stark's eyes narrowed, blocking each of the two captains' blows, something that had quickly become increasingly difficult. Even with the increase of power the fraction of Hogyoku within him bestowed upon him, such a feat was impossible to do for long. The two opponents before him were too experienced in battle. "What's the matter, Espada-san?" Shunsui asked, sending Stark through a nearby wall. The Segunda recovered as Yucatec charged through the hole in the wall. Stark swiftly used Sonido, revealing Harribel standing in his place, not damaged in the slightest from the captain's last attack. She stunned the Shinigami by swiftly batting away both his blades and slashed at his left forearm, an attack that would have cleaved his arm in two were it not for Shunsui slamming his knee into her face and sending her a city block away and into the open again. Stark shot 2 zeros from the tips of his fingers. Yucatec returned them just as quickly, doubled in speed. The Segunda cocked his head to the right, narrowly dodging his own attack. "Odd," he whispered softly, noting that Yucatec's metal charms on the string connecting his two blades were lighting up. "Your ability is to redirect attacks back onto the attacker. But that's not all. Those 5 charms from the cord can adjust the speed and pressure of the returning technique to throw off the opponent. Just enough so that your opponent can't time when to dodge. It's a much more vicious than it looks." Yucatec grew surprised. "Really? I never thought you'd figure that out so quickly. You've been studying it since we started all this, haven't you?" "Of course. But that's not all I've learned. If you're absorbing attacks before throwing them back out, there has to be a limit to what you can absorb." The second he finished speaking, both captains were suddenly hit by a truly monstrous wave of Ryatsu. Their eyes widened further at the look of worry on Stark's face. "This Ryatsu? It's obviously that other Espadas, so why is he? Damn it, Harribel. Unleashing so much Ryatsu, so close to our army." Stark whispered softly, looking over his shoulder. Yucatec and Shunsui looked skywards as darkness descended upon the Siriidii. Dark and ominous clouds were forming overhead and it began raining heavily. "The Ryatsu, it's affecting the weather," Yucatec exclaimed worriedly, looking around. "I've only felt such a powerful change in the atmosphere when Ryujin Jaka is released." Shuansui's eyes narrowed. "This rain. It's blanketing the Siriidii. Each drop laced with bit of a Ryatsu." Within seconds the White City was blanketed with the Tercera's power and the two captains felt an ocean of Ryatsu looming above them. She appeared following the next flash of lightning, staring down at the two. She raised her Zanpakuto before her. "I can promise you, the two of you have never experienced the power I am about to release," she whispered darkly as the rain within 10 yards of her began circling around her wildly and engulfing her in a sphere of water. "Ichigo, I won't let you down." Stark, standing at a distance, glared. "That girl, we were doing just fine. We're trying to prevent them from unleashing Bankai, something they won't do if they aren't feeling threatened. And judging by the way they're looking at her," he sighed deeply, "they're definitely threatened now." "Yukai." Shunsui held out his shurikai before him. "Yucatec. Get ready." "Yeah." Tiburon. The water sphere that was rushing wildly around her suddenly erupted in a massive tornado that continued for a full minute before splitting directly in half, revealing her Hogyoku-enhanced Resurrection. Yucatec, who had seen her Resurrection in the last war, glared darkly. "What's the matter, Yucatec?" Shunsui asked, eyeing Harribel cautiously. "Her form. It's different than B." Harribel suddenly appeared on the ground before the two, moving so fast that they hadn't been able to follow her subtle yet abrupt movement. Her form was not entirely unlike her former form. Almost everything was similar. The hollow fragments she has in her sealed state became a collar with extensions that cover her nipples. The spaulders on her shoulders no longer reached up several inches, yet still had 2 ribbon-like protrusions on her back that bore a resemblance to shark fins. A thin, spine-like structure also formed on her stomach, spanning from her waist to the underside of her breasts. And she still wore a miniskirt consisting of bones that surrounded her black undergarment. Her pair of knee-length boots and elbow-length gloves remained the same. But the biggest change, the change Yucatec noticed immediately. The bone-like fragments that covered her body were no longer white. They had become obsidian black, and far jagged in appearance. Her weapon no longer resembled a large shark tooth, but now a regular katana that was engulfed in and was continuously releasing a violent stream of water. Her eyes glowed green with the potency of her Ryatsu. She truly did look like a demon. She raised her Zanpakuto, bowed before strength of the Shark Empress. She whispered, waving her Zanpakuto. Yukitake and Shunsui eyes widened as they were suddenly engulfing by tornado of rushing water that reached 100 meters into the sky. 300 meters above the Siriidii. I should commend you, Aizen began calmly, staring down at the maelstrom Harribel had just created, knowing who those two were up against, feeling her Ryatsu. You haven't even batted an eyelash. Do their deaths mean so little to you? Yamamoto's eyes narrowed. My faith in those two is as strong as the raw power of Jujinjaka. They will not lose, even when faced with such power. And it is I who should be commending you, or at least commending the foolishness of your actions. Aizen smirked. Your younger self is quite cocky. Being cocky has nothing to do with it, Yamamoto corrected immediately. You will not even have the grace of saying your final words. All of a sudden the Captain Commander was engulfed by a colossal tornado of flames. Not running this time, Aizen? Aizen looked over his shoulder. Isshin appeared behind him. In front of him and behind him, two Shinigami he stood no chance against even if it was a one-on-one fight. Together, it would be impossible for him to emerge victorious. Kurosaki Isshin, Ichigo sends his regards. Isshin's eyes flashed. He immediately began releasing a wave of bluish-white Ryatsu. Aizen! Ryujinjaka is the most powerful Zanpakuto. That is a fact that cannot be refuted. Kurosaki Isshin, your power and the strength of your Ryatsu is comparable to that yours, Captain Commander. Fighting either of you two head-on is not something I can accomplish at this moment. Not until I have awakened. The two Shinigami glared at him, hiding the confusion of his statement. Besides, you have already lost. The two of you can't even touch me, nor can you even assist the others. What the hell do you mean by that, Aizen? Isshin snapped darkly. No matter how you look at the current situation, it ends in three things. 1. The destruction of the Siriidii. 2. The obliteration of the captains. And 3. Your capture. And if we kill you? It's as the old saying goes. Cut off the head of a snake. You think that by killing me, the destruction of the Siriidii will cease? How naive. Consider for a moment what can occur if the three of us cross blades at this very moment. In the most unlikely event, I defeat the two of you in combat. It ends in my victory. Ryujinjaka's flames intensified. The two of you can choose to ignore me and lend support to the others. In doing so, you may change the tide of this invasion. You will also risk losing your focus on me. I could just escape and come back with yet another army. Isshin could not deny the truth in his statement. Aizen's eyes lock on Yamamoto, and let's consider another option. If you cross blades with me and manage to kill me, my army will be leaderless and has been ordered to attack the remaining 3 Rakongai in the wake of my death. He smirked. The two of you have no choice but to watch helplessly as my army crushes all that you hold dear. You underestimate the captains of the Gotei 13. Yamamoto growled. The very second they defeat your Espada and can assist the others in fighting off your army is the second your life ends. Until then, I will crush every bone in your body. The captain suddenly shot forward, swinging his blade and releasing a blazing firestorm towards Aizen, engulfing the ex-captain into a fiery inferno. His eyes narrowed as Isshin abruptly appeared to his right. The clashing of steel rang in the commander's ears, his eyes narrowing as Aizen materialized before Isshin. The two, with their Zanpakuto locked. Aizen's eyes narrowed, and he was unable to move fast enough. Isshin flicked his finger towards the former captain and sending him soaring through the sky fast enough to create velocity rings as he went. Thank you, Kurosaki. I wasn't even aware that he had activated Kyoka Suigetsu. Seeing you shoot forward and releasing that attack when Aizen obviously used Shuinpa to come at you from a blind spot, it was obvious what he had done. We're going to have to be careful. I'm not willing to risk calling his bluff and killing him. the amount of souls lost would be catastrophic. That fact will make this battle all the more dangerous. Capturing someone is far more troublesome than killing them. Of course, I don't have to tell you that. Your capture is the reason Aizen started this invasion to begin with. The two turned as Aizen Shuimped before them. How dangerous. I won't have the leisure of holding back this time. This time, he brandished Kyoka Suigetsu, I will have to enter this war personally. Chapter 51, Interlude. So I thought I'd take a quick break and write a small interlude, so I've been told several huge story-impacting things about my story that I need to address to you all and to clear up any confusion. First things first, my grammar. The grammar in my story has been far from perfect. It's not my best subject by far. I've had 3 pretty bad and flaky beta readers since the start of this story 3 years ago and have only found a competent one recently. Shout out to him. But for a huge majority of you, you'd be happy to hear that I am doing a full remaster of this story from Chapter 1 before I even begin to think of writing a sequel. Stronger sentence composure. Better fighting scenes. And a better flow where I believe there are choppy moments between characters. This war is still in the beginning stages. You can look forward to more Shinigami/Hollow deaths, and the exciting climax of Ichigo's arrival. Second, some of you have complained about how confusing my story has become. I believe this is due to the length of time between my updates that you may have forgotten certain parts. I can assure you that once I've remastered this story and you read it through, it will be an amazing read. I hope you will all bear with me. With the remaster, I'm going to try and fix the fact that Harribel and Stark are already Vasto Lorde in canon. I will find a way. LOL. Third, I keep getting emails, and a review, threatening me about no longer following this story if Ichigo doesn't appear in the next chapter or so. I say this to them. Peace. The fuck out. This is my story and I have had the timeline for this story written out for 5 years. I'm not going to change it for the few people that are impatient. Ichigo is coming. Be patient. This message is not to those of you that have expressed frustration with Ichigo showing, just to those that are threatening me. I enjoy reading your reviews about being excited and anxious about Ichigo's arrival. If you have not threatened me with refusing to read my story, this message isn't to you. I love the loyal fans I have accumulated and wouldn't dare be rude to you. I thank you for staying with me this long. You have made this story the #1 Ichigo turns Hollow story on this pairing. Fourth, many of you have asked, will I incorporate Quincy into my story? Yes, I will, in the sequel though. I have liked where Kubo went with Bleach. Now a quick recap of the war so far. Casualties up to this point. Shinigami 176 dead/3,650 incapacitated. Arrancar 1,300 dead. Both armies are amidst battle in 8 quadrants of the Siriidii, north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. North. Dondo Chaka, Pechi, Rutabone leading their battalion against Sasakaibe and Tetsuzeman's battalion. South. Mila Rose, Sung Sung, Apache, status unknown. Hiyori, Mashiro, Lisa, alive, uninjured, and laying waste to a majority of the invading army in 3 quadrants of the Siriidii, south, southeast, southwest. Love, Shirkai active slightly injured, Kinsei, Bankai activate severely injured, Rose, Shirkai activated slightly injured. Alon, uninjured pushing the 3 Visor captains towards the center of Soul Society for an unknown reason. East. Dordonii, Surachi, and Gantenbane vs Matsumoto, Bankai activated, and Momo, Shirkai activate. Nimue, status unknown. Yumachika, making way towards HQ. West. Rukia vs Chio. Chad vs Pa. Yuryu vs Finder. Captains vs Espada. Grimjow, status unknown. Rinji, Hiseiji, and Ikaku vs Sabe, Sokaiku Hill. Neliel vs Kamamura, 5th Division Courtyard. Lilinet vs Ryukin, Sky, 2,000 meters above East Siriidii. Wonderweiss vs Uruchi, former West Rakongai. Ulquiorra vs Byakuya and Zaraki, outside Central 46 compound. Harribel and Stark vs Yucatec in Shunsui, 1st Division headquarters. Aizen vs Ishin and Yamamoto. Siriidii current status, Code Black, 36.4% destroyed. Chapter 52. I'm just going to apologize now for this since I know I'm going to get complaints about not having the next chapter of the war set up yet. I am having a bit of a writer's block. I'm about 30% done with the chapter if that counts for anything. For instance, I made a huge mistake that I barely just caught. I'm surprised no one caught it. Yumachika was the VC that was supposed to be fighting Sail at HQ, remember Sail took off and Yumachika took off after him? I can't believe I made such a huge mistake. A mistake I plan on fixing very soon. I don't know why I switched Yumachika with Kira. My apologies. One more thing, Ulquiorra is not weak. He not having trouble against Byakuya and Zaraki. They may be pushing him back slightly, but he's fighting 2 captains, it's understandable. They did not force him to resurrect. He was not going to die if he didn't resurrect. He was the victim of 2, maybe, 3 well-thought-out strategies from Byakuya. He could have still been fighting them evenly if he didn't release. The fighting will get serious from here on out. Zaraki and Byakuya are not fighting a man with special trick abilities, they are fighting an Espada that is stronger than Stark. Before he fused with the Hogyoku, all Ulquiorra has nearly unmatched attacking power that they must overcome. Now, on with the questions. Random Man 784, what are Sabe's abilities? Well, Sabe is a creature wrapped in mystery at this time in my story and won't fully be focused upon until the sequel. I have only scratched the surface of her abilities. She can shadow travel, hide in the shadow of anything that produces shade. She was the only reason the Espada were able to infiltrate the Siriidii. She can also open spatial portals between 2 places. Her third ability is her greatest. She has many forms, but none as deadly as the last one I just showed. She can transform into her true form, a dragon standing 100 meters high. Hope that answers your question. Jackson 200, how many chapters left? Not exactly sure. 10 to 15 at least. Delboy, how did the Ichigo Gone Hollow idea come to you and will he be as badass in the sequel? The idea came to me and my sister just by simply thinking how Tyke could make Bleach better. We were tired of the ridiculous storyline of the canon. And yes, Ichigo will be even more badass in the sequel. Story Lover 1414, if and or when you start writing a sequel to this story are you going to include lemon between Ichigo and Harribel? Sorry, I don't write lemons. There will be plenty of romance though. Mugetsu Ichigo, how many chapters will Ichigo show up? In the next 2 to 3 chapters. Guest, confused about the small amount of deaths on the Shinigami side. Trust me, there is a reason so few Shinigami are dead and the majority are just injured. A big reason, and it has nothing to do with the fact that the Shinigami have the 4th division. Remember, the Arrancar also have a medical division. Phantom M. Knight 321, why is Grimjow's status unknown? Grimjow's status is because he got WTFPWN by Unohana. LOL. Neliel, will Aizen fuse with Hogyoku while he fight against Yama and Ishin? Definitely. He will fuse with the Hogyoku he created. Thornsword, has Ichigo gotten rid of the leftovers of Zangetsu and Ichigo yet? Because that's really stupid how he can't even control himself. LOL. There's going to be a big revelation about your question. To answer it. No, he hasn't gotten rid of them. But remember, they are only a collection of memories. There is a mystery surrounding them that you will discover by the end of this story. Moonlight Haruni, you're not a bad person for wanting Shinigami to die. There will be quite a few deaths, just keep watching. Kurohane Ukami, numero 1. In regards to Yoruchi and Wonderweiss, where exactly do their abilities stand in comparison to one another? Wonderweiss is obviously one of the most powerful arranger in canon, minus the whole embarrassment with Mashiro and Kensei. Yoruchi is a good match for him, but is there a possibility that Yoruchi could lose to him? 2. What on earth is Grimmjow up to? 3. What could possibly interest Sale in the 12th if the only purpose to get into Siriidi was to destroy it? Other than Mayuri's research. 4. Will Stark help Lilinet if he feels she is losing? Sure, she's a big girl now, but won't Stark's paternal instincts wake up? 5. Ichigo. When are you planning to reintroduce our beloved Strawberry? 6. Orihime is going to do something extremely stupid, isn't she? Okay, lol. All I will say is that Wonder Weiss is very resilient to physical pain. It's going to take Yoruichi more than just trying to punch his lights out. 2. Grimmjow is currently laying in a pile of his own blood for daring to take Unohana on as an opponent. 3. Sale is and always will be a scientist. He wants to study Soul Society's secrets. And his findings will open up the main plot for my sequel. 4. Stark will always have a sixth sense when it comes to Lilinet. He is overprotective of her still. 5. He will enter the story very soon. 6. Yes. Unfortunately, Orihime will do something very stupid. And what she does will cost Ichigo dearly. AMP 1008, my question is mainly about the not yet seen Bankais. What do you believe are the names and abilities of Shunshui's, Jushiro's, and Aizen's Bankais? You already showed Shunsui utilizing a fake Bankai, so what are your opinions on the matter of the hidden Bankais? Bankai is a very touchy subject with me. I want the Bankai of the Shinigami to remain canon. I don't want to create Bankai out of thin air unless I know they will never have Bankai in canon. For example, I believe Matsumoto won't achieve Bankai in canon. So I have no problem creating one for her. Unohana unleashed her Bankai against Yami, but she didn't fully release it. She only activated one of its abilities. Same with Yamamoto. He only activated an ability of his Bankai, not the Bankai itself. And Shunsui, his Bankai was just another game of his Shurikai. A game of lying. Whoever could pull off the most convincing lie, won. When the captains release their full power, it will be epic. And about Aizen's Bankai, was it really his Bankai? Or was it just another illusion of his Shurikai? Not telling. Chapter 53, Despair. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the vice-captain of the 6th Division struggled to control his breathing. The very thought of what he had just heard stuck his core. Despair, hopelessness. The growing chaos and destruction around him left him with nothing as he stared at the black blade to his left. The atmosphere, having grown darker since the blue sky had been covered by gray clouds and rain of Harribel's resurrection, caused nothing but the feeling of sadness within the ranks of the Shinigami army. Transmittal blades. Used by the Ritaitai Communications branch of the 2nd Division. Used to convey messages effectively to communicate both ways across long distances on the battlefield. It can't be. He whispered to himself as his opponent, one of the 3 battalion leaders of the invasion force, took a step forward, the ground shaking slightly with each step it took. To have to resort to this means of communication. A last resort tactic. His memory went back to a few moments ago, when Nanao's voice echoed throughout all of Siriidi by means of those blades. Headquarters. And the 12th Division has fallen. The Kido Corps has been obliterated. Vice-Captains Yumachika, Isane, and Yururu are dead. We couldn't stop him. After that, silence. More than anything, he was furious he didn't have even a moment to mourn his fallen comrades. Not a moment to clear his mind, not a moment of silence as the screams of the Shinigami around him cried for backup. Kira, shaking, tightened his hold on his released Zanpakuto, his vision growing slightly cloudy as he stared up at Arrancar that had just used Resurrection. The behemoth that was before him stood as tall as a 2-story building, a muscular build that reminded the vice-captain of Ion, the beast that had nearly killed Matsumoto and Momo the last time Aizen attacked the Shinigami. Its body was covered in metallic scales, its face covered by a demonic-looking tiki mask. Yet despite the Arrancar's ferocious appearance, its voice gave way to gentle tone. Forgive me, Shinigami-kun. Before today, I never would have considered using Resurrection. Despite my appearance, I have no love for battle. But I can't allow you to assist your HQ. You are the first in over 300 years to witness this form. Dondo Chaka burst in, mighty shield of the great Neliel II Wardleschwank. The Shinigami looked over his shoulder to his partner, the two having been exhausted so much that they had to resort to pushing against each other's backs to continue standing. Ibia. We have to get to HQ. I know. But there is no end to this. As he locked eyes on his own opponent, a massive explosion roared off in the distance. The Arrancar that stood before him remained human in size after resurrection. His body was adorned in armor that resembled a Hercules beetle's exoskeleton. Its mask, sporting two great horns. Peshquatish, and like my friend. It has been 300 years since I last used this form. And while Dondo Chaka is Neliel-sama's shield, I am her sword. While we fight together, you cannot hope to defeat us. Before another word could be spoken, a great shadow passed over them, causing all four fighters to look skyward. Iba's eyes widened behind his glasses. "See, Captain!" he cried, realizing that the shadow had been Kamamura's Goliath Bankai that had been launched across the sky like it was nothing but a rag doll. The ground shook as the mighty Bankai slammed into the ground so hard that the entire Bankai was covered by a mound on rubble and upturned earth. Iba made to run to his fallen captain, but froze when Pesh blocked his path. "Forgive us, we cannot allow you to interfere with Neliel-sama's battle." The second he finished speaking, a wave of Ryatsu descended on them as Neliel walked into the destroyed courtyard in her resurrection form. While Neliel's eyes remained focused on the huge pile of rubble before her, she nodded her head. Pesh, Dondo Chaka. Both Frachen bowed before her. Kira watched the Espada closely. He couldn't believe what he saw. The Espada had a lone tear rolling down her cheek. So she is their leader, but they aren't even hurt. Then why is she crying? I cannot remember the last time I saw you two in those forms. Both numeros looked ashamed. Forgive us. You are not to blame for this madness. Aizen is. Iba, taking advantage, ran past the Arrancar and towards the Rubble. Hado number 33. Sokatsui. Kira shouted, releasing a wave of blue fire towards Dondo Chaka, who didn't look threatened in the slightest. Neliel's eyes narrowed as she jumped between her subordinate as the blast, easily redirecting the Kido skyward with the back of her hand. Stand down, Shinigami. She whispered sadly. I am only required to take the life of a captain. Please do not make me take another life. I will not allow you to hurt my loved ones. Kira's eyes hardened. How dare you? How dare you say that to me, after your people have killed so many? So many of my friends. So many. The Espada frowned. If it were up to me, none of this would have happened. Tell your battalions to stand down. This invasion, it is not an extermination of Shinigami. The vice captain's eyes widened. What do you mean? Look around. Neliel did just that and saw fallen Shinigami and Arrancar everywhere. We have only been ordered to crush your soldiers, not kill. The balance of souls is too great for even Aizen to ignore. Stand down. Hhhh. Every spun around as the massive mound of rubble erupted into the sky. Neliel's eyes narrowed as both Kamamura and his Bankai emerged. Captain! Iba shouted in relief. A sense of hope renewed in him. Relief quickly gave way to worry though seeing the condition of his bloody captain. His right arm, from his elbow down, was gone. His chest cut up so badly that his ribs could be seen and blood matted 50% of his fur all over his body. Despite all of his injuries, Kamamura stood up proudly as all the fighting between both armies in the vicinity stopped to watch. Don't fall to despair. The captain roared, his voice echoing through the transmittal blades throughout the Siriidii. It is shameful for the soldiers of the Godii 13 to lie down while we captains are risking our lives to defend it. All around the Siriidii, the army's morale raised, just the slightest bit as they renewed their assault to push back the invading army. You are about to fall, Captain. Your army has lost. Stand down. Bow down to our leader, and I promise you will be spared. Kamamura's eyes flashed with fury. I will never bow down to Aizen. It is not Aizen, to who we bow down to. Kamamura's eyes widened in shock as the words left the Espada's mouth, but before he could ask her anything further, a wave of Ryatsu engulfed the battlefield and a loud rumbling echoed over the gray clouds above. Neliel's eyes widened in disbelief. This Ryatsu. Before the war, Aizen had made sure each Espada could trace and distinguish the Ryatsu of each captain-level Shinigami within the Seriidii. This colossal Ryatsu, it surpassed even my own. Kamamura finished. This Ryatsu surpasses even my own. It couldn't be. Never. Neliel and her fraction spun around as a lone Shinigami stepped into the courtyard. Iba, Kira, and Kamamura couldn't believe their eyes. Chojiro, vice captain of the 1st Division, stood before the Espada and her fraction and raised his released Zanpakuto towards the sky. Never have I used this in front of another soul. Ever since the creation of the Gotei 13. And never have I used it in actually battle. He whispered darkly, his eyes showing a fierceness that matched even the captain commander's. He closed his eyes. Forgive me for letting things get this far. Captain. 300 meters above the Seriidii. Aizen watched as Yamamoto grinned. Is there something I have missed? Or is it that you truly think that what he is about to do will change the course of this war? Isshin glanced at the aged Shinigami. Indeed, you have missed something. The fact that he is about to use that can mean only one thing. He believes that we cannot win. It is for that very reason you remember this very moment. Watch what happens when you utterly crush a warrior's principles and force him to turn his back on his personal vow. He raised Ryujin Jaka, Aizen. He roared, releasing a wave of fire at the ex-captain. Northern Seriidii. Chojiro's eyes flashed yellow. Bankai. All of a sudden a massive spear of lightning burst forth from the tip of his sword. Neliel's eyes widened as the storm clouds grew darker. No way. The lightning bolt reached 50 meters into the sky before transforming into a massive dome of pure electricity above the Shinigami's head that was fastened to the ground by a large number of lightning pillars. Neither Kira, Iba, or Kamamura couldn't believe it. This is the Bankai of Vice Captain Sasuke? Kira shouted in disbelief over the roar of thunder. Kamamura shook his head. What Ryatsu, a Zanpakuto that rules over the weather. It's the first I've seen after Captain Hitsuji's Hirimaru. Chojiro slowly raised his left arm. Neliel's eyes grew wide as fear filled her entire being. She spun around towards Pesh and Dondo Chaka as fast as she could. Pesh! Dondo Chaka! Ru! Before she could even finish her despairing cry, Dondo Chaka, despite his size, used Sonido to shoot towards Neliel and backhanded her hard enough to send her flying. Pesh's eyes widened as Chojiro lowered his hand. Dondo Chaka. Less than a second later the 2-story tall Arrancar was engulfed by a truly massive lightning bolt. Dondo Chaka! Neliel cried, tears rolling down her face as her fraction's silhouette showed that he was trying to reach out to her. Kamamura and the 2 vice-captain covered their faces as the pillar of lightning intensified. Stop! Neliel cried, running towards the lightning. She felt as if her heart stopped. No! Please not, Dondo Chaka. The pillar remained for several more seconds before dispersing. Pesh's eyes widened. No. Dondo Chaka was standing completely still, his eyes blank, his entire body smoldering and scorched from the intensity of the attack. He couldn't even find words to speak. Dondo Chaka! Neliel continued to yell, running towards him. Chijoro's eyes darkened. How does it feel? Bitter, isn't it? Watching your subordinate suffer so much, helpless as he begs for help. Your feelings cannot even compare to the bitterness and hatred of all the Shinigami that have lost their lives. When she got within 10 feet of Dondo Chaka, Chojiro did the most heartless thing he could think of. Neliel and Pesh watched in despair as the Numeros was once more engulfed in a pillar of lightning. No! The Espada cried, falling to her knees and reaching out to her friend. Pesh's eyes flashed with rage as he spun around and charged Chojiro, hoping to end the lightning assault. Not only did Kira and Iba intercept him, but Kamamura stepped forward, his mighty Bankai looming overhead. The lightning bolt continued for an entire minute before it finally dispersed. Dondo Chaka remained exactly where he had been. 90% of his flesh had been charred, his mask had shattered, not a single organ remained unfried. Dawn. Tears rolled down Neliel's eyes as she knelt before his massive form. Dawn. Dondo Chaka. Please. Please. Without warning, the colossal Arrancar fell back and slammed into the earth. The Espada ran up to his head and tried as best she could to wrap her arms around him. Please, don't die. And with his very last breath, he whispered. Neliel. Sama. For Neliel, time froze. Nothing could move her, not the sound of Pesh crying her name to warn her of Chojiro's raising his arm once more, not the sound of the countless fighting going around her, nothing. Pain. Pain unlike anything she ever felt before filled her being as Chojiro once more called down a bolt of lightning from the heavens. And in the darkness of her pain, only one thought echoes in her mind. I hate them. The lightning intensified. I hate them. Pesh cried her name in despair. I hate them. Her blood felt like it was boiling, her flesh felt like it was cooking. Yet even amidst one of the strongest attacks a Bankai could release, she raised her lance. I hate you all. She cried as the lightning continued to descend upon her and did the unthinkable by launching her Ryatsu lance as hard as she could. Lanzador Verde. Chojiro couldn't believe his eyes as her drilling lance shot out of the lightning pillar in his direction. Unfortunately, the lance did not reach its intended target due to the lightning altering its course. Chojiro was missed, but it hit the next best thing. Chojiro's eyes widened, and... No! Kamamura looked confused as he looked up towards his Bankai. Neliel's lance hit home, having drilled a massive hole in the giant's chest. Iba couldn't believe his eyes. See. Cap. Tane. The captain shakingly looked down at his own chest. Like his Bankai, he too had a gaping hole in the center of his chest. Iba. The captain fell to his knees as his great Bankai slowly began to disperse. Chojiro quickly turned around. Neliel was standing before him. Despite her severe injuries, her eyes burned with hatred. I'll kill you, all of you. East Suriidii. I warned you, didn't I? Dordonii snapped, standing before Gantenbane's corpse. Why would you attack a Bankai head-on? He looked over his shoulder at the 5 Sin numeros behind him that had already released into their Jillian forms. Learn from his mistake and you may earn a place among the Primera's ranks. Not if you're dead with him. Dordonii's eyes narrowed darkly as he looked up. Matsumoto stood before all 6 Arrancar, a massive 100-foot-long jaguar made entirely of ash, sat directly behind her. Amazing, Ranjaku-san. Momo stated, kneeling beside her friend while she healed Nimu's newly received injuries. But your right arm. Her right arm was covered in blood. I'm fine, just focus on healing her, Momo. You did enough by taking out that female Privaron Espada. I'll take care of these Arrancar. She quickly raised her hand. Go, Katakana. The mighty cat shot towards the group of Arrancar and jumped, dispersing in a storm of ash mid-jump. Run, Ninios! Dordonii shouted fearfully, using Sonido to evade the wave of ash. Unfortunately, the 5 Sin numeros weren't fast enough. The second the ash engulfed them, they were ripped to shreds faster than a blink of an eye. Matsumoto swung her arm once more. The ash grew more chaotic and spread throughout the battlefield they were currently in and supported the Shinigami battalions, endangering an entire group of Arrancar before reforming into a massive jaguar and bounding back towards Matasoto and guarded her from a long-range Siro released from Dordonii. Roars of joy filled the air as Matsumoto single-handedly managed to push the invading army back. I can't fail Toshiro, she thought, locking eyes with Dordonii, who began releasing 2 enormous cyclones from the exhaust spouts on the armor cover his legs. Keep pushing forward. We're finally pushing them back. Matsumoto shouted as her Bankai roared victoriously. A smile graced her lips. Momo couldn't believe her eyes as she watched Matsumoto and her Bankai pushing Dordoniai back. Ranjaku-san, you really have gotten strong. The second Matsumoto released her Bankai, the Shinigami divisions guarding the eastern part of the Seriidii had a morale boost that was instrumental in having pushed the army back to the very border of the Seriidii's boundaries. It was very obvious that Matsumoto's Bankai was meant for large groups of enemies. Every Calaveras that touched the ash had disintegrated without any means of defense. Perfect for pushing back a bunch of weaklings. Dordoniai. The former Espada turned from his cyclone beasts that were currently locked with the Ash Jaguar. We can't stop them. Surachi whispered, wilking, coughing up blood. We need to retreat for now. Dordoniai glared at her. Do you want to be the one to explain this defeat to Aizen, or even worse? Ichigo? The female Arrancar winced. This vice captain, she's too. Dordoniai glared, disgusted at her weakened fur, and slammed his foot into her face, knocking her out cold. You always were a coward, no wonder Aizen abandoned us. We were weak, now's our chance to prove to Ichigo that we still have what it takes to be. A low growling caused the Arrancar to slowly look up. The great jaguar was looming over him, her fangs bared. Ranjaku glared from across the courtyard. It's over. With a simple wave of her hand, her Bankai pounced and utterly destroyed the final person that the Arrancar could count as man strength on the eastern side of the Seriidii. Matsumoto released a sigh of relief while 10 of her subordinates used Shuimpa to kneel before her. What's wrong? Vice Captain Matsumoto-sama. The enemy army is still coming in strong. Their numbers are still a threat. The orange-haired Shinigami spun around. Hinamori, are you okay here by yourself? Momo nodded. Go! We'll join you as soon as Nimue. Before she could finish her sentence, 10 Sin-Numeros, all in the visage of Jillian, surrounded the clearing they were in and released instantaneous Zeros. Matsumoto's eyes widened, realizing she couldn't save all the Shinigami surrounding her. With a surprisingly clear-headed mind, and with a heavy heart, she used her Bankai to defend herself, Momo, and the 4 Shinigami closest to her. The 10 Zeros detonated in a massive explosion. South Seriidii. The trace bestias have fallen. A Sin-Numeros shouted, releasing a crimson Zero from the palm of his hand while simultaneously falling to his knees. Fall back. Another Sin-Numeros stood beside him. How do you ever hope to one day become an Espada with that kind of mentality? Who the hell are you? I am in command of this battalion after the trace bestias. The Sin-Numeros smirked. Luthers Phrygian, he swiftly shot forward and impaled his right arm into his commander's throat. Pleasure to meet you. An explosion rang out 100 yards behind them, causing Luther to look around, removing his blood-covered hand from the Sin-Numeros' throat. But you're right, without the trace bestias we will find no victory here. Not with those 3. Main battlefront, south. Damn, these guys keep coming. Hiyori roared, swinging her blade and splitting 3 Calaveras in half while Mashiro released a sweeping neon green Zero and obliterated another 7. You'd think that with their battalion leaders defeated, Lisa looked behind her. Sung Sung, Mila rose, and Apache lay several yards back, all 3 bloodied and their bodies broken. They hadn't stood a chance against Vizards. They would let up. This is too easy. Hiyori suddenly donned her hollow mask and redirected 2 Zeros that had attempted to catch the 3 off guard. She swiftly used Shuimpa to appear behind the 2 Sin-Numeros and beheaded them. Mashiro! Lisa shouted. Mashiro, now having donned her hollow mask for half an hour straight, turned to her. Yeah? Don't use your mask for much longer. With these numbers, they are tiring us out quickly. Mashiro smirked behind the mask and began running up the 3-story building near her. There was another Sin-Numero on the roof, ready to release another Zero. Don't worry, Lisa-chan. I'm not tired yet. Hiyori and Lisa watched in shock as the bidling that Mashiro was running on suddenly erupted and a massive fist emerged from the smoke and collided with Mashiro's body, stunning the Vizard as the impact had shattered her mask. Mashiro! Lisa yelled as a colossal shadow moved from within the smoke, slammed its fist into Mashiro, who had already fallen to the ground. Not only was a crater formed in the wake of the explosion, but the debris dispersed, revealing what had caused Mashiro to be defeated in only 2 blows. The sound of weakened laughter echoed to Hiyori and Lisa, causing them to turn towards the trace bestias. Apache was weakly trying to get up. The best she could do was push herself up against a pile of rubble. Nice. Ione. The realization of why this monster wasn't in combat with the 3 former captains suddenly dawned on Lisa. Her heart stopped as she spun around. Kinsei. Love. Rose. Mile Rose, unable to move her body at all, smiled. Those 3? They're probably. Hiroi looked off towards the direction of Love, Rose, and Kinsei worriedly. Several hundred yards away, 3 captain-level wizards were scattered around the battlefield, their bodies crushed by Ione's unparalleled strength. Probably not doing so well. The mighty obelisk shadow was suddenly cast over the 2 wizards, and a sense of doom filled them. Ione had crossed the distance faster than the 2 could react. Finish them. Ione. And with that, a great roar echoed throughout the Siriidii. West Siriidii. Puny Shinigami. Pow, in his released form that reached several stories tall, stared down at Rukia. I won't fall as easily as my brothers. Deep gashes littered the behemoth's body, as well as countless spirit arrows Yuryu had shot at him. His breathing was labored, his speech slurred, yet he did not fall. Did you really think you could get away with killing Gio? Primera-sama will not be pleased. He opened his mouth as wide as he could and began charging a bright green Zero. Rukia's eyes narrowed. How dare you invade Soul Society? She shouted back, raising her blade before her and increasing her Ryatsu. The display of power wasn't needed, and the reason appeared a second later. Pow's face showed one of disbelief as he was lifted to the ground. Are you, Rukia? Rukia's eyes widened as she watched the display of her friend's strength. Chad? The mere human had managed to lift what was an equivalent to a 100-story building. Yes, mine Rukia. And like he was tossing a mere toy, Chad threw the Arrancar and sent him crashing into the ground. Nice, Chad. Yuryu shouted from above and releasing a wave of spiritual arrows that created a wall between the 3 and the invading army. Chad shot forward without fear and like a man possessed ran straight towards the incoming battalion of 20 Calaveras. Rukia took on a battalion of her own, leading her group of 10 against the enemy's 20. Keep pushing them, she shouted, glancing at Chad, who was shattering the Arrancar's masks and crushing them with a single blow to the face. Not a single one was skilled enough to touch him. Even a Sin Numeros was fodder for Chad, who had developed far more than any of the other fighters. Ichigo. Chad thought, head-butting a Calaveras and shattering his mask, I won't stop fighting. For more Arrancar fell. Not until you and Orihime are back. We might actually win this. Yuryu whispered, appearing beside Rukia and releasing another 3 arrows. She glanced at him as she ran forward, slicing her way through the enemy's ranks. Yeah. You don't seem so sure, he snapped, narrowly avoiding a Zero that a Sin Numeros had released. It's just that. She sharply turned a nearby corner and froze. She wasn't the only one. She could see that every Shinigami had done the same, as well as Yuryu. What? What is that? The Quincy whispered. Off in the distance, in the very center of the Siriidii, the battalion watched Sabe's massive dragon from launch high into the air. With its mouth opened, a blinding white orb, several times the size of its already massive body, was being formed. Is that Zero? Yuryu whispered. No way can that be allowed to hit the Siriidii. What the hell are those 3 doing over there? The situation only grew weirder when the dragon released the Zero, but not towards the Siriidii. The Zero had been released into the sky, aimed at absolutely nothing. What the hell? Yuryu whispered, both relieved and confused that the Zero didn't detonate anywhere near the Siriidii. Sokaiku Hill. Thank you. Renji whispered, half of his Shinigami robes scorched off and shards of his Zanpakuto scattered around him. I don't require any thanks, for saving the lives of my allies. A soft voice whispered, its owner standing a few feet in front of them. Ichigo fell to his knees, unable to keep himself from spitting up a huge amount of blood due to severe internal hemorrhaging. It was a surprise he was still conscious. You did save us. After all that confidence. We couldn't even defeat a single enemy that trampled our pride as a captains. Hisagi whispered weakly, his shurikai shattering into countless pieces. TCH, did I really have to step up? A blonde-haired Shinigami whispered in annoyance, standing over the three of them in a protective gesture. I was only supposed to provide additional protection to Captain Unohana while she led the 4th Division in healing the army. Though, I guess she doesn't need it to begin with. Shinji, his Zanpakuto released, glared at the massive dragon that circled above the 4 captains. I guess I had to step in the front lines earlier than I thought I had to. Unohana added, glancing back at Shinji, I have already ordered several healing squads to your fellow visitors and to HQ, shall we? She finished, locking eyes with the dragon. Chapter 54, Reunion. A vortex of crimson Ryatsu freely flowed around Urahara, a grin etched on his face as he stared across the 9th Division's courtyard, his eyes locked his former friend. What's the matter, Tessai? No tears? And I thought you missed me. No words could describe the feeling of sadness that swelled up within the Kido Master, so in the end, I couldn't save you. Kisuke. Our worst fears have been realized. Urahara looked affronted, have they? Espada No. 9, Aranero Araruri, defeated by Vice Captain Kachiki during the Winter War. Aizen used Inoue Oraheim's abilities to revive you and in turn you absorb Urahara. You may even bear the same Ryatsu's signature, but you're not Urahara. His eyes hardened, if your plan was to shaken me, you have succeeded, his Ryatsu steadily began to rise. But you have also succeeded in angering me beyond all reason. The ground began shaking from the power of his Ryatsu. All the while Urahara stood, smiling at the captain's hypothesis. You're only partially right, Tessai. But I must ask this next question, were you ever truly my friend? If you truly believe something as pitiful as an espada could defeat me. You didn't know me at all. Urahara whispered. Tessai's eyes flashed, hearing Urahara's voice and knowing his friend was no longer alive pained him to no end, so you will continue this charade? You would dare mock Urahara further? His hands shot up, Hado No. 86 Amaterasu. Urahara looked down on the ground and found himself in the center of a massive black ring of fire. Oh dear, you've activated something quite troubling. How long has it been since I've seen you use this Kido? Before he could utter another sound, the fire intensified and engulfed him in a column of flames that reached 100 meters into the sky. Flashback, several months earlier, Las Noches, prison. Aizen stood several feet from the largest cell in the prison district of Las Noches, his calm eyes locked on the prisoner that was chained and bound in place. The prisoner in question was knelt, head bowed to the ground, seemingly in defeat, his arms outstretched by the chains. Do you think I am a fool? Aizen asked calmly. The prisoner smirked, must I answer that truthfully? The former captain grew quiet for several moments. This cell, all of these cells, aren't meant to contain beings of our caliber. Urahara Kisuke. The prisoner looked up and the two locked eyes. I should have known it wouldn't be so easy to unlock the knowledge within your mind. To think, you would be able to reverse Aranero's ability to absorb spiritual beings. And not only that. I cannot sense a shred of Aranero's Ryatsu within you. Aranero is no longer, but you never fully returned back to normal, did you? Urahara smirked, that has always been your problem, Aizen. The two locked eyes, you believe knowledge is the most important thing in the world. Imagination, that is what is truly important, and it is why you will always be beneath me. Aizen glared, the only man whose intellect exceeds my own. The chains binding Urahara suddenly came undone, allowing him to stand up on his own and slowly walk over to the end of his cell. In turn Aizen walked up. As I look into your eyes, where there was once light, I can only see darkness. For all your struggling to be free of Aranero, you still fell to the corruption of a hollow. You are no longer the man you once were, and that makes you useful. What's this, Aizen? Do you truly expect me to believe you would let me, the only one intellectually capable of stopping you, free? Come now, I'm smarter than that. You would never trust me. After all, a man such as yourself doesn't have the leisure of trusting someone he can't kill. Is that not why you don't trust Kurosaki Ichigo? Something flashed in Aizen's eyes, causing Urahara to grin. You can't trust me, because you can't kill me. Yet. Realization dawned on the blonde Shinigami, his eyes falling to Aizen's clothed chest. I sensed its presence the second you recreated it. Funny. He whispered. Do I sense resentment in your tone, Urahara? It must pain you, knowing that I will master it, something you were never able to accomplish before. Urahara laughed. Yes, before. Come Aizen, let it choose between the two of us, which is more worthy of it. Aizen's expression remained static. You have forever lost your chance to drive the Hogyoku, Urahara. In that aspect, you have lost. There was a short pause as tension passed between them. Until this very day I would have never believed I would be offering this to you. Join me. The Shinigami looked taken aback. What do you have that I want? Absolutely nothing. You are not the type of man that can be bought. But there is a reason you didn't escape your cage yet, and that reason escapes me. I will not pretend to understand what is running through your mind. And if I say yes, what do you want from me? Silence passed between the two once more. Aizen smiled. Urahara was probably to being closest to understanding him. Information concerning the... No. Urahara snapped in annoyance. Aizen's eyes flashed again. I guess I was wrong in thinking that you would see differently now. With your intellect, why do you make no move? Why would you continue to obey that thing? The Shinigami frowned. The Spirit King. So you have seen it. Soul Society would splinter if not for the king. He is the linchpin. Without it, the spirit world would crumble. That is the way the world works. You no longer have an allegiance to that place. Nor do I have an allegiance to you. You should know how important the balance is. Do not ask me to divulge such information again, and I will follow you. Flashback end. Tessai's eyes narrowed as the pillar of black flames began to recede. I should have known. In the center of the black flames, a dome of white that began to recede as well. That I would have the counter to that Kido spell. Urahara finished. The Kido master watched sadly as Urahara slowly pulled out a katana from his robes. You would dare use her against me, Espada? Why wouldn't I? Benihime is a part of me. He whispered, unsheathing his Zanpakuto. Sing, Benihime. Tessai swiftly used Shuimpa to evade the arc of Crimson Ryatsu. He reappeared a moment later, greeted face to face by his friend, who had a single finger pointed against the center of his chest. Hado number 4 Byakurai. Before the bolt of electricity could even pierce his chest, Tessai batted Urahara's wrist up, sending the lightning skyward. The blonde glared for the quickest moment before an elbow slammed directly into his face and sent him crashing into the ground. You haven't changed at all, your movements are all the same. A smile as he recovered. How nostalgic. Why do you continue to fashion yourself as Urahara? Urahara sneered. You sound like a broken record, Tessai. You leave me no choice, after all. I owe you this much. Tessai made to jump back when Urahara appeared directly in front of him, but wasn't quick enough. The blonde Shinigami placed his middle and index finger against his oldest friend's forehead, transferring the memories of how he had become as he was now, and another memory. Flashback several months earlier. Lost No Chase, Tower 5, Throne Room. Sitting atop his throne, Aizen stared down as Urahara made his way up a long flight of steps. I've been wondering, Urahara. Your effort in helping us invade the Siriidii, it coincides with your wish to maintain the balance of the worlds. If that's so, why are you helping us at all? That answer is simple enough. Urahara got to the top. I can exploit the Siriidii's greatest weakness and get your army into the White City, but nothing will change. You will fail. Aizen glared at him. Your meaning? If it was just the Siriidii you were attacking, it would be easy enough to invade and bring it crushing down. This time all 13 captains will be on the same battlefield and it won't be like last time. The only reason you survived last time was because Yamamoto didn't use Bankai. That won't be the case this time around, and when he does, not even will stand a chance against him. That's not the worst of it. If we defeat them, the Royal Guard will have no choice but to interfere. When they do, you and your army will be disintegrated into naught but dust. You will be getting a little taste of what the Royal Guard is capable of. After all, one of equal power to them will already be amongst the captains, and this time he will be at full power, and will be coming straight for you. Kurosaki. Isshin. And that's not all you have either. Ryukin Ishida will also take part and he is just as dangerous. Though you're no longer outnumbered, you will be severely outpowered. Kurosaki Isshin, Jinryusei Yamamoto, Ishida Ryukin. They can be dealt with. And the Royal Guard can't be stopped, but they will be stalled long enough for my war to end. I'll believe that, when I see it. Is this why you had Ulquiorra summon me here? I have paired up each of my Espada with a captain of the Godii 13. If my intuition is correct, to avenge you, I can foresee Tessai taking up one of the empty captain positions. Aizen watched for any change of expression. None. I see. You will do it. None of the other Epida besides would be capable. His skill with Kido is far too great. That man has been my friend for countless years. And he is a great man, no one will be affected by his death more than me. Flashback end. Tessai fell to his knees as he returned to reality, unable to comprehend all that he had just experienced. No. There's no way. Sweat poured from his head, he was pale, his breathing erratic. Kisuk? You would, willingly follow. Aizen? Aizen? No. He is a child, throwing a temper tantrum because he doesn't like the way things are going. I would never work for him. Urahara stared down at him. The captain cried out as Benihime sliced across his chest, and even worse when Kisuk thrust her into his abdomen with enough force to pin him to the ground. Tessai coughed up blood, trying to remove the Zanpakuto while shaking. The shocked look on Tessai's face caused Urahara to turn and begin to walk away, leaving Tessai pinned to the ground by Benihime. I will come back for you when this is over. He suddenly stopped a few feet away and looked at the number 6 on his hand. It was beginning to burn. A small smile formed on his face. We've run out of time. He's coming. I was right after all. Urahara Kisuk is dead. He never survived his imprisonment and lost no chase. Tessai whispered weakly, just loud enough for Urahara to hear. The blonde shook his head as he got further away. You could have been such a great ally. And with the echo of remorse in the depths of his soul, he began, seeping crest of turbidity. A lone tear rolled down Tessai's cheek. He knew the incantation of this Kido well. Do you know what makes me sadder than losing you? Arrogant vessel of lunacy. The sky directly above the two began to darken further. The roar of thunder echoed all around them. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. The rain from Harribel's release intensified, showing that her own battle was growing all the more dangerous. Black boxes of dark energy formed around the fallen captain, slowly encompassing him. Ururu. She lost Jinta. Lost you, and now, she will have nobody. Tessai finished sadly, closing his eyes. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Hado number 90. Urahara ignored the pain in his heart. And heartlessly whispered, Kurohitsuji. Destroyed West Rakamgai. You truly are. Yoruchi whispered tiredly, struggling to remain standing, the toughest opponent I have ever faced. Wonderweiss weakly tried to remove the Shinigami's hand that was currently tightening around his throat and slowly causing him to lose consciousness. After what felt like an eternity, the Arrancar had succumbed to Yoruichi's devastating violent onslaught. Her eyes hardened. Never has anyone pushed me so hard. Blood and gashes covered a majority of her body. Now before you die. You mentioned Ichigo. Where is he? Wonder-Wise eyes, which had begun to steadily roll to the back of his head, suddenly refocused on her. Ichigo. Sama. And why are you saying Sama? She dropped the Arrancar on the ground before her and watched as the Espada tried to lift himself up. He only succeeded in turning on his back. You have the ability to comprehend rather well, but it's as if your mind is programmed only for battle. I'm warning you. Don't move another inch. As if frozen in time, the Espada stopped attempting to get back up. Kurosaki Ichigo, where is he? Wonder-Wise suddenly looked skyward. Kurosaki. Ichigo-sama. Is. Coming. Yoruichi's eyes widened in shock. What? Seeing it as an opportunity, Wonder-Wise reached up, aiming directly for the Shinigami's left eye. Fully intent on plucking it out. I warned you not to move. Unlike before, Yoruichi's eyes flashed with rage before intercepting the attacking arm and slamming her fist into the small Arrancar with the remainder of her Ryatsu, engulfing both of them in a column of dust and an earth-shaking expulsion. Central 46 Compound. A massive explosion of black Ryatsus swept through the compound of the Central 46, the source of the Ryatsus so vast that the black clouds and rain that loomed over the entirety of the Siriidii that had been brought on by Harribel's release dispersed in a 5-mile radius of its source. Byakuya Kachiki shot out of the explosive Ryatsu and crashed into the ground, 75% of his body covered in blood. His captain's Haori long since had been destroyed. The name of that technique? Senkei. Ulquiorra stood in its epicenter, eyeing the captain expressionlessly. Byakuya glared as the black Ryatsu died down. He defeated Senbonzaku's true form. You told me I was the third person to have ever witnessed it. Ulquiorra's eyes narrowed. I expected much more from a captain of the Godii 13. The few shallow cuts that Ulquiorra sustained quickly healed. Byakuya raised his right arm. Hado number 59. Sent. The captain saw black as Ulquiorra appeared before him, grabbed him by the face, and slammed him into the ground. You Shinigami speak so fondly of pride. And nothing to show for. The Espada's eyes widened as a massive surge of Ryasada shot towards him, its source slamming his foot into the hollow's face and sending him crashing into the ground. TCH, did you really think that a Zero could stop me? Zaraki spat, slightly annoyed as he rubbed his neck. Of course not, the Zero wasn't to kill you. If I wanted that, I would have aimed for your head. Zaraki grinned. Is that right? He glanced down as Byakuya slowly got up. You're pathetic, Kachiki. Why the hell are you allowing yourself to be tossed around like a rag doll? Byakuya glared. I could say the same about. Ulquiorra closed in on them instantly, and thrust his lance towards Byakuya, only to be engulfed by countless flower petals. You've already tried this plan of attack and diversion. Zaraki sliced through the petals, dispersing the countless blades. Ulquiorra had stopped the Zanpakuto with his forearm. And you, removing that eye patch should have made you stronger. I can't seem to tell the difference. You're taunting now? Byakuya asked, waving his arm before him. The Espada used Sonido to avoid the attack. My speed far outshines your own. So it does. Goki-ai! The stream of petals suddenly dispersed and reformed almost instantly, engulfing the Arrancar in an orb of petals. Ulquiorra glared as the petals began collapsing against him. This is new. Zaraki grinned and charged the orb, placing both his hands on his Zanpakuto. Nice, Kachiki. Keep him there a second longer. I doubt he can regenerate any of his vital organs. I'll finish him with Kendo. He shouted, increasing his Ryatsu drastically. Ulquiorra's eyes widened. That's a bit too much. You are captains after all. Zaraki swung straight down, engulfing the entire area in a massive explosion of yellow Ryatsu. Now! Kuchiki! Zaraki shouted over the roar of the explosion. Bakuto number 63 Seijo Sabuko. Chains of blinding light suddenly shot into the explosion and wrapped around the espada. The captain didn't end there. Bakudo number 79. Kyushirbari. The explosion suddenly dispersed. Ukiura stood perfectly still, bound in place by golden chains, his chest showing that Zaraki's attack had nearly sliced him completely in half. 8 black holes, that emitted black Ryatsu, formed around the espada, a 9th formed in its center. Zaraki smirked. You used your weapon to soften the blows slightly. Without it, you would be in 2 pieces by now. The espada didn't even wince, his eyes locked on Byakuya. You will sustain from the killing blow, and not go for the kill? I will not risk you regenerating from even a killing blow. No matter how much Zaraki despises the idea. You can't kill me, so you resort to seal me. What a foolish notion. That's quite merciful for a general of the enemy army. In no way are you being shown mercy. You are simply too dangerous an opponent to allow unchecked. You will be dealt with soon enough. For now, you failed. You will not step a single foot within the Central 46 compound. You have already admitted to being unable to kill me. What makes you think I am not strong enough to break free of this pathetic seal? Can you not see the difference in strength? Zaraki glared. I've heard enough out of this guy. I'm out of here. You take it from here, Kuchiki. Ulquiorra stared at the back of Zaraki's head as the captains began walking away. What is it with you, Shinigami? Do you truly not believe we can't crush you under our heels? The two of you speak as if you have never seen true despair. True despair. Your army has rampaged through the Siriidii and brought it on the brink of oblivion. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. I was forced to sense malevolent beings invade the Siriidii, resulting in the massacre of all these warriors, leaving nothing but an empty void in the families of my subordinates. And you would have undoubtedly killed the 2 of us if you hadn't been sealed. I understand your meaning of despair very well. Zaraki sneered. Kuchiki, are you getting soft? Finish the sealing process before. As the captain spoke, Ulquiorra felt that his number 5 on the back of his hand begin to burn. He looked skyward. So you've come. His eyes locked on Byakuya once more. What you describe is not despair. What you have described is humiliation. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. Humiliation for failing to stop this war before you lost the lives of your subordinates. Zaraki stopped mid-step and looked over his shoulder, sensing a spike in Byakuya's Ryatsu. He knew the espada words hit home. Kuchiki, what the hell are you waiting for? Tell me, how will you explain this failure to the families of all your subordinates who you could not save? Ulquiorra whispered darkly. Byakuya's eyes flashed with rage and shot towards the espada. Zaraki stopped his fellow captain before he got too close to the Arrancar. Do be so weak, Kuchiki, he's trying to break free of your seal. Don't be a freaking idiot. Ulquiorra stared at both of them. I don't have time to slowly introduce the both of you to true despair. Zaraki's and Byakuya's eyes widened in disbelief as Ulquiorra was engulfed in a massive wave of black Ryatsu. No way! Byakuya whispered as the wave hit them, causing both Shinigami to fall to their knees due to the intensity of the Ryatsu. Zaraki stared into the growing blackness, unable to find the strength to raise his blade. What? What is this feeling? Ulquiorra emerged from the blackness as it began to disperse, revealing his true form. While he retained his black wings, his long white coat was gone, revealing a more defined musculature with his chest bare and hollow hole, dripping black, blood-like liquid. His waist became covered in something similar to black fur, which also covered his arms and legs. His fingers grew claw-like extensions and his feet become like talons. The irises of his eyes turn yellow while the scara becomes green. The tear-like marks under his eyes increased in size and turned black. Ulquiorra's mask is now completely gone, as he had taken on the fuller appearance of a bat. This feeling is true despair. West Siriidii. Rukia! What's the matter? Wiru shouted when Rukia suddenly stopped amidst combating the enemy army. The female Shinigami shook her head. I'm fine. We have almost won this battle, Rukia, just a little more. Chad shouted, punching a Calaveras into a building. She turned around and sliced another Arrancar that tried to sneak up on her. She swiftly spun back around, this feeling. Yuria rose an eyebrow as Rukia began to run towards the center of the Seriidii. Rukia? I'm sorry. But I have to check something. She shouted worriedly, confusing both Chad and the Quincy. The former took off after her. Yuryu! I'm going after her. Chad shouted, leaving the Quincy to leave the division by himself. Somewhere near central Seriidii. Lady Oraheim-sama. We shouldn't be here. Lord Kurosaki has commanded it of us. One of the female Sin numeros whispered worriedly as the other three looked for any danger approaching them. We've looked everywhere for the leader of the Shinigami. We have to go to the human world. We can't let Lord Primera-sama catch us. He's coming! All four Sin numeros were shaking fearfully as they sensed their master steadily approaching. Oraheim frowned. She didn't care. The sound of explosions rang in the distance. Columns of smoke sprouted all over the Seriidii, the heavy rainfall, the lightning, the thunder, the destruction. I need to find the captain. Her eyes widened and she swiftly looked north, that Ryatsu. Lord Cypher! One of the Sin numeros exclaimed. We should leave, now. His Ryatsu. We're going. Oraheim snapped. Fearful looks crossed their faces as they watched the human run towards where Ulquiorra was emitting a massive amount of Ryatsu. Ulquiorra is strong. The captain commander might be over there as well. I'll have to give it a shot. Oraheim-sama. Wait! Northern Seriidii. Chojiro's eyes narrowed as another column of lightning dispersed. Why, won't you fall? Neliel stood in the center of the battlefield, her body smoldering, her skin covered in blood and burnt flesh. Pain consumed every fiber of her being. Still she stood, barely able to move any more after receiving the full power of Chojiro's Bankai for the 6th time. And all she had to show for it, a broken wrist given to the vice-captain of the 1st Division. She lowly turned her head to the left. Pesh lay there, missing an arm and the lower half of his body. Fury welled up inside her as the charred flesh, where her number once was, began to burn. Ichigo, hurry! 1st Division Headquarters. The success of this war was based on our ability as Espada to defeat 5 certain captains before they unleashed Bankai. Stark whispered, staring up at the amazing sight before him. 100 yards away, a massive floating orb of water hovered over the 1st Division's headquarters. In the very center of the orb, Harribel remained perfectly still, seemingly able to breathe underwater. Though the feat of creating a floating prison of water was amazing in itself, that wasn't the most shocking. Kairaku Shunhei and Yukitake Jushiro both floated lifelessly before the Shark Empress. In the end, he didn't even have to lift a finger. That's 2 down. Harribel whispered softly as she descended out of her water prison. How long will you keep them imprisoned in there? He asked, uncaring. However long it takes for the water to erode the very flesh from their bones. She whispered, turning her back to them. I wonder if the 2 of them using Bankai would have really made that much of a difference. It didn't look like you had trouble at all. Harribel glared at him when he glanced at her. Her hair was matted with blood, and a shallow cut crossed the entirety of her stomach. She didn't win without struggle. To be honest with herself, she wasn't sure she could have won if she hadn't caught them off guard with her last attack. You finished it quickly enough. The Segunda whispered. We've run out of time, you know that. Harribel replied, raising her right hand and showing her number. He's coming. Stark nodded, looking off towards where Ulquiorra's Ryatsu was coming from. He better hurry up. 50 meters above Central 46 compound. Gasping, not only for air, but for the strength to live just a moment long, Byakuya Kachiki could not stop gurgling and coughing up mouthfuls of blood from the severe internal bleeding. The claws that were already digging into his throat suddenly tightened even more. In your last moments. What is crossing your mind, Captain? Ulquiorra's voice whispered expressionlessly before looking over his shoulder. What of you? Floating 50 meters above the Suriidii, Ulquiorra hovered, and his right hand Kachiki Byakuya, whose entire face, entire body, was covered in blood. And behind the demon Espada, Zaraki Kenpachi, Ulquiorra's tail wrapped tightening around his throat, crushing it more with every passing second. Both had obviously been tortured within an inch of their lives. The captain of the 11th Division, who refused to let go of his blade, closed his eyes as darkness came to him. Yachiru. Flashback Central 46 compound seconds after Harribel destroyed West Rakongai. Kinchan. Please take me with you. The small pink-haired Shinigami Wind, running after him. The captain of the 11th Division glared, Baka. It's going to be dangerous this time. Stay here, keep Kurosaki's sisters company. The three of you will be safe here. Yachiru pouted. Kinchan. What are you so worried for? Those stupid hollow are no match for. Darkness came to her a second later when Zaraki knocked her out with a soft blow to the back of her neck. He carefully placed her on the ground. Sorry kiddo, not this time. He quickly spun around. You too. Karen Kurosaki and Yuzu Kurosaki, who had watched the entire thing, backed away from the monster of a man. Please watch over her. Flashback end. Yachiru. Zaraki whispered, weakly lifting his blade despite knowing he no longer had the strength to even cut the Espada who was choking the life out of him. Ulquiorra's eyes flashed. Even on the verge of death you refused to drop your blade. Snap! Byakuya watched helplessly as Ulquiorra snapped Zaraki's neck. It was a death unfitting a man of Zaraki's caliber. And you? Ulquiorra whispered, turning back towards Byakuya and raising his free hand. You are just as unwilling to give up as he was. A black cirro instantly formed on his fingertip. You will not die an honorable death. No last words will be spoken to your subordinates so that they will make a final stand to defend your honor. No, you will die as pitifully as you should. So much for your pride as a Shinigami. Unable to use that last of his strength to speak, the captain of the 6th Division closed his eyes. Forgive me. Rukia. No emptiness as you die alone, Captain, and vanish in the darkness of my Cirro. All light within miles of the direction that Ulquiorra was facing was consumed by darkness. 300 meters above the Suriidii. The clashing of steel rang out for miles as Aizen and Isshin both displayed an unbelievable mastery of swordsmanship. Yamamoto, who had stepped back at Isshin's behest, watched the two of them closely, knowing he would be at the mercy of Kyoka Suigetsu if he got any closer. Damn you! Aizen! Aizen suddenly shot back, holding his chest tightly as blood shot out of the deep gash. Isshin smirked. What's the matter, Aizen? It seems as if you're slowly losing it. Are you at the end of your rope? The ex-captain, who stared down at his chest, smirked. Yes. It would seem that way. I am at the very limit of my Shinigami self, and still my power cannot match your own. Isshin glared. Give me back my son. Aizen smirked. You will see him soon enough. The hell does that mean? You've lost Aizen. You won't escape here alive, Yamamoto snapped, appearing behind him, Ryujin Jaka engulfed in flames. Do you think because I have reached my limits as a Shinigami that you have won this war? Aizen closed his eyes. Tell me, does this look like victory? All of a sudden the sky was filled with countless projections, each one displaying the countless battlefront in the Suriidii. Kamamura's lifeless body with a gaping hole in the center of his chest. Lisa, Hiyori, and Mashiro's broken bodies in the shadow of Ion's massive form. My! Isshin couldn't believe his eyes at the destruction the Arrancar army had caused. Where? Why haven't the Royal Guard mobilized? Not even they can turn a blind eye to this. Momo and Nemu buried under a pile of rubble. Matsumoto's body bloodied, her Zanpakuto shattered all around her. Sale standing in the 12th Division HQ surrounded by countless bodies of the Kido Corps and the vice-captains guarding the HQ. Zaraki's body thrown disrespectfully to the ground, his neck snapped in a horrible way. Byakuya, half his body disintegrated by the power of Ulquiorra's Cirro, Rukia had made it, and was crying over her brother's lifeless corpse with Chad looking on sadly. Yamamoto's eyes flashed with rage as he was once more engulfed in an inferno of flames. Aizen! I will burn the flesh off your bones. Renji, Ikaku, and his Sagei's battered bodies while Unohana healed them and Hirako combated Sabe. Tessai's body, which was no longer recognizable from the devastating Kido. Shunsui and Yukitake floating lifelessly in the water prison while Harribel and Stark looked on. Projection after projection filled the sky, showing the now completely destroyed Seriidii. Now I repeat my previous question, in what way have I lost? Isshin's Ryatsu erupted in a massive wave as Yamamoto's inferno of flames intensified. Such displays will not change a single thing. You, Yamamoto, a weak, decadent old man who is nothing but a shadow of his former self. You have grown soft. 300 years ago, could I have breached the Seriidi's borders? Could I have gotten anywhere near you? Aizen turned his gaze, and Kurosaki Isshin, you're a bigger failure. Your life has been nothing but disappointment. You lost your position because you fell in love with a human, and then you were too weak to protect her. You couldn't protect your daughters, nor could you protect your only son. Isshin's and Yamamoto's were burning with rage. The Shinigami smirked, in every sense of the word, the two of you are failures. At once, both snapped and swung their Zanpakuto, releasing such an enormous amount of Ryatsu that the space around them began to distort. Getsuga Tensho! A 100-foot wave of blinding white Ryatsu. Taimatsu! An inferno of flame that continued to grow without signs of stopping. Aizen didn't move an inch from both attacks, either of which had the power to kill him instantly, and now. I will make your pain grow all more, by unleashing one of your own against you. All of a sudden, the very sky above them ripped apart in the form of Garganta, and a towering beam of white light shot up from the torrent of darkness, taking the full force of both devastating attacks. Yamamoto's and Isshin's eyes widened in disbelief at the speed in which it all occurred. Is that negation? Yamamoto shouted as his inferno of flames and Getsuga Tensho erupted in a massive explosion. Amidst the explosion, a soft-spoken, yet powerful, voice echoed to the two. It's good to see you. The smoke from the explosion and the towering beam of light dispersed in an instant. Father. The Primera, garbed in his immaculate Espada clothes, half his face covered by his hollow mask, his long hair whipping around wildly in the wind, stood before them. Ichigo's arrival. Chapter 55, The Waning Moon. Hueco Mundo Sales Lab. Kurosaki Ichigo has finally entered the battlefield. A deep echoing voice whispered amongst the vacant laboratory as its owner walked closer towards the back end of the massive research center. With each step that he took, a loud boom accompanied it. The lone dark-skinned Arrancar stood 12 feet tall, his extremely muscular upper body giving way to a slimmer lower half. Black tribal markings circled his glowing red eyes, with the remnants of his hollow mask consisting of an entire lower jaw. 2 foot long, dark green, dreadlocks flowed from the top of his head, appearing more like tendrils than actual hair. For clothing, the Arrancar wore a plain white hakama with a black tabi, his upper half having remained unclothed. As such, the Arrancar continued, stopping before a seemingly plain wall and placing his hand upon it. I will enact Lord Aizen's final order, before his departure. The wall suddenly parted, revealing a hidden storage room that housed 3 human-sized test tubes that had frozen over. Before each stood a pedestal, and upon each pedestal lay a Zanpakuto. The Arrancar glanced at each Zanpakuto before staring past them at the 3 Arrancar-like beings that had been frozen in a form of stasis and walked over to the one on the right. As he did so, a digital screen appeared on each of the tube's glass surfaces, displaying vitals for the beings that had been frozen within. Having to bend down due to his height, he couldn't help but grin as he brought his hand up and touched the button that read Initiate Activation Sequence. Repeating the same action to the remaining 2 test tubes, he stepped back and watched as the ice within the tubes began to defrost at an alarmingly fast rate. Within seconds, each being housed within was floating, seemingly unconscious. Awaken, my brothers. Awaken. All 3 sets of eyes simultaneously snapped open and each test tube shattered. The 12-foot Arrancar covered his face from the shards of glass, taking a step back from the spikes of their Ryatsu. When he removed his arm from his face, he glanced down. The 3 Arrancar had left their destroyed prisons and now stood before their respective Zanpakuto. Not a single one acknowledged the massive Arrancar that loomed overhead. The Arrancar furthest right was by far the oddest of the 3. It had no facial features. Its hollow mask covered most of its head, neck, and throat, with the exception of a small hole in the back for his hair to flow from, which were dark brown braids. The mask was a plain smooth white surface with the only feature being a bilateral line down the middle. For clothing, it wore a white chest plate and a pair of small shoulder guards, a pair of black gloves, and bottoms of a standard Arrancar outfit with white boots. With the little skin that could be seen, it was obvious the Arrancar had very dark skin. Character Intro. Modified Arrancar Number 2, Can Name Tosen. Zanpakuto, Suzumushi. Status, Active. The Arrancar reached down and grabbed the hilt of a Zanpakuto that had the tsuba taking the shape of a teardrop and a small ring dangling off the tip of it. The Arrancar on the left had shoulder-length silver hair and had pale skin. The remnants of its hollow mask, like the other, was a plain smooth white surface that covered the bottom half of his face. For clothing, he wore a long white robe over his Arrancar hakama. While his eyes had been not but narrow slits up until this point, when he lifted the Zanpakuto which was in the form of a wakizashi, they opened revealing vibrant sky-blue eyes. Character Intro. Modified Arrancar Number 3 Ikimaru Jin. Zanpakuto, Shinso. Status, Active. The Arrancar in the center had turquoise hair, with pale skin, and the remains of his hollow mask took the form of an upper jaw that extended around the back of his head and had a sort of crest. It wore a very standard version of an Arrancar uniform. While it seemed the most unordinary of the 3, his yellow eyes burned with an unknown darkness. Character Intro. Modified Arrancar Number 0 Arturo Platadu. Zanpakuto, Phoenix. Status, Active. He grabbed the katana before him, standard-sized katana with an hourglass-shaped guard. My brothers. The massive Arrancar began, his red eyes peering into each of them. Rightful rulers to Hueco Mundo. To whom do you answer to? The faceless Arrancar's head twitched slightly and vertical lines appeared on the top and bottom of the mouth area, giving the faceless mask teeth. Lord Aizen-sama. The dark-skinned Arrancar whispered, sheathing his Zanpakuto. And now that I set the 3 of you free under his command, what is the first thing you're going to do? At once the Arrancar whispered, once Lord Aizen returns. Crush the Espada. And with that said, one of the most famous hollow in the history of the Seriidii. The Grand Fisher led Aizen's personal guard out of the lab to wait in the silence of Hueco Mundo. Human world, several months earlier. Can you forgive me? A voice whispered, its owner kneeling on the soft grass beneath him as he placed a gentle hand on the cold tombstone before him. Thunder echoed around him as the rainfall intensified. He looked up to the sky wondering if this was the work of the real God. He couldn't even bring himself to smile at the irony of how the weather reflected the inner turmoil within himself. I'm so sorry. He whispered again, warm tears rolling down his cheeks as his hand crossed over the name engraved on the slab of stone. I couldn't protect him. I couldn't protect our girls. We promised. We had promised to do everything in our power to shield them from our 2 worlds, and here I am, unable to stop my world from crushing our family. Lightning flashed overhead. Karen and Yuzu. They're safe. I had no choice but to take them to Seriidii, as of now. I can't think of a safer place. And Ichigo. Taken. But I promise you, I will get him back. Even if. Flashback. Isshin's eyes burned with rage as he stared at Aizen. Farewell, Kurosaki Isshin. Isshin turned glanced at each of the Arrancar, remembering their faces. Stark eyed Isshin emotionlessly before turning around. Isshin felt his heart drop as he looked up at the face of the man Stark had been carrying. No. Impossible. Isshin! Ryukin exclaimed, staring up at the same face. Is that Ichigo? Isshin whispered helplessly, what's going on? The second the garganta closed, Isshin turned to Ryukin. We have to get to Soul Society. We have to call together the captains. We can't wait any longer. Your son. Flashback end. I don't want to believe it. Or, maybe I do and just can't accept it. Aizen. What if he did something to Ichigo? Changed him? Never before has the Godai team faced such a threat, and I can't help but feel that Ichigo is somehow a part of it. He slowly closed his eyes as his fists tightened. Aizen will pay for this. I swear it. Present day, 300 meters above the Siriidii. Aizen, in every sense of the word, the two of you are failures. At once, both Isshin and Yamamoto snapped and swung their Zanpakuto, releasing such an enormous amount of Ryatsu that the space around them began to distort. Getsuga Tensho. A 100-foot wave of blinding white Ryatsu. Taimatsu. An inferno of flame that continued to grow without signs of stopping. Aizen didn't move an inch from both attacks, either of which had the power to kill him instantly, and now I will make your pain grow all more, by unleashing one of your own against you. All of a sudden, the very sky above them ripped apart in the form of Garganta, and a towering beam of white light shot up from the torrent of darkness, taking the full force of both devastating attacks. Yamamoto's and Isshin's eyes widened in disbelief at the speed in which it all occurred. Is that negation? Yamamoto shouted as his inferno of flames and Getsuga Tensho erupted in a massive explosion. Amidst the explosion, a soft-spoken, yet powerful, voice echoed to the two. It's good to see you. The smoke from the explosion and the towering beam of light dispersed in an instant. Father. The Primera, garbed in his immaculate Espada clothes, half his face covered by his hollow mask, his long hair whipping around wildly in the wind. 12th Division HQ. Sale smirked. The second Ichigo's powerful presence rippled across the Siriidii. He knew, the end of the war was only moments away. This was the final thing Aizen had ordered of him, before he was allowed to delve into the dark secrets that the division kept hidden. There wouldn't be much time left. So you've finally come. Now then. He spun around and rose his arms skyward, still standing amongst the rubble that was once the 12th Division's HQ, countless dead bodies scattered around him, the most prominent of them being the 3rd Division Vice Captain's body that had appeared mummified and drained of all bodily fluid. The scientist started to raise his Ryatsu and began mumbling under his breath. To anyone that was knowledgeable enough, it was obvious that the former Espada was uttering a Aikido spell. Within moments, 6 small white orbs formed around him, each giving off a blinding white glow before shooting into the sky. When they got high enough, they split apart, equally spacing themselves around the Siriidii before expanding into 6 massive visual screens. And each one was showing Ichigo presence on the battlefield, while Yamamoto and Isshin looked upon the Primera in disbelief. Chapter 55: The Waning Moon. The war enters its final arc. West Rakamgai. Ichi, go? Yoruchi whispered in disbelief as she finally fell to her knees, the last bit of her Ryatsu spent from overusing Shunko. All she could do now was watch the projection screen, unable to find the strength to take another step forward. She didn't even bother to spare one more glance at the Arrancar that had brought her to death's doorsteps. Wonder Weiss lay before her, every bone in his body utterly crushed by Yoruchi's all-out assault. Yet even still he remained breathing. Ichi, go. Sokaiku Hill. What the hell? Shinji shouted, taking his focus off the 100-meter-tall dragon before him. Sabe herself was focused. A grin etched on her face, barring her fangs. This captain has a troublesome ability. Troublesome, even for the likes of me. It's about time. Ichigo. Unohana, Ikkaku, Renji, and his Seijai frowned as the projection showed a close-up of Ichigo. His emotionless face. His dark Ryatsu that was spreading across the Siriidii. They had never felt a more potent Ryatsu. Not even Unohana, the oldest of the captains, had felt such power aside from the Captain Commander. Central 46 Compound. Brother! Rukia cried, her body sprawled over the bloodied and mangled form of her old brother and captain of the 6th Division. All else was lost to her, even the arrival of Ichigo, that was broadcasted across the sky. In that moment, nothing mattered, but Byakuya Kachiki, the lower half of his body, mangled, his hair matted and his face covered in his own blood. "Brother!" she continued, not caring that Byakuya's blood transferred onto her. Tears, that she couldn't find the strength to wipe away, flowed freely down her cheeks. Don't, please don't leave me." Chad, who stood several feet away, knelt beside Zaraki's crushed form, wiping away the blood that covered the man's face. The man who had trained him the last several months, the proud warrior. Dead. A lone tear came to his right eye as sadness welled up within him. He looked over his shoulder at Rukia, who seemed to fall deeper into despair every second that passed. And at last, he looked skyward. Refusing to believe Ichigo was acting on his own accord, he shook his head. "What did Aizen do to you?" "Ichigo?" He looked around, facing the now destroyed entrance into the Central 46. "The Espada who did this." His eyes hardened. "I'll kill him." Without another word he shot past the distraught Shinigami. "Forgive me, Ichigo, but I must repay my debt. For now, I leave you to your father. Odds are, whatever Aizen has done to you, I won't have the ability to undo. Please. Just... Chad? Rukia?" He stopped dead in his tracks. His heart stopped. That voice, he knew all too well. It can't be. His eyes widened as he swiftly spun around, no way. Even Rukia, who couldn't ignore the familiarity of the voice, looked up. Amongst all the chaos, Orihime was running towards them. Behind her, the 4 Arrancar that were acting as her guard. "What the hell?" Chad whispered, his eyes narrowing. "Why are there Arrancar with her?" Realizing what Orihime's sudden appearance entailed, a wild spark of relief filled Rukia's being. She could save him. Save brother. Orihime. Orihime smiled, finally able to see her friends after so long. "Rukia Chad. Chad-chan." When she got close enough, her eyes widened when Chad abruptly blocked her path. Rukia's eyes widened. "Chad? What are you doing?" "Orihime. Please. Shut up, Rukia," Chad shouted, stunning the Shinigami. At the same moment, Orihime's guard stepped forward, immediately seeing Chad as a threat. Wah. Orihime was taken aback by the hostile look in Chad's eye. She had never seen it before. "It's not that I'm glad to see you, Orihime," he began slowly, but... He looked skyward. Ichigo was clearly being controlled by Aizen somehow. How was he so sure that Orihime wasn't being controlled likewise? Still, he could not help but feel relieved to see his close friend alive after all this time. "Why, are those Arrancar with you?" The 4 didn't even bother to respond. They are here to protect me. It was Ichigo's orders." Orihime whispered softly, wondering why Chad was growing more hostile by the moment. Chad's eyes widened. "Ichigo?" Orihime nodded. "I wanted to find the Captain Commander, convince him, to stop him from trying to kill Ichigo." She looked at the projection scene. "It's too late now. I couldn't stop it." Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. Chad shook his head. "What the hell is going on? Aizen is controlling Ichigo. Can't you see that?" He pointed to the screens. Orihime stepped forward. "Aizen's not controlling him." Chad took a step back. "What?" Orihime began to speak, but froze when she finally looked past Chad. Byakuya's and Zaraki's bodies, lying amongst the rubble. "Oh no!" she exclaimed, running past Chad, whose eyes remained locked on the Arrancar. He waited for them to make a move. "Orihime, what the hell is going on?" Chad whispered once more, unable to comprehend anything of what was going on. Why does she have Arrancar protecting her? Why is she just running around the Siriidii in the middle of a war? Why does she think the Captain Commander would kill Ichigo, and what she said about Ichigo not being controlled by Aizen? What the hell is going on? Please! Save him! Rukia cried as Rukia fell to her knees. Tears rolled down Oriheim's face faster as she looked upon Byakuya's face. She hated this, all the fighting. Soten Kishun. I reject. Byakuya was instantly surrounded by a ray of golden light. I will fill the both of you in, after I heal Kuchiki-san and Zaraki-san. I promise. When she turned her focus back to Byakuya, who was floating within the sphere, she frowned. Her abilities, boosted drastically by Ichigo's Ryatsu, should have begun healing the Shinigami captain already. After all, she had revived Yami within seconds. She shook her head. Why? Why isn't it working? She didn't reveal her worry to Rukia, but a memory of the time she had tried to revive Ichigo from Ulquiorra killing blow passed through her mind. Ulquiorra Ryatsu had been so foreign and omnipotent that her ability to reject was ineffective. Who did this to them? She whispered softly. Her guards knew that she was talking to them. After all, their sensing skills far surpassed hers. Ulquiorra-sama. One of them whispered softly. Oriheim glanced at the destroyed opening into the central 46 air chambers, knowing Ulquiorra was in there, before closing her eyes. I was afraid of that. Still tearing at the state Byakuya was in, she tried as best she could to strengthen her rejection ability. She found it hard to believe that, despite her new powers, it wasn't working. Forgive me, Oriheim, but you need to start talking. Chad began, his eyes still locked on her protector's pleas. I need to understand what's going on. Nothing. Nothing has been right since Ichigo was taken. Please. You're our friend. If Aizen isn't controlling you, controlling Ichigo, what really going on? Oriheim shakingly took a deep breath. I don't know if it will make sense to you, but Ichigo. 300 meters above the Siriidii several minutes earlier. Time stood still, very life itself seemed to stop. His heart stopped. His stomach tightened. His grip on his Zanpakuto loosened as it fell to his side. Suddenly he found himself without the strength to even keep it lifted anymore. Ichigo. Isshin whispered in both sadness and confusion. His suspicions confirmed as he stared upon the Primera Espada's mask fragments. So my eyes didn't deceive me that day. What is the meaning of this? Yamamoto thought aloud as he locked eyes with Ichigo, and his memories went back to the time this boy challenged the very foundations of the Siritii for a single soul. That boy, who stopped the Sokayaku, with so much conviction in his eyes. The very boy who now stood before him and his own father, and Arrancar. Primera Espada in Aizen's army. An army that threatened to destroy the very thing that kept the worlds in order. Meaning? Aizen asked, finding confusion. To what meaning do you speak of? What did you do to Kurosaki Ichigo? Yamamoto roared. Ichigo, it can't be. Isshin denied, taking a step towards his son, who remained completely emotionless. Kurosaki Ichigo's current state is by no means the result of anything brought about by my hands. Though Yamamoto knew very little of Ichigo, he was well aware of the child going through the hollowification process, and that those that have gone through such a process were at war with the hollow within themselves. The both of you are not ignorant, Aizen begun. You too are well aware the hollowification process that blurs the line between hollow and Shinigami. His current state is not the result of his hollow taking over. Kurosaki Ichigo was much too powerful for that. Confusion welled up within the Captain Commander. What? He is no longer the Kurosaki Ichigo that you remember. He is not the honorable hero that uncovered the mystery of my betrayal. Nor is he the lovable son of a fool. The ex-captain stepped forward, his back to Ichigo. He is Kurosaki Ichigo, Primera Espada. And he has been reborn, as a titan among Arrancar. Ichigo? Ichigo's emotionless eyes locked on Isshin and slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sheathed Zanpakuto. Isshin's heart skipped a beat as his son released a wave of killing intent so powerful that Yamamoto and Isshin were nearly brought to their knees by the unexpected power of its intensity. "What happened to you, Ichigo?" Ichigo's multicolored eyes, the gold one, covered by his hollow fragments, and his soft brown eye, hardened. "I tell you this only once, Kurosaki Ichigo, remove your hand from that blade this instant," Yamamoto whispered. Though he was confused about this sudden turn of events, he knew two things were absolutely clear. 1. The orange-haired boy was raising his blade against them. And 2. Aizen was fully confident in this boy's ability to fight on par with both powerful captains. Those two thoughts in itself drew a red flag for the captain commander. That boy Ryatsu. So vast. Its strength and intensity. It rivals that of my own. What is the meaning of this? Ichigo ignored him completely, his eyes locked solely on his father. Isshin shook his head. What did Aizen do to you? Yamamoto looked between father and son for a moment. He shook his head. The explosion rang up from below. Looking down, he could see the Siriidii was nearly in ruins. Every second that passed, more deaths. He had to end it, all of it, before it was too late. Stand back, Kurosaki Isshin. Aizen smirked. Isshin's eyes widened as Yamamoto stepped forward, Ryujin Jaka blazed in intense flames. He regained his composure just as quickly and stepped in front of the commander. You're insane. If you think I would let you even lay a silence. Yamamoto roared, the flames surrounding him intensifying tenfold. The Shinigami before him winced. As of this moment, your son has become a direct threat to the Siriidii. I am not without mercy. I have not forgot the debt I owe to your son. And for that, I will not kill him. His eyes hardened slightly, though. I cannot promise he won't come through this unscathed. He began walking past Isshin, and when he got close enough, placed a hand on his former subordinate's shoulder. I will not ask you to raise your blade against your son. I shall deal with him. Isshin looked over his shoulder. Please. Ichigo, don't make us do this that hard way. Aizen couldn't have taken all your memories from you. Do you not remember anything? Ichigo remained emotionless as he slowly unsheathed his Zanpakuto. My son, what's happened to you? Isshin slowly rose his blade, aiming it directly at Aizen. He knew that time was of the essence, so with a heavy heart, he whispered, I'll leave Ichigo to you. Leave AI. All of a sudden Isshin and Yamamoto's eyes widened as Spike of Ryatsu reached them. Losing all composure for what he had sensed, Isshin spun around. Yuzu. Karen! Yamamoto himself couldn't believe what he was sensing. He had been so focused on the enemy before him that he had become blind to all else. Byakuya and Zenpachi had fallen. One of the Espada had entered the Central 46 compound. A thunderous boom echoed across the sky, causing Isshin to look over his shoulder. Disbelief etched on his face. Ichigo and Yamamoto stood face to face, both their Zanpakuto locked. It took only a second for Isshin to realize. Ichigo had made to cut him down while his attention was on his daughters. Ichigo? Go! Yamamoto shouted as sparks rained down on himself and the Primera Espada. Ichigo's eyes were locked on his own. I will deal with you, son. Go now! The Central 46 and your daughters. Save them! Knowing there was not a moment to lose, Isshin spared Ichigo one last look at Ichigo before vanishing. Are you sure that was wise? Aizen asked as Yamamoto and Ichigo jumped away from each other. He stepped past Ichigo. After all, he was your only chance of conquering my Kyoka Suigetsu. Not that it would have mattered. You have wasted too much time. You've lost your chance to turn the tides of this battle long ago. Your death is just a bonus. Yamamoto smirked. Do you think that Zanpakuto of yours stands any chance against me? Do not think you can beat me, boy. Aizen, his back to Ichigo, looked over his shoulder for the slightest moment. Your Ryujin Jaka is the strongest Zanpakuto in existence. It has no equal. In a fair fight, now that you have regained some of your youth, you would undoubtedly overpower me. Kurosaki Ichigo though. That is an entirely different matter. He is my ultimate weapon. A weapon of unlimited potential. A weapon I unleash upon you all in. Time froze as the next word seemed lost Aizen. Yamamoto's eyes slowly widened as what had just occurred before him. It happened in just an instant. If he had blinked, he would have missed it. What? Unable to comprehend what happened, Aizen slowly touched his chest, barely realizing that he was beginning to tremble. What? He suddenly felt odd. The feeling was foreign to him. He looked down at his blood-coating hand. Only then did he realize. WH. What? He looked over his shoulder, his eyes locking on Ichigo, who slowly resheathed his Zanpakuto. Flashback a few days before the war. Ichigo has given us the order. You are not to be touched, until after you reveal all that you know about his past. Sale whispered, kneeling before Aizen who sat upon his throne. Aizen smirked. You've done well, Sale. Your service will not go unawarded. As promised. You shall be given the title Primera following the war. You have done well. Flashback end. As the memory of that time ended, Aizen's eyes narrowed as further realization dawned on him. You bastard. Sale. 2th Division HQ. Sale grinned as he fixed his glasses upon his face. Farewell. Aizen. 300 meters above the Siriidii. Aizen and Ichigo eyes locked once more before, finally, the ex-captain fell. Curse you! Kurosaki. Ichigo. Your trust in Sale was misplaced. He was always working for me. You were never meant to rule us. There was a momentary pause. You think too highly of yourself. Aizen. Ichigo's emotionless eyes watched as Aizen was split completely in half from right shoulder to left hip, and both Primera and Captain Commander watched as both halves plummeted towards the Siriidii. Chapter 56, The Sun versus the Moon. Do you think that Zanpakuto of yours stands any chance against me? Do not think you can beat me, boy. Aizen, his back to Ichigo, looked over his shoulder for the slightest moment. Your Ryujin Jaka is the strongest Zanpakuto in existence. It has no equal. In a fair fight, now that you have regained some of your youth, you would undoubtedly overpower me. Kurosaki Ichigo though. That is an entirely different matter. He is my ultimate weapon. A weapon of unlimited potential. A weapon I unleash upon you all in. Time froze as the next word seemed lost Aizen. Yamamoto's eyes slowly widened as what had just occurred before him. It happened in just an instant. If he had blinked, he would have missed it. What? Unable to comprehend what happened, Aizen slowly touched his chest, barely realizing that he was beginning to tremble. What? He suddenly felt odd. The feeling was foreign to him. He looked down at his blood-coating hand. Only then did he realize. WH. What? He looked over his shoulder, his eyes locking on Ichigo, who slowly resheathed his Zanpakuto. Flashback a few days before the war. Ichigo has given us the order. You are not to be touched, until after you reveal all that you know about his past. Sale whispered, kneeling before Aizen who sat upon his throne. Aizen smirked. You've done well, Sale. Your service will not go unrewarded. As promised. You shall be given the title Primera following the war. You have done well. Flashback end. As the memory of that time ended, Aizen's eyes narrowed as further realization dawned on him. You bastard. Sale. 2th Division HQ. Sale grinned as he fixed his glasses upon his face. Farewell. Aizen. 300 meters above the Siriidii. Aizen and Ichigo eyes locked once more before, finally, the ex-captain fell. Curse you! Kurosaki. Ichigo. Your trust in Sale was misplaced. He was always working for me. You were never meant to rule us. There was a momentary pause. You think too highly of yourself. Aizen. Ichigo's emotionless eyes watched as Aizen was split completely in half from right shoulder to left hip, and both Primera and Captain Commander watched as both halves plummeted towards the Seriidii. Chapter 56, The Sun vs. the Moon. 1st Division HQ. So it's done, Stark whispered, watching the visual projection as Aizen was split completely in half. Harribel turned away. Did you have any doubt he could do it? Let's go. Ichigo's father is closing in on Ulquiorra. Right, the Segunda agreed before they both vanished via Sonido, leaving Shunsui and Jushiro in the wreckage of the 1st Division building. 300 meters above the Seriidii. Yamamoto, having seen Aizen fall before his own eye, could not believe what had occurred. With a single slash, Ichigo had bifurcated the leader of the enemy's army. What is the meaning of this? Kurosaki Ichigo. Ichigo locked eyes with him, with the death of Aizen. I have truly become acting commander of the Arrancar army. Yamamoto was taken aback by the hostility in his tone. Confusion welled up inside him about what was unfolding. I asked, what is the meaning of this? I will not ask a third time. What did Aizen do to you? You are clearly no ally to Aizen, but that doesn't mean you aren't a threat to us. Are you truly Kurosaki Ichigo, and if you are, what have you become? Instead of replying, Ichigo held out both hands before him and spoke, black and white net. Yamamoto glared, that Kido. A Kido spell used for transmitting mental messages to anyone within the caster's vicinity. 22 bridges, 66 crown strings, footsteps, distant thunders, mountain peaks, valley night shadows, cloud sea, cyan line, fill up to the circle and zoom to the edges of the sky. Heido number 77 Tenikura. To whom are you addressing, Kurosaki? Suddenly, every single being within the Seriidii was connected to the Primera's Kido. And every single being stopped fighting to listen to what was about to be told. They all looked skyward. An eerie silence descended upon the war zone. Explosions ceased, sounds of clashing swords stopped. Confusion is amongst the strongest emotions all of you must be feeling. Especially for those whom I once considered my closest friends. I will only say this once. I will speak it clearly, and in the most simple way I know how. He paused. I am not the Kurosaki Ichigo you once knew. Shinji, Ikaku, Chad, Rukia, Hisagi, Renji, Yoruichi, Yumachika, and even Isshin as he raced the Central 46 compound, all of his close friends listened in disbelief at what they were hearing. Inoue frowned, knowing it had to be done. I have become something else. Something greater. I will not come back to you. It will never be like it once was. I will not smile with you, laugh with you, spend days out relaxing and sparring with you. Those days are over. I remember them as if they were a distant memory. And there they will stay. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed. So you do mean to challenge us? Ichigo locked eyes with him once more. I say this, not only to your Captain Commander, but to all of you that oppose us. I know that many of you still wish to fight. Some of you even think that to fight is wise, but this is folly. This has always been Aizen's war. Not yours, not ours. Allow our forces to withdraw. Do this and not one more Shinigami will have to lose their life, for you have already lost so many. And once we have left, do not come after us. Leave us in peace, and I swear to you all, we will never be heard of again. Yamamoto's eyes flashed with rage. Leave you, in peace? Boy! Look at what your kind has done. The death, the destruction, the malice. Such reckless hate. Do you think we, the Godii 13, will allow you and your army to walk away? The flames of Ryujin Jaka slowly began to grow once more. The Godii 13 have fallen. Ichigo roared, his voice reaching every being in the Seriidii and causing fear in the remaining forces, he himself showing emotion for the first time since appearing. You're all that's left. He whispered, quickly retaining his composure while walking close to the Captain Commander. Listen. Listen, the fighting has stopped, Both armies have ceased. You aren't a fool. Your army has been utterly crushed by our forces. You have lost. Soul Society has fallen. Yamamoto's rage was reflected in the intensity of Ryujin Jaka's flames. Ichigo continued, his voice echoing throughout thousands of minds. You have fought valiantly. But in vain. I do not wish this. Every drop of Shinigami blood that is split will only quicken my army's hunger. He paused for a few moments. I therefore command my forces to retreat. At once, thousands of gargantas began opening up within the Suriidii. Yamamoto's eyes widened, as did the eyes of every Shinigami that still counted for fighting power within their army, as the Calaveras and Sin Numeros began entering the gargantas without a single complaint. As if they weren't, just seconds ago, laying waste to the White City. Despite thousands of Ryatsu's signatures vanishing, several Espada-leveled Arrancar remained within the Suriidii. Ichigo turned his back to the captain commander. As I said, we shall leave, without another swing of the blade. Treat your wounded, dispose of your dead with dignity. A huge garganta slowly ripped open before him. To my closest friends and family, I now speak directly to you. Central 46 Compound. Rukia and Chad frowned as they looked skyward. Ichigo? Rukia whispered, fresh tears brimming in her eyes. Chad. What's going on? What happened to him? Chad shook his head sadly. Orihime, what? Orihime refused to meet his gaze, instead, focusing all her attention on healing Byakuya, who still showed no sign of being healed. On this day, Ichigo's voice echoed in their minds, you have fought and suffered not only for my sake, but Urahara's and Orihime's. There is no greater honor I can bestow upon you than acknowledging you as my once greatest friends. Give up on trying to save us. I am not the man you remember. Urahara as you know him is dead, and Orihime wishes to stay with us. Remember this and take it to heart. The Primera stopped speaking when a wave of flames surged in front of him, cutting him off from entering his own garganta. How naive, how dizzyingly naive. Yamamoto began darkly, causing Ichigo to look over his shoulder. Stand down, Jinryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto. Ichigo whispered warningly. Watch your tone, boy. Do you honestly believe I would simply allow you to leave this place? I don't know what has happened to you, but your army has caused untold destruction to the Suriidii and the Godii 13. And the Espada as well as yourself have become a direct threat to the continued peace of this world. You will not leave here. You will drop your Zanpakuto and turn yourself into the Godii 13. And very soon, I myself will lead the remaining captains into Hueco Mundo and utterly crush the remaining Espada and your army. If you do not do so, I will have no choice but to ignore the promise I made to your father, strike you down where you stand. For the greater good. Ichigo grabbed the hilt of his Zanpakuto. Those words, will you stake your life on them? Yamamoto's eyes flashed with rage and a second later swung Ryujin Jaka, releasing a wave of unrestrained flames. Not a moment later, the captain's eyes widened as a shadow grew within the intensity of the flames and a hand emerged, grasping him tightly around the throat and making the flames of the last attack disperse. Ichigo stood, his severely scorched hand digging into the captain commander's throat. So you have chosen death. Yamamoto winced, stunned at the speed Ichigo displayed, and quickly raised Ryujin Jaka to counter. Ichigo moved just a second faster and sent the captain plummeting out of the air so fast that velocity rings formed out around him. Before following after his opponent, Ichigo raised his scorched hand and winced, even with my hero, those flames. Ruins of the recently destroyed Suriidii. How very foolish of you. Yamamoto's voice echoed as Ichigo appeared several yards away from the destroyed building from which the voice sounded. The Primera turned, facing the gaping hole that led into the building, which glowed red faintly. You young ones, always acting brash, never fully understanding the consequences of your mistakes. Ichigo slowly unsheathed his blade as the ground began to shake, for the mistakes you make will eventually be labeled as experience in your future, but with a true mistake, there is no experience to be gained. The primer's eyes widened as the building suddenly erupted in a storm of hellfire and Yamamoto emerged, his Ryatsu burning the very air and the flame of his Ryatsu and Ryujin Jaka engulfing the entire area. For the mistake of taking me on as your opponent will leave you with no future. Central 46 Compound. What is this? Chad groaned as the intensity of the spiritual pressure that had suddenly engulfed the area brought him, Rukia, Orihime, and her guard down to their knees. The very air they breathed felt as if they were breathing in fire, their mouths dried almost instantly, and within seconds they were drenched in sweat. The Captain Commander, he's angry. Rukia whispered, fear evident in her eyes. Never before had she felt such Ryatsu. And even more alarming was that she could tell that the Captain Commander's spiritual pressure was clear on the other side of the Siriidii. To reach us at such a distance. Orihime, who was still in the process of healing Byakuya, cried out in shock as Soten Kishin's golden orb began to crack from the power of the Ryatsu. Oh no! She tried focusing on healing Byakuya as hard as she could, but it was barely making a difference. He just wasn't healing as fast, if at all. Honestly, she couldn't tell much of a difference from when she had started. I can't give up. Knowing full well that Ichigo and Yamamoto had begun to fight, Orihime shook her head, knowing she was needed here. Her eyes saddened as she stared down at Byakuya's corpse, her tears brimming once again. The sound of Shuimpa filled the air as Isshin appeared, stunning everyone present. He alone didn't seem affected by the Captain Commander's Ryatsu and was in fact releasing an enormous amount of Ryatsu of his own. Chad? Rukia? Orihime? Isshin shouted, stunned that they were together. He glanced briefly at the four Arrancar, who seemed to cower in his presence. Then to Orihime, who was healing Byakuya. Chad looked at Ichigo's dad in shock, the rage shown in Isshin's eyes scared even him, Kurosaki-sama. Ichigo. I know. He glanced at the opening into the Central 46 compound. The Captain Commander is handling things on that end, right now. I have to focus on. His eyes widened abruptly as a leg entered his peripheral vision. What? Everyone watched in shock as Stark, the Segunda Espada, appeared before Isshin. Isshin moved just as fast, bringing his forearm up and intercepting the kick without even flinching, their clash, causing a shockwave that engulfed the area. His eyes hardened. You. He had remembered Stark from their last encounter in Karakura Town. Stark stared back without emotion. Forgive me, Captain-san. I won't allow you to take one more step towards the Central 46 compound. Harribel appeared next, still in her released form. It appears Ulquiorra needs more time. Stark jumped back so that the two Espadas stood side by side. Stand down, Espada! Isshin roared furiously, his Ryatsu raising high enough to stun even the Arrancar. Stark glanced briefly at Harribel. He's strong. Shall we? All of a sudden his eyes widened as a flash of white and green shot past them and slammed into the side of a nearby building. He was left speechless as realization of what was dawned on him. 211. Isn't very fair, a voice began calmly as Ryukin appeared beside Isshin. Then again, you are nothing but trash. I wouldn't expect any less of you. Lilinet. Stark shouted as he stared up. Lilinet was pinned to the side of the building by no less than 5 arrows, blood covered most of her body. St. Stark. She whispered weakly, struggling to reach out for him. I warned her. I wouldn't go easy. Ryukin whispered, fixing his glasses on his face. The sound of sonido filled the air as Stark ignored everything and shot towards Lilinet's defeated form. Stark! Harribel shouted warningly as Ryukin vanished just as fast. Focused only on reaching Lilinet to help her, Stark was completely blindsided by the arrow that pierced his back so hard that he was sent crashing into the ground with enough force to create a small crater. Just because I'm not a captain-class Shinigami doesn't mean I'm not a threat. You shouldn't take your eyes off your opponent, even when a close comrade has fallen. The Quincy whispered, staring into the column of dust. Those will be your last arrogant words. Ryukin's eyes widened as Stark appeared behind him, catching him off guard. Harribel, who had watched the exchange, swiftly spun around and brought her blade up, releasing a surge of water that successfully halted Ishin's surprise attack. "You'll have to do better than that, Kurosaki Ishin." "La Gata." Ishin's eyes widened as a condensed blade of water shot out of her Zanpakuto and slammed into him so hard that the water actually sliced into his abdomen. The former captain didn't know if it was his fear for his daughters, or Ichigo, but he managed to ignore the pain altogether and without missing a step, shouted, "Burn!" "Enjetsu!" Harribel's eyes widened as his Ryatsu descended upon her, this Ryatsu. She knew that this Ryatsu equaled her own, and he hasn't even released Bankai. Ishin glared at her as his Ryatsu died down. "You had the chance to step down. You will regret this, until the end of your life. That's not saying much, 'cause you won't live much longer. Getsuga!" He raised his blade, Tenzo. The massive wave of spiritual energy surged from his Zanpakuto, its power great enough to cause the ground to shake. The Tercera Espada swung her blade just as fast, releasing a tidal wave that was 3 times larger than Ishin's Tenzo. The two attacks hit a mere second later, releasing a shockwave that sent both Harribel and Ishin flying in separate directions. A short distance away, Orihime, having just watched Harribel's and Ishin's attack collide, frowned. "I failed. I couldn't stop any of it." Chad watched on, barely able to make out Ishin as Harribel successfully put space between Ishin and the Central 46 compound. Ichigo's fighting Yamamoto. Yuryu's dad is fighting the Segunda Espada, and Ishin is fighting the Tercera, and all the while, the sounds of distant explosions still echoed as the war ravaged on. "I can't do anything. We have to get out of here. We are right in the middle of this," Rukia whispered worriedly. "Orihime's Soten Kiss Hunt isn't working. It might have something to do with the spiritual pressure surrounding us. We can't go anywhere, Rukia. You've heard it too, haven't you? The distant explosions. They have steadily been getting louder. The Arrancar army is pushing the Shinigami back towards the center of the Siriidii from all sides. We're trapped. It's not working," Orihime whimpered, causing Rukia and Chad to look towards her. It was obvious she was referring to the fact that Byakuya wasn't healing as fast as he should be. "I don't know what's wrong." His eyes suddenly widened as a memory of when she had tried healing Ichigo from Alquioria's Ciro Oscuros, back then. Ichigo wasn't healing either, could it be? Shano, one of the spirits in charge of Soten Kiss Hunt, suddenly appeared before her. Orihime looked taken aback since the spirits haven't spoken to her in months. "Shano! Why? Why isn't Byakuya-san healing?" The blonde spirit, whose lower half of his face was covered by a hollow mask due to being imbued with Ichigo's Ryatsu, looked concerned. "Orihime-sama. There's a large amount of foreign Ryatsu that's making the reversal go slower than usual, but it is working, only that it will take a few hours. We won't give up." Rukia, who had heard, breathed a sigh of relief at hearing that. "Thank you, there is still hope. He'll live." Even Orihime cracked a smile through her tears. Even if it was for the slightest moment, a sense of enjoyment filled them knowing that Byakuya and Zaraki would make it through. But even so, they could not block out the explosions that steadily closed in, the rain and the storm clouds brought on by Harribel's release that had been slowly receding since Yamamoto's fiery Ryatsu spread across the Siriidii, or the intensity of the Ryatsu of the powerful fighters around them. And what truly brought them back to the reality of the war was the column of red and orange fire that was mixed with black Ryatsu that reached several hundred meters into the sky from the result of Yamamoto and Ichigo releasing a simultaneous attack. Ichigo versus Yamamoto. The Primera's eyes widened as he took a step back, narrowly avoiding a wall of flames Yamamoto had summoned a second before. His left hand twitched, remembering very well the last time those flames touched him. "I can't let those flames touch me a second time." He raised his blade and the sound of thunder roared through the sky as his blade parried Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto's eyes burned into his own as he increased the pressure he put behind his blade. Ichigo sneered as the ground beneath him began cracking. "Yamamoto. I've never felt such power, not even Aizen." Ichigo reinforced his blade just as much and kneed the Shinigami captain in the stomach. Yamamoto winced slightly as he stepped back a few feet. Come now, boy, surely that isn't the best you could do. Ichigo's eyes narrowed. How cocky, for an old man. Your time has passed, perhaps it's best if you fell here. His right had surged with white lightning before he punched out. Bala! What happened next stunned even the Primera. Yamamoto had stood his ground as the white bullet of spiritual energy slammed into his abdomen. No way! The captain commander had tanked the bala without moving an inch. The only proof of the attack ever landing was the thin line of blood that trickled down the side of his mouth. What's with that look? The Shinigami asked at the surprised look on the Primera's face. I see. Do you believe that the power of Ryujin Jaka is the only reason I have been the captain commander for so long? Less than a second later Ichigo released a second bala, this time aimed directly at Yamamoto's head. Without batting an eyelash, Yamamoto reached out, grabbed the bala when it got within inches of reaching its goal, and redirected it to the right of him where it traveled a half-mile away before detonating, releasing a truly massive explosion. I have never doubted your strength for a second, Ichigo replied as the roar of the explosion continued. I was merely impressed that you were able to take one of those. He motioned to the explosion, without flinching. I've already said it once. Yamamoto swiftly raised Ryujin Jaka and released a wave of fire. You made a mistake, taking me on as your opponent. Ichigo vanished via Sonido, appearing directly behind the Shinigami captain only to find the space he occupied empty. What? He looked up as Yamamoto's monstrous Ryatsu came crashing down on him, only to be met with a column of especially hot flames. The Primera shot to the left to avoid the flames. He wasn't fast enough. Time seemed to slow down for Ichigo as he watched the flames catch the entirety of his left arm and in less than a few seconds. His very flesh was reduced to ash, leaving only bone remaining. He fell to his knees a moment later, disbelief shone on his face as he stared down at naught but bone. The sudden shadow that loomed over him, causing him to look up. Yamamoto stood above him, and with a flick of his wrist, engulfed him in a massive dome of fire. You've lost, Kurosaki Ichigo. Chapter 57, Rise Above All. Lost? Ichigo asked, repeating what the captain commander said back to him. The Primera slowly stood back up, quickly enough regaining his composure from having just had the flesh on his arm be burned off. The pain was unlike anything he ever felt before. It took all he had to stop from losing control of his emotions. With you in the state you are in now, there's no reason for this to continue. You and your kind have done enough. I do not know what Aizen did to you. Ichigo's eyes flashed with anger at this, but it is truly unfortunate that it has come to this. The captain snapped over the dome of roaring flames he had trapped the Espada in. What are you speaking of, Yamamoto? The state I'm in? Yamamoto's eyes widened as Ichigo coldly sliced off his left arm, successfully separating himself from the useless and fleshless appendage without even wincing. You act as if you have backed me into a corner. He motioned to the flames, and if you think this is strong enough to contain me, he swung the space directly to his right in an upward motion, raising his Ryatsu as he did so, releasing a wave of black spiritual energy from the tip of his blade. The black energy slammed into the barrier of flames and dispersing them the second they hit, stunning the captain commander. Ichigo had broken out of a flame barrier that was countless times stronger than the one that had imprisoned Aizen, Jin, and Tosen during the war in Karakura Town. That energy he released from the tip of your blade. A black zero, you condense for a more focused release. This fight has barely begun, Yamamoto, and don't think for a single second that because you took my arm I have lost even a minuscule amount of strength. Ichigo used Sonido to appear before the captain, bringing his Zanpakuto crashing down. Though surprised, Yamamoto brought his blade up so that they met in the middle with a resonating boom. In this clash, it was Yamamoto's turn to watch the ground beneath him begin to crack. Did you honestly think, Ichigo asked, increasing the strength behind his blade even more, I would cross blades with you without thinking I could win? The captain's eyes widened, realizing that Ichigo was slowly overpowering him as the ground began to shake violently. Impossible! Within a few seconds, Yamamoto was on one knee, both hands on the hilt of his zanpakuto, and using all of his strength to stop Ichigo's one-armed swing. Ichigo's glared as Ryujin Jaka's blade became engulfed in flames once more and in turn, once more charged Asuro Oscura's into his black blade. You bought this on yourself. I had my army pull out and I did it without a second thought. I put an end to this war and was willing to find a peace between the two races with Aizen out of the picture. You couldn't handle that, could you? Instantly the two were engulfed in an explosion of black Ryatsu as Ichigo's Asuro Oscura's consumed everything within a mile's radius. When the explosions finally died down enough, Ichigo and Yamamoto stood face to face, neither moving an inch, and while Ichigo was not injured in the slightest, aside from his missing arm, the Shinigami captain had blood covering the entirety of the left side of his face. Refusing to escape the point-blank range of my strongest Zero and tanking it like you did my Bala. Very foolish, and it cost why. Yamamoto shot forward and swung his zanpakuto, releasing a wave of flames. Ichigo swung his blade as well, releasing his black Zero in turn. An explosion of black Ryatsu and orange flames erupted between the two fighters, whom shot into the explosion without hesitation. Countless, thunder-like, blasts echoed throughout not only their vicinity, but throughout all of the Seriidii as the two leaders of both sides of the war continued to cross blades. Ichigo thrust forward, only to be parried to the left with enough force to be disarmed and countered. Ryujin Jaka got within an inch of piercing his throat before he batted it away with the back of his wrist and stepping forward, slamming his fist into the captain, who tanked the full force of his punch while at the same time grabbing the Primera's wrist and head-butting him. My last attack didn't weaken you in the slightest, did it? Ichigo snapped, spitting out a mouthful of blood and picking up his zanpakuto that had landed close by. Neither of us are gaining the upper hand here. He should know this as well. What is he planning? And why is Ulquiorra taking so long? Unknown location near the center of the Seriidii. How very far you have fallen, Aizen. Sale grinned, standing above the top half of the ex-captain's body, who still bore the look of disbelief upon his face. The former Espada took to disrespecting the corpse a step further by stepping on Aizen's head. Your first mistake was not following your own advice. You put your faith in someone, namely me. Look at what it's brought you. It's disgusting, looking at you this way. The scientist chuckled slightly. It's sort of poetic really, the master manipulator, manipulated from the very beginning. The others are right, we need a strong leader. Someone more worthy than you to lead us. He looked around. The place where Aizen had fallen was in an area of the Seriidii that had yet to be touched by battle, but that would change if the war continued for a few more hours, for he could hear the distant explosions not far off. I know I shouldn't have come here. After all, Ichigo did say to leave your body alone after your death, to forget about you. I can't help myself, just thinking of everything I could learn from your body. He scanned Aizen up and down, kneeling down and removing the Shinigami's still tightened grip around his intact zanpakuto. Everything I could learn from your Kyoka Suigetsu. If I were able to duplicate its properties. I can't let this opportunity to go. Sale's speech slowed after a few moments while he continued to eye Kyoka Suigetsu up and down. His eyes narrowed as an odd feeling washed over him. How odd, for such a thing, to hold enough power to deceive. Without thought, he reached up and wiped something from the corners of his mouth. What is this? Blood was streaming down both sides of his mouth, and within seconds he fell to his knees and stared down towards his abdomen. How? A familiar voice began, causing the scientist to look down at Aizen's body, which was slowly disintegrating into particles of Raisher. Impossible. How can you even begin to investigate Kyoka Suigetsu's properties when you can't even tell the difference between illusion, the rest of Aizen's corpse shattered like glass, and reality? Sale's eyes widened at the being that stood before him. No way. A phantom-like being garbed in white cloak that was split in 4 sections near his waist. Its face covered with a white canvas and black eyes. At its chest, the Hogyoku rested, embedded into its very being. What are you? The scientist whispered, coughing up more blood as he hunched over. What have you become, Aizen? You were correct, when you said I was foolish for putting my faith in you. I always knew Ichigo would betray me at a critical moment, when I least expected it, but I never thought he would do it so during this war. I was careless. Though, it did turn out in my favor. How did, he coughed up more blood, how did you survive? Were it not for the Hogyoku, I would have died from Ichigo's attack. I owe it my life, it was only by chance that it began to merge with me moments before Ichigo cut me down. You managed to subdue the Hogyoku? So fast? Sale realized, trying to control the fear that was evident in his eyes, but when? The Hogyoku was back in laboratory. I checked on it before we left Hueco Mundo. You shouldn't have had time to. His eyes widened further as he stared at his Zanpakuto. When did you use Kyoka Suigetsu? The phantom-like being stared at him, unable to show emotion. A better question would be, when didn't you use Kyoka Suigetsu? You planned this. The former Espada paused to draw breath, for all this attention to be taken away from you. You know as well as I do that it will take time to fully absorb the Hogyoku into me fully. He paused. I didn't plan for things to move in this direction, but Ichigo gave me exactly what I wanted when he cut me down, despite the initial shock that I will admit. And Yamamoto gave me what I wanted when he chose to cross blades with Ichigo. Time. If Yamamoto would have allowed Ichigo to leave, then his next action would have undoubtedly been to recover my body, and I wouldn't have had enough time for the Hogyoku to begin its subjugation. You fool, you'll never get away with this. Not as I am now, but I am not longer willing to wait further. I will wait until Yamamoto and Ichigo have tired further before acting. It's dangerous, telling me your plan. It's not like you, to divulge such information. How do you know? I haven't found a way to contact Ichigo and already inform him. Aizen was silent for several moments before slowly turning around. You didn't, and even if you could have, it's far too late to stop me. Once Ichigo and Yamamoto are dead at my feet, nothing will stand in my way. Now I give you exactly what you deserve. A traitor's death. Before even a second could pass, Sale's entire body exploded, as if a bomb had been placed inside of his body, leaving Aizen alone amongst the sound of distant explosions, his cold eyes staring out towards Ichigo's and Yamamoto's direction. Their end will come quickly enough, and it seems like the Arrancar army finally made a full retreat. The fighting has stopped. Central 46 Compound. Chad! Orihime cried breathlessly, covering her face as blasts of air shot towards them. I got you, Orihime! He shouted, jumping in front of his close friend so that she was able to continue healing Byakuya without losing focus. Without a second passing, all four of her guardians stood beside Chad and helped protect her. Orihime, do you think it's wise, reviving that captain? What if he attacks Lord Ichigo-sama? One of them asked. Chad glared, knowing very well he should strike them down the second they let their guard down. Orihime frowned. He won't. Not after I've spoken to him. He'll owe me his life after all. Please, just cover me. This is surreal, Rukia whispered in disbelief a few feet away, staring out towards Ishin's and Harribel's direction. I couldn't lend a hand, even if I wanted. The air here is constricting. I'm doing everything I can to keep breathing, and a majority of it is due to the Captain Commander's Ryatsu. Her eyes widened as the storm cloud above seemed to part, making way for a massive tornado of pure water that touched down on the Siriidii. She looked over her shoulder at the sound of countless wolves howling echoed, followed by quaking earth and massive explosions. Rukia, you heard Ichigo. He commanded the Arrancar army to retreat. You can sense it too, only a few Espada remained, and look. Chad pointed to Sokayaku Hill. Rukia turned. The massive dragon that had lain waste to the once great fortress was gone, having retreated at Ichigo's words earlier. I don't know what happened to Ichigo, but the war is over. The explosions had finally stopped after the remnants of the army fully retreated. The Shinigami need all the help they can get recovering. And a vice-captain of the 13th Division, you need to be helping them. After all, we did leave Yuryu to defend our quadrant by itself. I know it's too much for me to ask this of you, but you need to be with U Division. I'll protect Orihime while she heals your brother. The Shinigami frowned, before nodding. You're right. When she used Shuimpa, Chad let out a sigh of relief and glanced to his left at the 4 sin numeros that were guarding Orihime. His heart seemed to freeze, and his stomach felt like it dropped. All 4 Arrancar were bowing down and trembling in fear. His eyes widened as countless thoughts filled his mind, but one thing was certain. He knew of only one thing that could instill fear in Arrancar like that. Espada! What are you doing, woman? An emotionless voice echoed, causing Chad to quickly spin around. Lord Ulquiorra, one of the Arrancar whispered fearfully. Ulquiorra Cipher, Quinto Espada of the Arrancar army, stood over Orihime, his shadow looming over her and Byakuya both, his segunda etapa form still activated. Chad's eyes widened. Despite never seeing this Espada's released form, he remembered Ulquiorra well. That time back home, he was the one with the larger dark-skinned Arrancar. Even if he's not emitting Ryatsu, his mere presence is stifling. And even more alarming, how did he manage to sneak up on me? Ulquiorra-san! Orihime exclaimed in surprise, looking up over her shoulder at the Arrancar. What are you doing here? You know as well as I do why I am here. Now, must I make myself more clear? The Espada's eyes narrowed. Why are you healing that captain with your power? Chad's eyes widened at the fact that this powerful Espada was speaking to Orihime so calmly. What happened during her time in Hueco Mundo? He's hurt. He needs... No! Ulquiorra reached past her, shattering her healing barrier as if it were nothing but glass, and grabbed Byakuya's lifeless body by its throat. Please no! Orihime cried, tears steaming down her face. Chad made to run forward to defend Orihime, but quickly realized he was using all of his power just to merely stand in Ulquiorra's presence. How Orihime was able to resist such Ryatsu was beyond him. Ulquiorra locked eyes with her for the quickest moment before raising his free arm and charging a condensed orb of black Ryatsu. This captain would not hesitate to kill Ichigo. You will not revive such a man. Don't! Orihime cried, running forward and punching Ulquiorra in the stomach. The Espada didn't even bother to pay her attention. Let's see if you can heal him from nothingness, Ulquiorra whispered. Girl! No! Chad roared with all his strength. Both cries fell on deaf ears. Ciro Oscuras. Chad was blasted away as Ulquiorra's Ciro consumed all in its path, reducing it to nothingness. Orihime, who had been protected from the shockwave by her guard, shouted as loud as she could. Begging. When the darkness finally gave way after a full minute, the Espada stood amongst the rubble, his eyes locked on Orihime. There was not even a single particle of Byakuya remaining. No, she cried, her body trembling at what had just occurred. No. She repeated over and over again, how could you? Chad, who finally managed to find his footing, ran over to her. Orihime. Are you? You monster! Orihime cried, trying to push her guard away and run at the Espada, not caring if she faced his wraith. Ulquiorra ignored her completely and instead glanced at the nearest of the 4 Arrancar. I've acquired what Ichigo asked me to retrieve. My job here is done. I suggest you 4 take her back to Hueco Mundo. Yes, Lord. No! Orihime cried, still struggling to get past them. No! I'm not going anywhere. How could you, Ulquiorra? How could you kill him? You heartless. To whom do you think you are speaking to, Orihime Inoue? Go back to Hueco Mundo. You can't do anything for Ichigo but get in his way. Vanish. He ordered in the slightest bit of annoyance. Funny, a voice echoed from behind him. I was going to say the same to you. Vanish. Ulquiorra's eyes widened as he spun around, raising his arm to slice through whomever the voice belonged to. Orihime, Chad, and the 4 sin numeros watched in further disbelief as the mighty Espada vanished in a column of blinding white light. What the hell? Chad shouted over the roar of the attack. It's just one thing after another. After a few moments, Ulquiorra successfully shot out of the column of light and crash-landed a few feet before them. Ulquiorra-sama! One of the sin numeros shouted, running to the fallen Espada. No! Wait, Ulquiorra's abdomen and a large section of his chest were completely missing. The Quinto Espada's eyes snapped open, fear seemed evident in them, but at the same time he appeared confused by what had just occurred. Take the girl. Run. The Sin Numerosa's eyes widened before swiftly spinning around. We have to. Orihime and Chad watched in silent fear as not only the Sin Numeros talking, but the other three as well, were pierced by a single ray of light directly in the center of their abdomens. They dropped dead within seconds. How truly fortunate I've become to have stumbled across you, here of all places. The voice whispered as Aizen, in his phantom-like appearance, appeared before the two humans. Chad slowly stepped in front of Orihime protectively. Who is that? Several miles east of Sokaiku Hill. The commander of the Arrancar army and the commander of the Godii 13 started at each other from several yards away, the latter having taken deep breaths as he regained control of his breathing, clutching at the profusely bleeding stump where his right arm once had been, having been unable to perform the necessary Kido spell to stop the bleeding. This boy. An arm, for an arm, Yamamoto, Ichigo whispered darkly, you underestimated me, but you are far stronger than I possibly imagined, Ichigo whispered, glancing at Ryujin Jaka which lay a few feet away from him, despite managing to separate him from Ryujin Jaka. He glanced down, several fist-sized indents covered his chest and abdomen. Did you really think? Yamamoto began, standing back up proudly, acting as if the loss of his arm hadn't fazed him in the slightest that separating me from my Zanpakuto would give you an advantage in any way? I'll pardon your arrogance just this once. Did Aizen never even tell his strongest weapon why I have held the title Captain Commander of the Godii 13 for 1,000 years? It is because there has not been a single Shinigami born stronger than me in all those years. He shot forward, cocking his left fist back as he did so. Ichigo shot forward as well, cocking his remaining arm back while engulfing his entire hand in black Ryatsu. Ikatsu! Yamamoto roared, releasing the strongest physical punch he could use with only the use of a single arm. Both fists met at the center, releasing a massive shockwave that rippled in a 7-mile radius. Why won't you just let us leave in peace? Ichigo snapped in frustration. More frustrated in the fact that Yamamoto was not showing even the slightest sign of weakening. There is no peace for your people. It's a shame, I have to end the life of a descendant of a once noble house. End my life? Don't think me a fool. If this was truly about killing me, you would have unleashed your Bankai long ago. Ichigo paused as realization dawned on him, so that's why he won't use it, or maybe, you can't. Yamamoto glared, I haven't used Bankai for the same reason you won't use your Resurrection. The Siriidii has suffered too much damage as it is. If we both released our full power here, Ichigo's eyes narrowed, the damage would be catastrophic. There would be no coming back from it. I sensed Orihime the moment she arrived here, and the second she did. I knew I wouldn't be able to release my full power. I can't risk putting her in harm's way. Yamamoto slowly walked past Ichigo and grabbed Ryujin Jaka from the ground. Ichigo glared as he looked over his shoulder at the aged captain. Either way, don't think of it as me being unable to use Bankai to defeat you, think of it as me not even needing to use Bankai to defeat you. Ichigo's eyes widened as Yamamoto spun around and released a wave of flames towards at an impossible speed, causing the Primera to vault over the flames and counter with his Zanpakuto infused with the black Ryatsu of his Ciro Oscurus. The Captain Commander glared as he dodged the same type of attack that had taken his arm and made to counter once more. Both blades suddenly froze, and both sets of eyes widened as a truly colossal wave of Ryatsu descended upon both of them, causing the both of them to look towards where it originated from. All they could see was a massive column of white spiritual energy. Using his Pesquisa, Ichigo instantly felt Ulquiorra's Ryatsu drop down to critical levels. What the hell? Ulquiorra? And he released Segunda Etapa. What the hell could have? The Ryatsu of whoever had caused the attack stunned the both of them, neither of them knew what could cause such a thing to occur. One thing was certain, it was neither Hollow or Shinigami. Ichigo's eyes widened further when he realized who was in the vicinity of the blast. Orihime! Losing all focus on the fight at hand and without the slightest indication that he still considered challenging Yamamoto, he shot towards the column of light so fast that he released a sonic boom and well as left velocity rings in his wake. "I'm not finished with you yet, boy." The Shinigami captain made to chase after the Primera, but froze when something caught his eyes. Several yards away he spotted a slight hole forming in the space where he and Ichigo had crossed blades a few minutes ago. While his eyes had slowly narrowed, they almost immediately widened in disbelief. It can't be. A distortion was forming in the Seriidii. It's meaning something that could cause even the Captain Commander to despair. A distortion like that could only be caused by one thing. The sheer volume of Ryatsu being released by all the unbelievably powerful fighters within the Seriidii was causing the very fabric of space and mass to come undone. If this war wasn't ended soon, the damage would be able to be reversed. Soul Society itself would be destroyed. Yamamoto slowly looked around. For miles and miles all he could see was rubble and destruction. The once great city he had held such pride in had fallen. It was in that the truth sunk in and hit home. The words he whispered next were far heavier than he would have ever imagined. "We've lost." He slowly began mumbling the incantation of a Kido spell under his breath, while at the same time healing himself with a completely separate Kido. Central 46 Compound. "Run! Orihime!" Chad shouted, raising his arms up to protect Orihime from the phantom-like being that slowly begun walking towards them. "I won't leave you!" Orihime cried, begging him to run with her. She knew the moment the being spoke, who it was. "We have to run away from him. He's too strong." Aizen eyed the two emotionlessly. "Do you honestly think you have the ability to give her the needed time to run away from me?" He rose a single finger and with the slightest twitch. "Ack!" Chad fell to the ground and cried out in great pain and shock as his left leg was sliced off from the knee. "Chad!" Orihime cried, rushing to Chad and falling to her knees and cradling her friends as he cried out, "Chad! Soden Kishun! I reject!" Aizen watched as the golden orb wrapped around Chad's leg instantly and slowly continued to approach them, touching the Hogyoku as he did so. "So you would use what the Hogyoku has blessed you with to undo what I have willed?" Orihime's eyes widened in confusion as he was nearly standing over the two, not fully understanding what she meant. She shook uncontrollably while Chad still cried out. It was obvious that he was suffering from shock. His leg was bleeding too profusely. "Ichigo, Ichigo! Where are you? Ichigo!" Aizen smirked. "That's it." He reached down for her. "Call him here. I want him to watch his eye." Words failed him as he was sent crashing into the ground a ways away. Orihime's eyes widened but was soon replaced with tears as Ichigo stood over her and Chad. Ichigo!" The Primera Espada, his back to her, glanced over his shoulder at her and his once best friend. Chad's and Ichigo's eyes locked, and countless memories of times he spent with Chad filled his being. How close friend they had been. Like brother. The memories didn't both Ichigo, but it surprised him. The feeling he felt when he stared at Chad. They were the same feeling he felt when hanging out with Stark. "Chad," he whispered, frowning at the state that his friend was in. Chad weakly clutched at Orihime's clothing, struggling to regain control of his breathing. Fear was evident in his eyes. Ichigo. Ichigo looked towards Ulquiorra's crushed body and ran over to him. "Ulquiorra." The Espada's eyes slowly opened and watched as Ichigo glanced at his fully regenerated body. "It is just a facade." The Espada whispered. "Aizen, he crushed the organs inside my body. Those will not regenerate." He began coughing out mouthfuls of blood. Ichigo frowned, wondering what he should do. "Ulquiorra, hang on. You've done enough here. Don't fight death any longer. Embrace it. I swear Orihime will return you once the both of you are back in Hueco Mundo." He slowly closed his eyes and sensed out every living Espada who still drew breath. And after a few seconds snapped his fingers. 5th Division Headquarters. On her knees, the female Espada ignored all the Shinigami that made a perimeter around her, their blades drawn in case she decided to pull a fast one. None of that mattered as tears filled with both hatred and sadness rolled down her cheeks and onto Pesh's burnt corpse. First Dando Chaka, now. She whimpered as every cell in her body felt like it was being pierced. I can't lose you too. Pesh. When she no longer had the strength to remain in her resurrected form, she regressed back into her sealed form and now had refused to emo. Chojiro, who eyes the burnt Espada in disgust, slowly shook his head. Silently stunned that she was able to take the brunt of his Bankai's offensive power not just once, but 13 times before she fell. Though it should have been impossible for someone of her level to tank such power, he knew the only reason she still even had strength to even blink was only due to her hatred of the Shinigami that killed her love fraction and pure willpower. You've lost, Espada. He looked over his shoulder at the red sky and the columns of flames that reached the heavens. And the Captain Commander has grown angry. This war is over. Unfortunately for you. You won't need to be captured alive. Thunder roared around the battlefield as Chojiro prepared his attack and Neliel closed her eyes, knowing she had failed not only Pesh and Dando Chaka, but Ichigo as well. I'm sore. Before she could even finish her sentence, the sky above them suddenly ripped apart and a huge beam of yellow light slammed onto the ground on Neliel and Pesh's body, stunning everyone. Even the Espada. Chojiro's eyes widened in disbelief, knowing exactly what it was. No! Several Shinigami made to run towards it, but were halted at the vice-captain's raised hand. It's no use. Stand down. Didn't you learn anything at the academy? Negation completely isolates anyone within in a separate dimension. It's impenetrable. Even the Captain Commander wouldn't be able to break free. Neliel, whose eyes were still wide in disbelief, looked out towards the Siriidii as the ground beneath her began to rise. She could see out in the distance that several other negation had been created, summoning the remaining Espada back into Hueco Mundo. Ichigo. He did this. 9th Division Headquarters. Urahara smirked as negation engulfed him in its vibrant yellow light. What a shame, I would have loved to have seen the outcome of this. The ground beneath him began to shake as he slowly ascended skyward. Several miles south of Central 46 Compound. Thank you, Ichigo. Stark whispered as he looked over his shoulder and saw the light of negation engulf Lilinet's body. He looked back towards Ryukin with his remaining good eye, wiping away the blood that flowed freely from the gaping hole where his left eye had once been. Central 46 Compound, several minutes later. Ichigo, Orihime, and Chad watched as the sky above them ripped apart and a beam crashed down before them, engulfing Ulquiorra in its golden light. A wasted effort, Kurosaki Ichigo. I will be dead before I return to Hueco Mundo. That woman will not heal me. Ulquiorra whispered softly. Orihime frowned, unable to meet his gaze. The way he had erased any chance of Byakuya's existence could not be forgiven. He really was heartless. Not a second later, both Chad and Orihime's eyes widened as a second beam of golden light slammed down, this time engulfing them both, stunning the former. Chad locked eyes with Ichigo. What's going? Ichigo looked away. You still have a role to play in all of this, Chad. We will speak once I return to Hueco Mundo. Do not fear, like Orihime you will not be harmed. Kurosaki-kun. Orihime shouted sadly, please. Why aren't you coming? The Primaris shook his head. None of you are safe while Aizen draws breath. You will be safer back in Hueco Mu. Safer? Aizen's voice suddenly echoed around them. Ichigo's eyes widened as he spun around. What? How did you? Aizen's phantom-like form stood a mere foot away from the negation that encompassed Chad and Orihime, his hand placed upon negation's surface. Safer? No, Kurosaki Ichigo. It is far too late and too futile for one to reach a distance that would be considered safe. You have angered me. The Primera watched in disbelief as the negation's light began to crack and spider web along the beam almost instantly, beyond your understanding. The second he finished speaking, negation's towering beam shattered into countless spiritual particles. Orihime and Chad watched fearfully as the only thing keeping them safe from Aizen was removed almost instantly. How? Negation supposed to completely isolate whoever is within them in an entirely separate dimension. It's impossible, no matter how much Ryatsu you possess, for it to be broken in any way. He watched as Aizen slowly began walking past the two humans and towards him. What has the Hogyoku made you, Aizen? Aizen cracked his neck. Now, I can finally deal with the both of you at once. As an answer to his confusing statement, Ichigo felt a wave of fiery Ryatsu so powerful that if he hadn't have Sonido before Orihime and Chad, their very flesh would have melted off their skin. He looked skyward as what looked like a comet was speeding towards them at unbelievable speeds. Yamamoto. The comet crashed 50 yards away from the both of them, and when the flames dispersed, the Captain Commander emerged, his eyes showing uncontrollable rage. So it was you, Aizen. At that moment, Stark and Harribel appeared behind Ichigo while Ryukin and Isshin appeared behind Yamamoto. Releasing such Ryatsu, do you wish to destroy all of the Succumbs? Aizen asked mockingly. The flames that engulfed Yamamoto surged like wildfire. Ichigo! Please! Isshin shouted over the roar of the flames. Ichigo ignored him completely. Stark, Harribel, take Orihime and Chad away from here. Far away from the Succumbs, but do not go back to Hueco Mundo. What Aizen said to me just now worries me. Stark quickly grabbed hold of Chad while Harribel grabbed hold of Orihime before all four vanished via Sonido. When they were gone, Ichigo locked eyes with Isshin. Father, I do not know what you must be feeling at this moment, but you must stand aside. I do wish things were different, that we could speak. Perhaps after all of this, but things will never go back to the way they were. Leave! Yuzu and Karen, they are safe, but not for much longer. Take them away from here. Isshin frowned. Ichigo. This must be done. Forgive me, Isshin, I will not hold back, Yamamoto stated. Ryukin placed a hand on Isshin's shoulder. Let's go, your daughters still need you. Time seemed to slow down as Ichigo and Isshin shared one last glance. Goodbye, Ichigo. When the two were gone, Ichigo turned back towards Yamamoto and Aizen. You will both kneel before me by the time this day has ended, Aizen spat. Yamamoto glared. Kurosaki Ichigo, Sosuke Aizen, you both have threatened the safety of not only the spirit world but of the existence of every being in creation. Through your arrogance and foolishness you've opened the worlds to the horror and desolation of war. You are unworthy to take another breath. Ichigo slowly closed his eyes. This is it, the final battle. At once, all three fighters released the full power of their Ryatsu, a column of hellfire, black Ryatsu, and a white beam of light that didn't seem to emit any form of Ryatsu at all, each reaching 300 meters towards the heavens. Chapter 58, Interlude 3. So this is it. Last interlude of my story. I want to thank all of you who have stuck through this story no matter the circumstances. Be it bad grammar, plot holes, terribly long spaces of time where I didn't update. Hopefully I can reward you all when this story is finally finished and go back and fix all my mistakes. Hopefully it's not too late to say sorry for my bad grammar and lack of consistency with updates. So now is your chance to ask me anything you want about the story. Criticize and let me know what I can do better. Read it, review, ask. I will guarantee that this story will be 100% before I begin its sequel, and you can believe me when I say it will not have the problems that I had with this story. And I will solve it by having a solid beta that I will work closely with. Hopefully one of my loyal readers will offer to take that role. A few questions that will probably be asked. I hate Aizen just as much as the next reader, but it had to be done. In my original story I was going to have Aizen dead when Ichigo sliced him in half, but after reading the manga I have decided to include several elements that required I have Aizen fuse with the Hogyoku. My story's sequel will include the Vandenrake and follow its storyline told in my own way. Ichigo will not be moody and depressing in the massive amounts that he was in this story. He will have a clearer sense of who he is as a person, but he will not start out of the story in a way that any of you think. The sequel will take place several years after the events of this story. Yes, Byakuya is dead. He won't be brought back. I killed him. And a little special spoiler for all of you who have been patient. A lot will happen between the years that happen between stories, and one of the larger things to note. The Shiba family will be reinstated as a noble family within the Soul Society. Chapter 59, Interlude 4. Alright guys. My last interlude for this story. I'm so excited. I've waited so long to finish this story. My first one ever. So glad all my loyal readers have stuck to it through the rough times. And I am so sorry for the loyal readers that I have lost along the way due to my mistakes. Now, to answer the questions you have asked me. Question: why was Aizen able to break the negation? It's unbreakable. Nothing should be able to destroy it. Yamamoto said so. How did Aizen do it so easily? My answer: remember, Aizen is no longer a being of Ryatsu. He has evolved beyond the dimension of every single being in the Seriidii. He can do things others cannot, like in the Mondo when he destroyed that train thing in the Precipice world after evolving with the Hogyoku. Question: will Oraheim forgive Ulquiorra, and will Ulquiorra live? Answer: we all know Oraheim will, no. She will not forgive Ulquiorra. And I cannot say if he will live or not, it will ruin the story, smiley face. Question: such a cop-out that you made Ichigo lose so easily. Why even make him so powerful if you're just gonna make him lose all the time? And you made him an OC that bears his name to create a character that parallels him. Answer: yes, I made Ichigo all-powerful, but in doing so he was given overconfidence in his abilities, and that is his downfall. I didn't want to daydream my version of Ichigo and make him a killing machine that can destroy everything. That's not Ichigo. He's thoughtful and mindful. My Ichigo still cares about his loved ones. He is still Ichigo at heart. Maybe I haven't been able to convey that enough in my story, but I have gotten better. Question: what about Grand Fisher, Arturo, Jin, and Tosin? When will they come into play? Answer: not till the sequel. Their introduction into my story was just a little tease of what's to come. Question: what is Sabe's role? Answer: she will remain a mystery until the Quincy make an appearance, hint hint. Question: Quincy? Answer: yes, I will add the Quincy to the sequel. It will follow canon but in my own revised way. It will be very interesting how I've set everything up. Question: your war arc is stupid. The Royal Guard would have intervened a long time ago. Answer: maybe, maybe not. Hopefully my explanation in the coming chapters will be enough for you. Question: I'm not seeing much Harribel and Ichigo. Answer: there is a reason for that. I decided halfway through this story that I need this story to focus on Ichigo and his transformation into the new person he has become. You won't be disappointed. It will come very soon. Question: how many chapters left? Next update? Answer: less than 5 chapters to go, and next update will be either by midnight tonight or midnight tomorrow. Question: why kill Byakuya the way you did? Answer: if you want my honest opinion? Out of spite. I hated that he survived the Quincy invasion in canon. So many chapters of believing he's dead and he survives somehow. Bullshit! And I knew Ulquiorra was the man to do it. Question: the guy in the black cloak that speaks to Ichigo during his fight with the wizards in the human world? Answer: you will know within 2 chapters. Question: do I plan to use wipe that black hollow that resemble Ichigo's final hollow form, but he was black and with closet hollow hole? Do you plan to use him in your plot? Answer: yes. Question: do I plan to evolve the relationship between Ichigo and Isshin back into a semi-father-son relationship? Answer: no. Things will never go back to that sort of relationship, and even worse. Something will happen by the end of this story to drive them further apart. Question: will Tatsuki get her own powers? Answer: can't say for sure. I haven't fit her into my story at all. Question: how is Hollow Ichigo able to take his powers away if he's just a memory? That's stupid. Answer: maybe he's not a memory? Shifts eyes back and forth suspiciously. Question: why didn't we see Stark in Harribel's fights? Especially Stark's? Answer: 'cause I'm saving the best for later. Question: Harribel's transformation was cool. Did the Hogyoku sliver she absorbed have anything to do with it? Answer, yes. Yes, it did. What the Hogyoku actually did was unlock her Segunda Etapa form. That's what you saw. Same with Starks, but you haven't seen his changes yet. Question, why does it look like Aizen is strong enough to challenge Ichigo and Yamamoto? You said yourself that Aizen would be weaker. Answer, Aizen is weaker. You will see it soon enough. Besides, he didn't do much in the last chapter, so I don't see how readers came to the conclusion that Aizen is anywhere near their level of power. Ichigo and Yamamoto will be fighting against each other, so the answer is simple. They haven't shown their 100% for fear of hurting those they care about. Question, what was the Kido that Yamamoto used? Answer, you'll find out next chapter, smiley face. Question, you're really bad at not using their actual names, Harribel, what's up with that? Answer, when I started the story their names had not been officially corrected yet and it has been hard for me to remember. I will need to fix it when I remaster the story, but no promise. Can't teach an old dog new tricks and all that, lol. Question, where is Zaraki's body? You conveniently forgot to say anything about it, is he still alive? Answer, blah, no comment. Question, so, it was very stupid how you had them destroy the wall around the Siriidii, no way it could have been brought down like that. Answer, I gotta say, I kinda agree, but there was no other way I can think of and I went about it as believably as I could. Question, a lot of lives were lost in this war? How many big names? Answer, to be honest, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and check, lol. Question, will Ichigo and Zangetsu make an appearance soon? Answer, yes, but not in a way that anyone will guess. Question, Ichigo's depression and his inner struggles with Ichigo and Zangetsu were a bit much. What is it all about? Memories? Answer, it's all connected to the man in the black cloak that spoke to Ichigo when he fought the Wizards. Chapter 60, Permission to Die. Kurosaki Ichigo, Sosuke Aizen, you both have threatened the safety of not only the spirit world, but of the existence of every being in creation. Through your arrogance and foolishness you've opened the worlds to the horror and desolation of war. You are unworthy to take another breath. Ichigo slowly closed his eyes. This is it, the final battle. At once, all three fighters released the full power of their Ryatsu, a column of hellfire, black Ryatsu, and a white beam of light that didn't seem to emit any form of Ryatsu at all, each reaching 300 meters towards the heavens. A few minutes earlier, 5th Division Courtyard. Still watching as Neliel continued to rise, Chojiro's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked around. Like himself, the squadron of Shinigami that he leads slowly began looking towards the center of the Siriidii as a very familiar Kido spell reached out towards them. Captain, the vice-captain whispered worriedly, this Kido isn't only reaching out to us, but to every Shinigami still alive. What's going on? Like an echoing wave, Yamamoto's voice reached out to them. Listen! Listen, and heed my words carefully. Silence fell upon the battlefield once more as every Shinigami looked in the direction of Yamamoto. No words can express how much pain is in my heart from letting all of you down. The Siriidii has fallen. Chojiro's eyes widened at the tone of defeat in his captain's tone, and he watched the fear filling the eyes of the Shinigami as the true meaning of the captain commander's words hit home. The Siriidii has fallen, our spirits, broken. Bonds, shattered. Lives lost. There was a momentary pause. I do not have much time. 12th Division HQ. Matsumoto and Momo hugged each other tightly and tears rolled freely down their cheeks as they stood before Yumachika's corpse, having arrived too late to save him. Coupled with the captain commander's words, the situation felt hopeless even if the threat of the Arrancar army had passed. With the Central 46 members lost to us, I am using my full authority now and issuing you one last order as your captain, retreat. West Siriidii. Yuryu's and Rukia's eyes widened in disbelief as Yamamoto's words echoed within their minds. What does he mean, retreat? Yuryu shouted fearfully as the Shinigami around them broke out in mass panic and shouts of discord. And what does he mean, last order as our captain." A massive wave of fear and confusion swept across the ruined city as retreat echoed within everyone. Sokaiku Hill. Did he just say, retreat? Hisagi whispered weakly as Shinji finished healing the three fallen captains. Ikkaku and Renji had already stood back up and were listening fearfully. Shinji frowned. Why is the captain commander speaking with such a tone of finality? The Arrancar army has left. Only several Espada remain. They can't be that much of a threat for him. Something doesn't seem right. To abandon Soul Society and leave it without protection? What isn't he telling us? I order all of you to retreat to the human world, for I cannot guarantee the safety of those who stay any longer. Uno Hanaretsu, in my stead, you will take my place as acting captain commander. 1st Division HQ. Uno Hana, who was frowning at the captain commander's words, watched as Kairaku and Jushiro slowly began to open their eyes. She knew that Yamamoto's words had reached even them from the looks on their faces. She knew the two of them were weak, maybe even too weak to remain conscious much longer. Her healing Kido could only heal so fast. Still she listened on. Forgive this disgrace, for I only have myself to blame. He paused. Retreat now, and live on to fight another day. I will make sure no more harm will come to any of you. Save as many of our comrades as you can. But before you do so, let this be my last words to you all. We were not established to mourn the dead or lament the destruction of the Seriidii. We will always be, and still are, the shields of the Soul Society. When this is all over, you will all move forward, one step at a time. That is who you all are after all. We are the Godii 13. Shunsui slowly shook his head. Old man. Why are you speaking as if you're going to? As the presence of his Kido died out, Unohana slowly stood up. What will you do? Yukitake whispered weakly. We three know him better than anyone else. He is not the kind of man that would say such words without thought. The Arrancar army retreated. We have countless wounded, but we will endure. So why is he ordering for us to retreat? To abandon him while we flee to the human world? He knows something that we do not. And that something is terrible enough for him to believe that he will not survive the outcome. She looked skyward with a solemn expression, and to answer your question, I will do as he says, she whispered softly, a dark frown showing upon her face. After all, who are we to deny him his last order to us? Present time. When the last few moments of their displays of strength subsided, and they were no longer engulfed in columns of their own power, Ichigo, Yamamoto, and Aizen moved not even an inch, opting to wait for either to make a move. Aizen's soulless black eyes glanced between Yamamoto and Ichigo, watching each of them closely. I see, so Yamamoto ordered a full retreat for the remaining Shinigami, so he will try to bide time for the meanwhile in the hopes that this confrontation won't take any more casualties, but Kurosaki is impatient. He will not wait. Right before his eyes, Ichigo vanished via Sonido, shooting towards Yamamoto with blinding speed, causing him to smirk behind his phantom-like mask, Predicta. His eyes widened as he was instantaneously backhanded by the Primera Espada's remaining hand with so much force that he was sent rocketing through the ruins of the Seriidii. Impossible, the ex-captain shouted in his mind as his began cracking from the strength of the blow. Ichigo quickly looked over towards Yamamoto, brandishing his Zanpakuto before him. The moment I found out Aizen was alive, I no longer had a desire to strike you down. Yamamoto's remained stoic. The time for talk is over. He was interrupted almost instantly. You were wise to order a full retreat for your forces. But they aren't moving fast enough. Soon, Aizen will be strong enough to threaten everything you hold dear, and everything I hold dear. I will not let that happen, and I will not let you get in the way. Your concern for my well-being is touching, boy, but Aizen is nothing but a child in need of a good beating. Ichigo glared. He has fused with the Hogyoku. Are you ignorant to that meaning? He shouted furiously. The Hogyoku, created to blur the lines between Hollow and Shinigami? The captain commander shouted, shooting towards the Primera. The clashing of their blades was like a roar of thunder as Ichigo managed to parry the blow. You know nothing. I was supposed to kill Aizen before he began fusing with it. Think! Would Aizen really put all his hope on the desire to become a hollow and gain enough power to wage war against you and capture you, the only person in his way of obtaining the king's key? Yamamoto's eyes widened slightly at the unsteady tone in the Primera's voice. This boy, who was able to take his arm and, without fear, took the heat of his flames head-on, was worried about the very same man that he bifurcated with a single swing of his Zanpakuto. Urahara's voice echoed in the Primera's mind, a memory, that is the true power of the Hogyoku. Be warned, Ichigo. If Aizen managed to fuse with the Hogyoku, we are dead. We are all dead. This is no longer about you. No longer about Shinigami versus Hollow. The Hogyoku's power isn't to remove the line between Shinigami and Hollow, it never was. He continued, its true power is to capture and materialize the hearts of everything that exists around it. Yamamoto's eyes widened even further in disbelief. What? The reason it was originally mistaken for the erasing of the line between Shinigami and Hollow was because that was Urahara's desire. The reason I originally inherited all of Kachiki Rukai's Ryatsu was because she had not been rescued from the pain of killing Kai and Shiba. Oraheim and Chad cursed their own powerlessness, and so the Hogyoku gave them power. Aizen became aware of the true power of the Hogyoku, and though the original Hogyoku broke, Aizen managed to make a new one, a far more powerful one that was never sealed. Realization of the Hogyoku's explanation hit home in the Captain Commander, causing him to grow concerned. If the Hogyoku manifests the desires in one's heart, and that desire just happened to be the king's key. Urahara has been speaking out of turn. Aizen's voice whispered as he appeared before them, the Hogyoku in the center of his chest glowing faintly, and the cracks Ichigo had caused were slowly closing up as he regenerated. Aizen, Yamamoto growled darkly. For the first time, looking upon the ex-captain as if he were an actual threat. The Hogyoku is quite a well-deserved name. It truly does possess the power to altogether annihilate the horizon where the divine and earthly meet, and I am the only one truly capable of mastering its power. You talk tough, boy. But even you admitted, and rightly so, that you could not defeat me. Yamamoto spat. That is true, if you are talking about the paw. The Captain Commander was upon him instantly, bringing Ryujin Jaka down and engulfing him in an inferno of hellfire. Ichigo watched, eyes narrowed as Yamamoto's attack hit home. You've grown reckless, Aizen. Before, you would never have let an attack like that hit you. Allow me to be. Ichigo's eyes widened as he spun around a moment too late. Blood sprayed as Aizen sliced Ichigo across his back, as if the Primera's arrow was nothing. I no longer have the need to be cautious. It's as far too late for either of you to challenge me. I can feel the strength of my Hogyoku welling up within me, he stated as he walked past Ichigo without paying him any mind, unharmed even the slightest bit from the flames. If that attack would have hit me before subduing the Hogyoku, it would have surely turned me to ash, Yamamoto. Aizen, I'm truly starting to think you just love hearing the sound of your own voice. Ichigo spat, shrugging at the injury to his back. Do not forget who I am. A confused little boy that will do anything to figure out what he is. Forgive me, Kurosaki Ichigo, but I know exactly who you are. Ichigo quickly opened his mouth and began charging a white Siro. It was released almost instantaneously. Aizen shot towards the beam, aimed right towards him and vaulted over it, and Ichigo, with ease. Ichigo cancelled the Siro just as quickly and spun around, bringing his Zanpakuto upwards. The Primera's eyes widened as Aizen's foot connected to his wrist, and elbow connected to his face. In one move Aizen had disarmed him and sent him crashing into the ground. This is truly disappointing. The two of you were so stuck on refusing to unleash you full power in fear of what it might do to your underlings that it weakened you this much? To think, even in this form, I played with the thought that I could not defeat you. It's obvious now, that even in this chrysalis form, you are not a match for. Yamamoto suddenly appeared before him, bringing a flaming blade down before him. Aizen smirked and, just as quickly as it had happened to Ichigo, he disarmed the Captain Commander, who regained his balance. You made a mistake in letting go of Ryujin Jaka, he began as the Zanpakuto landed a good distance away. Yamamoto glared. Do not think all my power comes from my Zanpakuto, boy. The ex-captain's eyes widened as he was suddenly grabbed around the waist by Ichigo's remaining arm. This doesn't mean anything. Ichigo spat as Yamamoto shot forward. Aizen's eyes widened as he realized that Ichigo was holding him in place. Don't think I won't. To his disbelief, and despite slamming his elbow into Ichigo's head once more and causing a large amount of blood to drip down his face, the Primera stood firm. Damn you, Kurosaki! Ikatsu! Yamamoto shouted, slamming his fist into Aizen's face. Aizen's entire white phantom outfit instantly spider-webbed with cracks, and all three fighters were engulfed in a cloud of debris as the blow hit home, but before even an ounce of success could be awarded, Yamamoto was engulfed in an explosion of white light, sending him crashing into the ground several yards away from the explosion, his body, the left side of his body, having received several burns. Ignoring the injuries completely, the captain commander watched as the blinding light slowly began to die down. What have you become, Aizen? Aizen stood in the midst of the explosion, his right hand clutched tightly around Ichigo's neck, whom he had lifted a foot in the air. You're a fool, Kurosaki Ichigo. You disappoint me the most. All this time watching you grow, even when you became a hollow, you are still this weak. All my efforts, wasted. Yes, you were able to stand your ground against the captain commander for the briefest of moments, but you are too secure in the belief that since none have been your equals since your newly attained power, that you don't need to prove yourself. Victory has defeated you today. Ichigo's eyes narrowed as he grabbed Aizen's wrist tightly in an effort to break free. Despite not taking the blunt force of Yamamoto's last attack, the blow weakened him significantly. I used too much of my strength against Yamamoto. Aizen's grip tightened. You're nothing but a worm in my presence. Ichigo began struggling to draw breath. I will kill you. The Primera whispered weakly, his vision slowly getting blurry. You only say that because you still have hope. Hope is nothing but an illusion created by reality. I will kill you. I will stop you from hurting my friends. I will find a way. They are just words. So easy to say, so simple. And like all beings grasping from a single thread of hope, you look for the light and imagine overcoming the impossible. You saw it today, when the Godii 13 never backed down despite being outnumbered 100-1. There is no true despair without hope, and that is why their wills and your own will break before the day's end. Both you and those Shinigami and even the Arrancar army are being fed hope because they think the worst is over. I want you to feel true despair. Aizen looked off in the distance. So I will allow them to feel hope for a few more hours, let them regroup in both the human world and Hueco Mundo respectively. I will let them believe they will survive so that you and Yamamoto can watch the Arrancar celebrate their victory and the remaining Shinigami come together in a time of crisis. You will watch me do this and know there is not a thing you can do about it. You can watch me kill, maim, and torture every Shinigami and every hollow that stood against me. And when you have truly understood the depths of your failure, I will rip off the heads of Isshin, Yuzu, Karen Kurosaki, and tear Harribel right before your eyes. Ichigo's eyes burned with uncontrollable rage. I will kill all those you hold dear, and when it is done and their heads are at your feet, he turned back at Ichigo, and the Primera watched as his phantom mask suddenly shattered, revealing Aizen's face, with the addition of long hair and gray eyes with purple sclera. Their eyes locked. Then you have my permission to die. All of a sudden Aizen's eyes widened drastically as Ichigo released a truly colossal and terrifying amount of Ryatsu that was so potent that Aizen released the Primera for the illogical fear that the spiritual pressure would consume him. Yamamoto, who was watched from a distance in an attempt to buy his underlings even one more second of time to help them finish their retreat, looked at the scene in disbelief. He still possessed that much Ryatsu. The ground began shaking violently and the sky seemed to split as a beam of towering black energy shot towards the heavens. Awaken! Aizen shot back as far as he could, so he still has some fight left in him. How utterly useless! Kanashiauja! Aizen held up his arm as the wind wildly whipped around him. Yamamoto did likewise as the black Ryatsu nearly reached them. The ground continued to shake violently. The sky looked as if it would tear apart. It looked like a hurricane had hit the very center of the Siriidii. And like nothing, it stopped. The ground ceased its quakes, the sky grew calm again, the winds died down and the black Ryatsu dispersed. Aizen watched, not noticing that his breathing grew labored. Ichigo slowly emerged from the black Ryatsu, garbed in an obsidian version of his regular white espada clothing. His face was completely covered up by his hollow mask that took on the shape of a human skull with horns, but unlike how Aizen remembered, this mask was pitch black with two white vertical lines that stretched across his eyes, as opposed to its former white color with black lines. His skin remained its same color, and his long orange hair whipped around him wildly as the winds continued to die down. The newest addition to this transformation that Aizen noticed were the two black, scaled, dragonic wings that protruded from the Primera's back. Likewise, Yamamoto noticed a change himself. Ichigo's missing arm had regenerated from the process. The captain commander briefly glanced at Ichigo's retractable claws on the espada's fingertips and toes. "You have truly become a monster, Kurosaki Ichigo." Several miles away from the battle. "Is this Ichigo?" Chad exclaimed, falling to his knees at the Ryatsu that reached them from several miles away. Stark's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, and..." He glanced at Harribel, who appeared worried. "He's angry." "Ichigo," the Tercera whispered. "We should get further back," Stark began, but stopped when Orihime suddenly shot forward, towards the Ryatsu. Slightly taken aback by the fact that this Ryatsu that was making even him buckle didn't affect her in the slightest, he shot forward, stopping her from whatever it was she was planning on doing. "Orihime!" Orihime's storm gray eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled to get past him. "Please, Stark. Let me go!" Harribel shook her head. "What the hell are you thinking? Ichigo is on a rampage. You will get caught in it the second you get close enough. I have come to accept the fact that Ichigo values you more than even some of his closest loved ones. If he lost you, he would never recover. No, Orihime, no way. I will not let any harm come to you. Stand down." Orihime shook her head, digging her nails into Stark's skin, but to no avail. "No. Let me go. I can stop this. I'm the only one that can stop Aizen." Everyone looked at her in confusion, and she continued as she touched her hairpins. "I can stop Aizen. I'm the only one that can destroy the Hogyoku. You can feel it, can't you? Harribel-san. I know you can. Kurosaki-kun is in danger." At her last word, Stark and Harribel's eyes widened. "What do you mean, Inoue?" Chad asked worriedly. "The Hogyoku." Aizen had already begun to fuse with it. She turned to Stark and Harribel. "It's too late for us. The only way to stop Aizen is to reject him from existence. I have the power to do that, only me. Aizen told me that the Hogyoku gave me this power to begin with. Maybe I can turn the Hogyoku's power against itself. Please help me before Kurosaki-kun gets hurt." Center of the Seriidii. Aizen's now gray eyes locked on the Primera. "Good, Kurosaki Ichigo. Now that I have evolved past my chrysalis form and you have shown your true form when and look upon each other with our true eyes. Yet you still insist on challenging me? Even when you know the odds are against you? Your Ryatsu is truly impressive in this form, but you know better than anyone right now." He brandished Kyoka Suigetsu. "I am beyond the realm of Ryatsu." He shot forward in a burst of speed, leaving velocity rings in his wake as he descended upon the Primera. Ichigo's golden eyes locked on Aizen's gray eyes from the briefest moments before releasing a ground-quaking monstrous roar that was so potent that he released a destructive shock wave. Unable to react at the quickness of the blast, Aizen, wide-eyed, slammed into the shockwave at full force, the impact breaking every bone in the ex-captain's body and sending him crashing into the ground with unrelenting force. Yamamoto, who was watching from afar, stared in disbelief at the raw power Ichigo had emitted and then above to the space around the Primera that was distorting at a fast rate. "I cannot wait any longer." Even as he crashed against the ground, Aizen felt the Hogyoku rapidly repairing his crushed body, but that did not stop him from feeling shock at the suddenly blast. Such power, even for the likes of him, Aizen spat, regaining his balance and looking forward. "What?" Ichigo's demonic shadow loomed over him as the Primera stood several feet away from him. Limit of the Thousand's hands, respectful hands, unable to touch the darkness. Shooting hands unable to reflect the blue sky. The road that basks in light, the wind that ignited the embers, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to be hesitant, obey my orders. Light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 items, Book of Heaven, Disease Treasure, Great Wheel, Great Fortress Tower. Aim far away, scatter brightly and cleanly when fired. 10 points of pink energy suddenly generated around Aizen as he swiftly raised his hand, Hado number 91. Senjukoten Taiho. The orbs of energy shot forward, locking on Ichigo, who instantaneously released a pitch-black zero from between the tips of his horns. The roar of both attacks echoed throughout the Siriidii, and they were unleashed at the exact same moment. Black spiritual energy clashed with pink for the briefest of seconds before the pink energy was consumed by the black zero Ichigo had let go. Aizen watched the scene in disbelief as his full incantation level 91 Kido spell was powerless to stop the Primera's power and engulfed them both in a massive explosion. The ex-captain shot out of the flames that the explosion created almost instantly, the burns he suffered healing within seconds. Impossible. He shouldn't be anywhere near this level of power. Aizen thought over the roar of the continued explosion of Ichigo's Zero Oscuras. He glanced to his right as Ichigo appeared, grunting as the Espada's fist slammed into his face and sending him rocketing through the column of debris. Aizen winced as the Hogyoku burned brightly in his chest as he healed again. This isn't right. He regained his balance and raised his left hand, catching Ichigo's fist before it could slam into his face once more. Ichigo's golden eyes darkened slightly as his mask began to open at the mouth. So this is what you look like when you are truly afraid, Aizen. Aizen's eyes flashed with rage, but before he could reply he let out a roar of pain as his arm that he had used to block Ichigo was literally ripped out of his shoulder socket. You should have never angered me, Aizen. You should have never threatened to hurt those closest to me. His eyes narrowed. You may have gained immortality by fusing with the Hogyoku, but don't mistake it for power. I am still stronger than you. He dropped the arm he had ripped from Aizen's body as let it fall from the sky. To think, I was worried about you fusing with the Hogyoku. If this is all you have to show for it, I'm not impressed. Aizen spat up blood as his arm slowly began to regenerate. This isn't right, Aizen repeated to himself as Ichigo abruptly grabbed him by the throat and sent him crashing into the ground. Before he could even hit solid concrete, Ichigo hammer-fisted the back of his head, causing him to hit the ground with triple the force. Aizen got upon one knee almost instantly, breathing heavily as he did so. Kurosaki Ichigo, it's true. You have gained a power greater than I had anticipated, but you will never defeat me. He shot up, raising Kyoka Suigetsu as he did so and slashing the Primera's chest. Ichigo smirked as only a thin line of blood trailed down his torso and he could see the frustration in Aizen's eyes. You can't even pierce my arrow properly. Without another word he backhanded Aizen. The Shinigami skidded back a few feet before slamming his Zanpakuto into the ground and clasping his hands together, and Ichigo charged him. Walls of iron sand, a priestly pagoda, glowing ironclad fireflies. Standing upright, silent to the end. Bakudo number 75. Gochuteken. Without stopping, the Primera looked up as a bright light shone down on him. 5 incredibly tall and thick pillars, which are connected to each other by chains, were descending down upon him at stunning speeds. You would attempt to bind me? Ichigo snapped, abruptly swinging his black Zanpakuto in an upward motion. As if struck by an invisible force of greater power, the 5 pillars shattered into countless pieces. Why? Aizen thought to himself angrily, as Ichigo appeared before him and swung his Zanpakuto down. He barely had time to counter. Why is he still stronger than me? It's impossible, he shouted as he brought Kyoka Suigetsu down. Ichigo stopped the strike by swiftly grabbing his wrist and crushing it before kneeing the ex-captain in the stomach. What is this feeling? Aizen wondered as he was sent crashing into the ground, coughing up blood as he did so. He rose up, only to have his arm cut clean off by Ichigo's relentless assault. He spun around, in an attempt to put distance between himself and Ichigo, freezing when Ichigo was already standing in his path. His eyes widened. This feeling. The ground began shaking once more as Ichigo released an instantaneous black zero from the tips of his horns. Aizen only had time to see the world go dark as the zero passed just inches from his face. He barely had time to dodge as Ichigo slashed at his throat before vanishing in a burst of speed. What is this feeling? Aizen continued to whisper over and over again as Ichigo released a series of ballasts that, when detonated, released skyscraper-sized explosions. He spun around racing through the Siriidii as Ichigo followed closely behind, his dragon-like wings releasing bursts of air pressure as they flapped, leaving chaos and destruction in their wake. "Look at you!" Ichigo taunted, noticing that Aizen was forming an orb of white Ryatsu in his right hand. "Running like a coward." Aizen's eyes flashed as he spun around and released a zero-like beam of energy that detonated before Ichigo could bat it away, engulfing him in a surprise explosion. Without even bothering to watch, Aizen continued on, finally reaching the cliff of Sokyaku Hill and shot skyward towards the top of the hill, looking over his shoulder as the debris of his explosion began to die down. Ichigo stood, uninjured, holding a massive chunk of earth with a single hand that he launched toward his former leader. "Do you think that will deter me?" Aizen snapped, raising his arm towards the incoming piece of earth. It disintegrated into dust before it even got close to him. "I already told you, I am in an entirely different dimension than you." After continuing on his path, he finally reached the top of the hill and landed before the Sokyaku stand and began charging an orb of concentrate Ryatsu, and he condensed so tightly that, once released, would destroy everything within 5 miles of the blast radius. "It's finished. Come, Kurosaki. Doubt even you can withstand a blast of this magnitude," he exclaimed as the energy of the orb in his hands began to pulsate and cause the earth beneath Aizen to break apart from its sheer density. Before he could even take another breath, Ichigo appeared before him, grabbing the very orb Aizen was continuously condensing, stunning the ex-captain. "Impossible." With his bare hands. The orb roared wildly and the wind howled as the mass of energy grew more unstable by the second from the result of Ichigo's interference. "This orb must be as hot as the sun. Even in my evolved state, I feel the Hogyoku focusing only on keeping my body from disintegrating from so much tightly bound spiritual energy. What a waste of power," was the only thing Aizen could hear Ichigo mutter before the Primera crushed the unstable orb with enough force to destroy it, causing the disrupted orb to release a shock wave. This feeling, Aizen finally realized as the debris began to clear and Ichigo's demonic skulled hollow mask emerged just inches of his own. "I know this feeling," he continued as Ichigo moved. "This feeling is fear." Aizen felt as if he were moving in slow motion as he saw his own blood spraying out of his own chest. Ichigo's Zanpakuto sliced through his body from left shoulder to right hip, his eyes never leaving Ichigo's golden ones while he did so. None of what was happening seemed real to the former captain, even as the sound of his own body hit the floor and he stared up at Ichigo's demonic form. "Curse you," he whispered as blood poured out of his mouth. How are you this powerful? I should have devoured you when I had the chance." As he spoke, he came to the frightening realization of 2 things. 1, he was not healing as rapidly like he had been doing up to this point. And 2, he noticed that Ichigo's Ryatsu was not entirely pure Ryatsu now that he was in this weakened state. It almost feels like. His eyes widened as Ichigo's foot slammed down on his face, digging him deeper into the ground. "I see, you'll show me no mercy," Aizen whispered, feeling the pulsating power of the Hogyoku within him steadily growing. "Do it, but you will not be the death of me, Kurosaki Ichigo. You haven't defeated me. No, that overpowering your enemy isn't the only way to defeat them. Did you not think I would not have a backup plan?" This, Ichigo whispered, ignoring Aizen completely, looking down at him as he slowly began gathering black Ryatsu between the tips of his horns once again, "is the price of arrogance." The black zero detonated, engulfing not only the 2 of them, but the Sokyaku Hill and everything around it in an explosion of unmatched proportions that shook the Siriidii in an unbelievable display of raw power. The explosion, that was so massive it didn't begin to die down for several minutes, continued to roar as the flames and debris flew around them, and in its center, Ichigo held the mutilated body of Sosuke Aizen, who was reduced to little more than half a human body, by the ex-captain's remaining arm. See, curse you, Aizen whispered weakly as he struggled to even raise his head and meet Ichigo's golden eyes. Be glad, you still retain the shape of a human after that last zero. Ichigo whispered, and he emotionlessly slammed Aizen into the ground, causing him to skid a few feet from the very edge of the cliff. Aizen coughed, still trying to get up, wincing as he did so. I refuse to believe that the Hogyoku will allow me to die. He said this, despite the fact that he was no longer healing at all. So the Hogyoku is keeping you alive, even if it's no longer healing you. Good, Ichigo whispered, using Sonito to appear above the fallen being and positioned his Zanpakuto right over his throat. I get to enjoy this a little more. A second later, Ichigo froze as massive boom echoed around them and the ground shook as someone landed behind them. The Primera looked up, sensing that the Shinigami had all nearly retreated. What is the meaning of this, Yamamoto? He finished, looking over his shoulder. Yamamoto stood, surrounded by an inferno of flames. That's enough, boy. It is finished. He's an enemy, but there is no need to carve up his corpse. Now he will have me to answer too. And if you mutilate him anymore, you will also answer to me as Wel. Time seemed to freeze as Ichigo suddenly slammed his Zanpakuto through Aizen's throat, stunning the captain commander, not because of the fact that Ichigo had mutilated Aizen when he could no longer fight back, but because Ichigo had done it without the slightest bit of hesitation. Yamamoto's eyes fell to Aizen, who was now gurgling blood and grasping the Zanpakuto embedded in his neck. You've truly become a monster, Kurosaki Ichigo. Yamamoto whispered, with a hint of sorrow in his tone. Ichigo's eyes narrowed. I merely did what you could not. I will refuse to show any mercy to my enemies or those who would harm those I care about. Is that so? Yamamoto whispered, his eyes hardening slightly, knowing what he had to do now that Aizen was no longer a threat. You are too strong to be kept alive and remain our enemy. For the sake of Suriidi's future, I can't let him leave. Aizen is finished, Ichigo muttered, and I have already told you I am no longer a threat to you, nor is my army if you leave us alone. But that's not enough for you, is it? I have already told you, I cannot let you leave. Your very existence is causing the dimensional fabric of this world to come undone. I doubt even you can contain all of it. Your Ryatsu is far too vast. The old man rose. Ryujin Jaka and Ichigo watched in disbelief as the flames surrounding Yamamoto vanished. What happened to the flames? The Primera whispered as Ryujin Jaka took on the form of an ancient and worn katana, severely scorched by fire. Bankai. The Captain Commander's decision. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the finale. Peace.